Just have my top off all the time, like flexing.
Oh man. Well, speaking of AJ, look, let's be honest. The world's waiting. We're waiting, but it sounds like you're waiting too.
Yeah, I'm waiting. There's a lot of there's a few good offers on the table. I've been told from a few different countries, which is exciting news for me. I've always been quite sceptical about it all, like before all this, and I've been told that there's quite a few big offers on the table from a few major players. So I'm very interested and excited to finally hear what they are and to see if the one feasible and two we can make it happen in whatever country wins the bid for.
So you did a post. You said 3 days TikTok, adding a bit of pressure to those involved.
Yeah.
Where do you stand in terms of that? Is there an extension made, or because today makes it the third day?
Yeah, but it's Sunday, so it's not really a working day. You know, Sunday it's not a working day, so we have to go to Monday, Tuesday by the latest. So if I don't know anything by Tuesday, I'm just going to move on because it's been a long time in the making. Well, it was June when I did that video when I said, "Oh, we've agreed terms to fight." Joshua, like we both agreed to fight each other, but I've just got to fight Wilder first. That was a year ago, nearly a year ago. So yeah, it's been a long time, but so now we've finally got the offers on the table, and we'll go through them and take the best one.
How confident are you though that it's actually going to get made? Because here's what a lot of people are thinking, Tyson. I'll be honest. A lot of people are thinking, "Oh my God, here we are. We're getting so close, and this fight may not happen."
Well, I think it will 100% happen, 1,000,000% happen, and I think we're going to know within the next couple of days who, what, where, when.
Okay.
Not who, but what, where, and when.
Okay. So you're pretty confident you're not going to have to move on?
No, I'm pretty confident this fight's going to get made in the next few days because from what I've heard, there's some big players involved and there's some big offers coming.
Right. What's going on, man? So this is your guy, Rapstar. I ain't maybe got the same energy right now. I was on Moonshine's fucking show. He took a little bit out of me early morning here, but we're going to cook. And we're going to get straight to it today. I'm not going to do a long intro. People want to come here and cook. We're going to keep it here. We're going to keep it fun, and we're going to keep it rolling. But you heard it there yourself. Everybody heard it there themselves. Tyson, the Gypsy Kings, told everybody, bro. Let's just talk about this, bro. We ain't going to talk about no other bullshit right now. Tyson, the Gypsy King Fury, he told everybody, this fight's happening 1,000,000%. So fuck all the bullshit. We got to get this fight going on. No matter what happens, this fight has to happen. But with all those people still on the other side of the pond, who's still hating on this motherfucking fight, well, if you got something to say, I'm just going to say this right now. You got any problem with the fucking undisputed fight? You are casual. You shouldn't even be in boxing. This should be boxing. You don't belong in boxing. You belong in something else, bro. Go and preach something else. You don't belong in this sport. This is a sport out of passion, out of love. We know what the sport is. This is a sport for warriors. This ain't a sport for pussies. This ain't a sport for people who don't respect the undisputed fight all over the world. What the fuck are you in boxing for? You know what I mean? I'm gonna cook. You people should not be in motherfucking boxing, preaching, saying that, oh, fuck these British fighters. Fuck this undisputed fight. Nah, if Wilder doesn't get the fight, we're not in boxing anymore. Well, get the fuck out of the sport. Nobody's asking you to be in this sport, bro. Yeah? We don't need fans like you in this motherfucking sport. If you're not gonna fucking appreciate that the sport exists in my country too. You know what I mean? You got to support. Right now, England's got the heavyweight division in lock. So why should anybody be hating on the undisputed fight in fucking England? And that's one thing I don't fucking understand. I've been in boxing a long fucking time in my life. I might come from a different place. I have a different accent to you people. Some people are from where I'm from. But ain't boxing about the world sport? Ain't boxing a world sport? We support fighters all over the fucking world. Last time I checked, the sport wasn't controlled by that minority Americans, bro. Last time I checked, we've got the greatest fighters all over the world. So I'm just going to say this before people want to come and cook. And it's a simple statement. If you hate on the undisputed sport for the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world with Tyson the Gypsy King Fury and Anthony Joshua, I'm going to say it again. Get the fuck out of my sport. If you don't appreciate the undisputed heavyweight title with Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua in my country, or even if it goes to Saudi Arabia, get the fuck out of my sport. You shouldn't be in this sport anymore. And if you're a channel which is pushing that you ain't happy with the undisputed heavyweight title, well, get the fuck out of this sport. You need to go preach something else, bro. You don't need to be in boxing. And that's not feelings. That's not nothing else. That's facts. You guys think you can sit here and downplay the sport because, oh, Deontay Wilder didn't get the third fight. And now we've got a bigger fight in the undisputed, and you guys want to sit there and hate. Come on, man. You want to wake the fuck up. I'm done with your bullshit, bro. I ain't dealing with that shit no more. If you got any fucking thing to say about the undisputed heavyweight title and you want to hate on it, I'm going to send you a link. Give me a sec. Just give me a sec. It's early morning, but I'm ready to cook. If you got a problem with the undisputed, I'm sending you a link. There you go. Because I'm going to tell you this right now. If you coming over here telling me that this fight is not great for boxing, then you better come here right now. There's a link. Because this is going to be not just a mega event, bro. This is going to be a rematch in the clause. This is going to be huge. Mate, I'm telling you now, this ain't just a big event for us in England. Everybody needs to stand up for this motherfucking fight. Because if you don't stand up for this fight, I'm thinking something's wrong with you. Yo, what's going on, bro?
Hey, man. Always.
Have you got a problem? Wait, before you get my brother, have you got any problem with the undisputed heavyweight championship round the world?
Just that face-off picture you photoshopped hypes me up. I have nothing against it, except, of course, put the correct flag in the background, please. That fight is coming to Saudi Arabia, so replace that flag if you could. But otherwise, I have no problem with it. So I'm just gonna say this. You fucker, you. I'm cooking right now. Listen, I need you to go on mute for a few minutes because I want to know who's got a problem, and I want to just talk about that for a few minutes before I get back to you, my brother. Is that cool? Of course, my friend, always.
All right. Now, my problem is this, right? I've been following boxing since a little kid. If you motherfucking got a problem with this fight for the undisputed heavyweight championship in the world, and you're always moaning about it, you want Deontay Wilder's fight, you're not happy with this fight, well, click the motherfucking link. Because we ain't ducking no smoke. I want to know what's the issue over here. Because the last time I checked, I speak to fans all over the world. And I speak to people which are knowledgeable. A lot of these people, they appreciate this fight. But it's that minority Americans that when I switch on the TV, I switch on YouTube, and I'll see these minority Americans, right, with their channels, with their thousands of subscribers, shitting on the fucking sport, right? Always saying, man, we're not interested in this undisputed. The fucking British undisputed. We want fucking Deontay Wilder. We don't want to watch boxing anymore if Deontay Wilder doesn't get a chance. We don't want to be in boxing anymore if Deontay Wilder doesn't get a chance. If Deontay Wilder don't get the fight, we don't want to be. Well, get the fuck out of it. Because you don't belong in boxing. You don't respect boxing, bro. You in it for fucking some other reasons. This is one of the biggest fights in the history of the making right now. This is going to break all records. And you want to tell me that you got a problem with this fucking event? Well, click the link. I'm going to send it one more time. If you got a problem with this motherfucking fight, here's the link for you. All right? And it's right there. Let me get to the chat anyway. Let me see who's in the building right now. Oh, I got to wake up. I got to have a coffee in a sec. We got Jed Cole in the building. Yeah, we got Mad Dog in the building. We got Cali in the building. We got Ronald Finkley. We got Bon Kwekwe, Slugger Sam. Hey, we got DJ Saddam, which is already in the back of the building, in the front of the building. We got Jeff. Yo, 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 yo. People moving out, moving in. Manuel. We got Manuel in the building out here. We got General. Yo, we got Cali. We got Mikey C. Yo, everybody out here. Everybody's out here. A Space. Yo, if I forgot anyone, B. Yo, we got Presidential Luke. Yeah, mate. What's happening, mate? What's happening? Look, at the end of the day, right, this is the biggest event for us. And I'm sure this is not the biggest event for us in England only. I'm sure we're not the only ones excited to get this fight. You know what I mean? Because I'm going to put something up in a sec. Give me a sec. Let me show you what kind of shit that I see on the internet. Let me just show you guys. And so you guys understand, right, what I'm talking about. Look at this. Look at this. This is the kind of super chats and people in the morning and in the evening, in the afternoon. This is the kind of shit that they preach. Have a look at that. What does it say? I might be done with boxing if they do this to Deontay Wilder. This is what they're talking about every day in the mornings, evenings, why they don't want to watch the Undisputed. All right? Get the fuck out of it. So, at the end of the day, bro, I'm done with this bullshit. I'm not interested in this bullshit. And if anybody's got anything to say, stop hiding behind your motherfucking keyboard. I've given you the link. That's why the link's there. If you've got any problem with the Undisputed fight, then you need to come out here and explain yourself and tell me, so a guy from England can understand for what it's like for you guys. So that minority of people, I want to know why they feel that way. This is the reason why I'm here talking. I want to know why you feel that you are hating on this sport. Why do you hate on the sport and you are not willing to support one of the best motherfucking events out here? You know, I haven't started this show in the most happiest fucking mood because I see too much hate. Now you need to see that picture again. You got to see that motherfucking picture again because that's the event which needs to go down. So if you got a problem, why don't you come and share it with me? Because I'm from another side of the pond. Maybe you can tell me why you don't want the Undisputed fight. I'll send you the link. You got a problem, stop ducking. Come over here and explain it. But on that note, DJ Saddam, I hope you understand, right, that I'm not here today the same guy that you normally meet, rap star, always, happy as fuck. Today, I'm cooking something else. I've got up a bit early. How do you feel about this, bro? I wake up sometimes, I put some shit, I see some shit shows. All of a sudden, everything's all great, and I see people hating on this fight on a regular basis, on a day-to-day basis. And this is the kind of shit and energy that's coming from America. How do you feel about that, bro?
Man, with my name I better not take a shit on America. But on that note, I have to say a lot of hate comes from this country. Punch was talking about a very important point. You know, there's a certain sense that success, especially in sports, is heavily resented in the US. And a lot of times the athletes themselves are singled out, right? When, for example, people get mad at the NFL or NBA for whatever reason, right? The most recent issue is that supposedly everything is getting too politicized, right? They always take it out on the players. If people get mad about the money that's being made in these sports, they always talk about how much the athletes earn, how much the NBA players make. They never talk about how much the team owners have been raking in on a year by year basis, right? How much the TV networks are making from the sport and from the blood, sweat, and tears of the athletes. So in the same way, you know, sometimes people want to hate, and these sorts of athletes have the kind of celebrity, have the kind of magnetism, have the kind of pulling power that focuses that sort of hatred. And it doesn't change anything if they are the fans of one fighter or another. At the end of the day, you know, I have been talking about this for a while now, but you know, for the sport to be alive, you need all kinds of different people involved, and you need all kinds of different athletes. You know, there cannot be just one champion. You
Yeah.
need an entire division.
Yeah, and also I just want to say this, right? I don't want to scare anyone off. I'm going to send the link now to all the lovers of the sport. At first, and even if you're hating on the situation and you've got a problem with the situation, come and explain yourselves. You know, it's not like you come here all the time to talk about other shit. If you got a problem with this situation, I'm going to send the link. But everyone else, the links out there in a sec anyway. But look, at the end of the day, it's like this, right? For me, DJ, I ain't happy with seeing fans in today's generation, right? In the way that I see today's media and I see all these channels. Unfortunately, whether you like it or not, you come across some certain stuff. And it's just unbelievable that how people are hating on the biggest event and one of the biggest things that can be great for boxing right now and bring so many more fans to the sport. But instead, there's this situation where people are in a grey cloud and they're trying to cook up something, this minority in America, which is, oh, let's just hate on this event every day and let's find ways to downplay the fucking situation. I mean, for me, those kind of boxing fans on TV little channels didn't exist before. So it's kind of like coming to a point where you're happy to see undisputed fights in your own country, right? If it's Terence Crawford, Errol Spence, you're really happy about that, right? But if it's fucking a sport which is in another country like Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury, you want to find ways to downplay that situation. So I kind of don't see how these are boxing people. Are these really boxing people? They're not boxing people. These are not people who have the fundamentals to understand the sport, to actually respect the sweet science of the sport. They actually follow boxers. They don't follow boxing. Okay? Do you get that?
Absolutely. I mean, you know, that needs an investment of time. That needs commitment. These people just, I mean, look at the fighters they actually like. You know, Wilder is the best example. Do you think he represents a good example of the sport? How many different aspects of boxing as a sport, as an art, as a science does Wilder bring into the ring? I know you don't want to hate on Wilder, but be honest now. Be real.
What's that, bruv?
How many aspects of boxing as a sport does Deontay Wilder bring to the ring?
How many aspects? Not much.
No, that's their favorite fighter. Can someone whose allegiance to boxing rest on Deontay Wilder be actually a fan of the sport?
Bro, people are capping for Deontay Wilder. People are making up so much narratives for fucking Deontay Wilder. They want to give the biggest pass to Deontay Wilder right now. And it's like, at the end of the day, it's all about Deontay Wilder to that minority. No matter how big this event is, it cannot overcloud that small minority with their narrow mind. They are still stuck on the Deontay Wilder situation. They still got that cheating stuck in their situation, that Tyson Fury cheated. So for them, it's not about what's going in, moving on with the sport and the sport of, how we elevate in the sport and how great we have great things to look forward to. These guys have got ways to downplay that because of Deontay Wilder. So they've got their excuse, but Deontay Wilder's moved on. Far as I'm concerned, Deontay Wilder isn't making that many excuses for himself anymore. But these guys have grabbed onto it and they made more out of it. And they are actually pushing it to the point where they're trying to downplay the sport in my country now, which is with the biggest event, with the undisputed fight with Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua. And I'm not going to sit there and let just people, think that, oh, I'm not going to expose this kind of shit. I am going to expose this kind of shit. I am. Because at the end of the day, I didn't get into this sport with media to see other media channels hating on the sport and not actually following the sport. I mean, you can't be a boxing fan, bro, if you don't want to see the undisputed fight with Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua, bro. You can't be a boxing fan. You can't be. There's no way that you can justify that to me. And if you could have, I've sent the link 3 times, haven't I, DJ?
Yes, sir.
So if anybody, like I see hundreds of people every fucking day complaining about this shit. So I particularly put this live up. And if you look at the live and the thumbnail, it tells you what it is on the ticket. The biggest fight in the world, but you got haters out there. So here's the fucking channel that I put together. Today's show is for the haters. That you've got every opportunity to explain to me from where I come from in another side of the world that why you'll be hating on this particular fucking fight. I need to know. So here, I sent the link, but it seems to me you guys are either scared to talk or you only feel strong to talk in your own platforms where nobody's going to come at you and you're able to talk shit. But I just want to see if we can get some knowledge out of this. I want to see if we can see what they're thinking about. So today I actually just put this live up for the haters, really. But I'm glad you still came. So I know you're I'm not saying you're a hater.
No, low-key, I am a hater. You know this. Not a hater of you, but a hater of many things.
No, I'm just saying, right? I'm actually seeing that if these guys have got a problem and they have an issue with this particular fight, which is the biggest fight in the world, right? Then come and explain it. Come and give me, if you want to have free smoke, you want to have a dialogue, you can tell me what you think about this fight. But at the end of the day, I have not met many boxing fans which would like boxing that wouldn't be totally ecstatic over this fight. But as the fight itself, I know DJ's more happy because it's going down to Saudi Arabia probably. So in that aspect, we're losing a little bit of the fight because it might go to another country. But at the same time, the fight is just, the magnitude of the fight is massive. So if you know, at the end of the day, I'm not gonna sit here and constantly talk the same shit. But if you got a motherfucking problem about this fight, there's the link right there. So you don't need to complain about it every minute. You got it right here. Let's hear it. Let's see what's your problem. Why you don't like this fight? I'm calling you out. But on that note, DJ Saddam, I think the biggest thing which is more, you know, right now we're focused on is things are looking forward. Tyson Fury, you heard it himself. They're in training camp, and we're gonna get this fight one way or another, bro. I've got a very strong feeling this fight should be done in no time. Hopefully, we'll be signing, they're signed the agreements, but hopefully they'll be in a contract where they'll be getting the venue. So, I mean, it's not long until this fight is going to be ready, and everybody, whether you're lovers or you're haters, is coming, and it's coming in a big way with a rematch clause. So, what you got about that, DJ Saddam? I mean, there's a lot of haters. They said the fight won't going to happen. How confident are you that you think this fight's going to happen?
One thing I know for sure is that whatever is holding up the official announcement with the venue and date is not connected to Wilder in any shape or form. I think there are a few different variables, you know, as time passes, especially if they're going to have full, you know, VADA drug testing protocol, which basically means a 4-month period rather than the usual 2-month. They have to announce it soon, you know, because they have been saying it's late July. You know, next week we might hear August. So I don't know. Fury has been more inactive than AJ. I kind of have a feeling that he might ask for a tune-up fight as part of the deal. I wouldn't begrudge him that. I wouldn't hold it against him. I think it's the biggest fight of his life. It's the biggest fight of his career by a country mile. So I somehow don't see him jumping into this fight directly. But if it happens next, I will welcome that with open arms. And I think they have a few options. I don't think money necessarily is the problem, but you know, once the checkbook opens, people are always looking for more zeros. And again, you know, who can blame them? They have given their life to this sport, so they want to earn as much as they can from this particular fight. And they know, even in situations where it depends on the site fee, right? And that's why I asked you to change the flag to the proper location of the fight, which will not be the UK.
Oh, stop it, Saddam. I know you're look. I know you're out there to wind me up today. I've seen it earlier, but it's like you're choosing the wrong motherfucking day, all right?
I try my best. I'll keep poking the bear. You know, even in places where they are generous with the site fees, they might still have extra revenue if they could have a situation where they have thousands and thousands of fans potentially coming from abroad, right? Imagine Brits coming to Saudi Arabia for this fight, for example.
Facts. Hey, we got somebody else in the building, so
Shelton,
I just want to let you know.
There.
Shelton,
Hey,
what you saying, bro?
Welcome.
What's up, brothers? How y'all doing tonight?
Hey, I'm not in the best mood today, Shelton.
What's going on?
Bro, man, I'm gonna tell you the truth, bro. Today, my channel was about a whole different thing. It wasn't me really doing what I normally do, right? So, I came on earlier. I put some, put some TV on. I see some guys send me some emails. I'm seeing a lot of hate for the undisputed fight, bro, and it's coming from America. And I see this hate, right, that they're not happy with the undisputed fight and they're not ready to support the fight. And I'm thinking of myself, especially in these times and where we live, we should be happy to get such a big event. You know, yeah, we're from England, maybe, you know what I mean? Both of the fighters are from London. From England. But at the end of the day, the last time I checked, this is a world boxing sport. You know what I mean? And let me say,
Yes, sir.
Shelton, look, when Errol Spence was fighting Danny Garcia, we're all supporting them from England.
Right.
When we've got big fights happening with Estrada versus Chocolatito, we're supporting that fight from England.
Right.
So we're supporting all the events. So why is it that I see a hate or some of those hateful channels and hateful fans not happy with the British people with this fight?
Because, number one, everyone around the world knows that British fans are different. Boxing is everything to you guys. I mean, football is the most popular sport in the world, yes, but in England, boxing is everything. You know what I'm saying? And over here, we're fickle. We like what we like, and we want what we want on our own terms. You know what I'm saying? That's why you don't see that many true boxing fans of the sport in America. Most people in America are fans of fighters. But if you really don't understand boxing, if you never really participated in the sport, then you don't understand what it actually takes, the discipline it takes to be a fighter. So you just want them to get in there and fight and entertain you, but you're not really a fan of the sport. You just want to see two people get in there and knock each other's heads off. That's the problem that I see.
So what you're saying is they don't appreciate the boxing like we do in England, so we can't share the same passion?
Facts. I mean, boxing is maybe third or fourth over here. You got football, number one, then baseball, then basketball. Boxing is probably fourth over here.
So so I need to know this. I'm glad you're explaining this, and I'm glad you're educating us, people from England. We need to know why these fans are not as passionate for the event like we are. But also, I will say, Shelton, you've explained some of that, but majority fans that I speak to from America are actually very happy about this fight. They are very passionate like us. I don't see a more widespread of fans. I just think in this particular event, it's not the whole, all of the fans, but I'm looking at it as a minority are hating on this particular fight. Hey, I'm hearing a lot of noise in the background.
Had to close the door, bro. Had to close the door. Hold on. Let me turn the TV down.
See, because it was uncomfortable. Strange.
Yeah, so
I'm saying to you, bro, I'm saying that the minority, it looks like from me coming from England, it looks like it's the minority of the fans in America are hating on this event. Are you saying that most fans think like this?
yeah, most American fans think just the way I told you. They're fickle. They want what they want, and they don't have. If it's not coming immediately, they lose interest. See, a true boxing fan wants to see this fight, no matter how long it takes, no matter where it is. Be quiet. They want to see this fight. But fans of fighters just want to see their fighter, and they want to see their fighter win. And that's why you got all this conspiracy stuff, and there's no way this could have happened the way it happened. He cheated. All this stuff that really has nothing to do with the sport. You know what I'm saying? I'm older, so I expect fighters to live and conduct themselves in a certain way. You win, you win.
Okay, I
Gracious
want
when
to
you
ask you
win.
this then, because you guys are from America. Some people
Right.
constantly say the same shit. The reason why that we're not happy with the undisputed fight is because contracts wasn't honored. Now, what have you? Okay, I would like to know what you guys have got to say about that. I would go to you, Sheldon, and then I want to go to you, DJ Saddam.
Okay, well, I'm not
Contracts
a
wasn't
negotiator.
honored is why some of these American fans are pissed off with the undisputed fight.
Well, I can't explain that. I don't understand it because I don't care about contracts. That's not my business. They work that shit out behind the scenes. I just want to see the fight. I'm not worried about who makes what or what contract wasn't ordered or who was supposed to fight who. I just want to see them get in there and do what they're supposed to do. There's a bunch of excuses about, the contract expired or be quiet. The contract expired or whatever, or, whatever happened. That's not my thing. I don't worry about contracts. I just want to see the fight.
Yeah, but even if contracts wasn't done, right, regardless of the backside of the story about the contracts, at the end of the day, you got to blame just as much on Shelly Finkel, Al Heyman, and the Wilders team as much as you want to blame on the Tyson Fury and whatever you want to blame there as well. Because at the end of the day, fights have to move on. Deontay Wilder, regardless of if he didn't get his contract honored or whatever happened, he was in the same position as Tyson Fury. People have got to still fight. So the biggest fight is the undisputed fight.
Yeah,
so
and that's what.
Regardless of people want to come here and say that the contracts wasn't honored and this wasn't honored and that wasn't honored, at the end of the day, bro, you both forgot to blame. You blame yourselves and you blame the other camp. But you don't sit there and just blame a fighter like Tyson Fury for 14 months, bro. That's all you do. That's all these motherfuckers do, bro. That all I'm hearing. Look, bro. All I'm hearing from the other side of the pond, bro, is, oh, it's Tyson Fury's fault. It's Tyson Fury's fault. It's Tyson Fury's fault. Listen, at the end of the day, last time I checked, Tyson Fury wasn't no attorney. Tyson Fury isn't that powerful that he can do everything and you can't do nothing to him. It's like, you know what I mean? It just sounds like excuses to me, bro. Every time it's an excuse, and that excuse turns into, oh, let's get at the undisputed fight. You get what I'm saying? Oh, the excuse is now from this, we're bringing it to the undisputed fight. So for me, I just think it keeps dragging on. And these guys, we need to shut those doors and bring this undisputed fight and lift the doors of the undisputed fight now and build that momentum and build that energy and build that spirit instead of hearing that bullshit. What do you think about that, DJ Saddam?
About what exactly?
About what I said is that these doors need to be debunked and we need to start getting in the momentum of moving the fight to the undisputed and getting really behind the undisputed fight and making energy for the undisputed fight. Everything should be about the undisputed fight, bro.
Look, I mean, even when their fighter, even when their favorite fighter was involved, they weren't really too hot on the undisputed. So again, you're dealing with a group of people who don't really care about the traditions of the sport, who don't really think about the values of the sport, who don't really care about, the history of the sport. And really, I would like to somehow convince them, win them over, but I may have not spent as much time as you did in this scene, Rapstar, but I'm just losing patience. I think there are enough people on YouTube, online, and all over the world who are dying to see this fight. And if it happens this year, it will not only be the biggest fight of the year, it will be the biggest single sporting event of the year. I know the Olympics are pushed to this summer, but maybe the opening ceremony might get more eyes on it than this fight actually. This fight has the chance to turn more people into the sport. This fight has the chance to win over little kids to the sport as fans, as athletes. you know, as militants, really,
Yeah,
for
no,
generations.
that's fact, and that's
You
fact.
can't lose out
I
on that
appreciate that.
opportunity.
I appreciate that. Shelton, what do you feel about this, Shelton, bro? We're hearing still the negative stuff which happened last year, the stuff that they're trying to say the contracts now wasn't honored. I mean, big channels are still not happy, and their fan base is not happy in certain parts of America, it seems. And like I said, at the end of the day, it seems like everybody's behind the undisputed fight. It's time to shut those doors down. What do you think?
Well, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, bro.
Okay. Well, you got to remember also, like DJ Saddam was saying, they don't really care about the sport, the traditions of the sport, the honor, the way you're supposed to conduct yourself. They don't care about that kind of stuff. And secondly, these dudes spent the whole 15, 16 months pushing this narrative. They're not going to give up on it now. This is how they get their super chats and their money and they little donations and all that shit. They're getting paid off this shit. So you got to look at both sides of it. You got a whole new group of fans who are different. They weren't, a lot of them never been in the ring. A lot of them don't even understand the sport. All they know is they got somebody who looks like them going out here knocking everybody out, and they like to see that. It's exciting to them, and they can't, for the life of them, grasp the fact that someone could outbox this knockout king. It just is. It's beyond them. It had to be something else. It had to be cheating, because that couldn't happen like that in their eyes, because they don't understand the sport. They're not looking at it the way I look at it, the way you look at it, the way DJ Saddam looks at it. They're looking at it like, this is my guy, and he's invincible, and this should have never happened. This guy's a cheater. Had to be, because he wouldn't have went down like that any other way. And that's the narrative they've been spinning, and they're gonna keep spinning it until it's not lucrative anymore. And when this narrative loses steam, they'll go to something else. You see what I'm saying? It's all about narratives and getting their point across and getting their super chats. That's what it's about on this YouTube shit.
Okay. Well, thanks for, bringing it to light for us over here as well. Because I gotta be honest with you, Shelton, bruv. I've been around the sport for a long time. Like I said, I've never seen these kind of fans where are just not happy with the sport's getting to a point where boxing is buzzing. We're getting some big fights. We're getting Jamal Charlo versus Castino. We're getting a Josh Taylor versus Jose Ramirez. And then we're getting Tyson Fury versus Anthony Joshua. That's 3 undisputed fights just after the pandemic. And we're not even saying that. The pandemic's still going on. A lot of places are still not moving. That's why the fights are coming to America. And most of the fights are in Texas and Vegas and shit. Right? But at the end of the day, we're getting 3 undisputed fights. Why the fuck should fans be pissed off, bro? You know what I mean? They got no reason to be pissed off. We got a point in boxing where shit's moving now. The ship's sailing now, bro. This is the time that we got to be behind the sport. Then we got a certain kind of, and I'm not gonna say like, look, I said it's a minority. For me, Shelton, it looks like a minority. You're from America. Is it a minority or is it a majority of fans? Is it a minority of fans that are like that?
It's a minority. It's not the true fans. It's a minority, because you got to remember, most of the true boxing fans, they may listen to stuff on YouTube, but they're not on YouTube like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I mean, I hope it's a minority of people. You know what I mean? Because I need people to lift up their spirits and let's get behind the sport again. Let's start moving forward with the sport again instead of being these people, which are, you know what I mean, just stuck to find narratives and find toxic ways to constantly fucking degrade the fucking sport. Because what I think that's doing, when I look at you guys coming from England, you guys are hating on each other. That's another thing that I don't understand. The hate that I see for Errol Spence and Terence Crawford is coming from America. I know they're not fighting each other. I get that. But these are still some top welterweights which are respected away from America. And you see these Americans, bro, They're hating on these fighters. They're hating on Errol Spence. They're hating on Terence Crawford because it's just like the Terence Crawford fans, they're coming at Errol Spence and degrading Errol. You know, you don't need to degrade another motherfucking man all the time just to get your points out. You get me? But then you see the Errol Spence fans, they're degrading Terence Crawford. It's just the same thing. The hate comes from America, bro. It's like Teofimo Lopez. I mean, you know what I mean? This hate don't come from us. We're from England. We love Teofimo Lopez. The man's a number one pound for pound. I mean the number one welterweight. Lightweight. Sorry, it's early over here, Shelton. The number one lightweight. Right? Teofimo Lopez should be celebrated. But they call him all kinds of names. Teofimo's a hoe. Teofimo's a bitch. Teofimo's always ducking. Teofimo ain't shit. At the end of the day, just nothing but hating on their best fighters. That's all I hear. Hating on Canelo Alvarez. The hate is just on you know what I mean? And then they hating on even it's all the Americans are hating on Americans, bro. Can somebody answer that for me in America? Shelton, can you answer that for me, bro?
Well, it's because over here it's tribal, and boxing it's been broken up. In my view, it's not fighter against fighter anymore. It's this race against this race, and my fighter against my fighter. And like I said, that means you're not a fan of boxing. You're a fan of fighters. And that's the problem we have, because these new fans weren't raised watching the sport or participating in the sport. They just jumped into the sport because they saw this guy on Instagram or on YouTube and they liked what he said, and now they follow this guy. That's what it is, plain and simple.
Yo, you got anything to say with that, DJ, until I start cooking again?
Cook, Rapstar,
Okay.
cook. I'll join
Yeah,
you.
so look, my thing is this, yeah. I speak to a lot of people all over the globe, but just to see that, at the end of the day, that this kind of, I hear a lot of noise again, bro. Anyway, yeah, it's gone. But just to see, right, that this kind of a hate and how the hate comes to the fighters and the fighters get no respect. Like, I've never seen fighters being called bitches, hoes, tomato cans, trash as much as I've ever seen in my last 15 months of watching YouTube media and watching the social media and watching the fans, what they do, and the channels. I'm talking about the channels. I'm talking about the people which are the host, the people which run their channels. I've never seen that kind of hate in the sport that what I see today. I've never seen all these kind of channels popping up and, sitting there with panels and calling fighters hoes. Fighter ain't shit. The fighter's a bitch. The fighter's a tomato can. Fighter's trash. Man, this shit comes from over there, bro. And that's why a lot of British people, they don't support this kind of media. I'm telling you the truth. I have a lot of people which have reached out to me. They say they're done with looking at this they don't want to ever support that kind of shit. Because we come from a background in England where boxing is so respected, right? Not just as a sport, as a man. Boxing's respected to us as like you could say like an athlete, like a religion, bro. You respect these guys as warriors. We in England even respect our journeymen because we know that these journeymen are giving these young guys opportunities to come up in the rankings. Because any time and any fucking punch, the game's over. How many times you see so many boxers who don't even speak the same anymore, bro? Look at our brother James Toney from the other side of the pond. You know what I mean? You can see where certain people are punch drunk. Look at so many fighters who have to suffer fucking injuries. You get what I mean? They don't respect those guys. This fucking young generation of fucking fans and these older guys with the fucking channels, these are fucking toxic for boxing. That's how I see it, bruv. They're fucking toxic for boxing. And these kind of fans don't deserve the sport. And that's why you see these boxers nowadays, they don't even like these fans anymore. You look at the boxers, how they treat their fans. Look at what Terence Crawford thinks of the fans. You look at what Errol Spence thinks of the fans anymore. They don't give a fuck about the fans anymore because the fans don't respect them. The fans don't fucking respect them, bro. That's just the way I see it. I don't give a fuck if it's a minority or if it's whatever it is. You're sitting there hating on a fighter which runs for your motherfucking country, bruv. What the fuck are you delusional people doing? This guy's riding for you guys. Last time I checked, America's a country, isn't it? Or is America a divide and conquer all the fucking way? Is America all about separation and hate? Is that what the fuck is going on out there all the time?
You see it on the news, don't you?
I'm done with watching the news, bro.
You see it on the news. This country's divided, man. It's all tribal and separated, and you either for this guy or that guy. And if you're not for my guy, you're the enemy. That's what's going on over here. That's the way it is. You know, we got all this social unrest. We got all these cops still killing people. I mean, there's so much going on, man, that people are huddled up in their little groups. And this is my agenda, and I'm going to push it to the end. And if you're not with me, you against me. That's the way it is out here, and it's trickling down into boxing the same way.
But bro, I don't understand it. Because where I come from, we as one British, we support, like, let's say if it's Anthony Joshua. We don't give a fuck if you're fucking Chinese, you're black, you could be from South Africa, you could be Jamaican, you could be from Pakistan, you could be from, I don't know, you could be anyone, even a white British man, you could be anybody. We all are supporting the boxer as one. You could be a Mexican, you could be a brother, you could be any color, doesn't matter. When we're supporting my fighter in England, bro, we're right behind the guy. We're right behind the guy. You know what I mean? And we're watching you guys from England, right? And you guys are hating the fuck out of, what's his name? Errol Spence. That guy's riding for you. That guy came to England to beat the fuck out of Kell Brook, where all the fans were against him. He got no love when he came to England. And he came and took that motherfucking title and took it to America, and he's riding for America. He don't even get respected by the Americans, bro. The last time I checked, the only people which respect Errol Spence is the people in Texas. Every time I speak to fans from Texas, when I speak on my channel, yeah, they got a lot of respect for Errol Spence. Some people don't even have respect for him over there too. I don't know what he's done to people. Yeah, I understand the man got drunk a couple of times. Maybe he got some depression or something, went to the club, nearly killed himself. I get it. I get it. Errol Spence nearly killed himself in a car. It happens. But then he got his fucking life together from God. God gave the man a chance again, bro. You know what I mean? God gave Errol Spence a chance. And you guys are out there hating on fucking Errol Spence. All the fucking time. I just don't understand how you guys work. And I understand it. I understand we're going through a pandemic. I get it, bro. I understand the shit's not good at the moment. I get that shit, bro. I get it. But we're supposed to unite as one. You guys look weak out there in America. You guys are looking fucking weak out there in America. I'm just telling you straight. You're making the brothers look weak too, and the sisters, because you're supposed to unite together at the worst times. You guys are shitting on fucking Latino brothers. Latino brothers are not accepting the black brothers. What the fuck is going on? We're supposed to not have this shit anymore.
I don't know where you got that from.
No, I'm not saying all of it. but some of it, Shelton, you get what I'm saying? I see the racism there, but stop doing it in boxing.
Boxing is a microcosm of life, bro.
Yeah, but it comes from America. The hate is coming and the racism is coming from America in boxing, bro.
Because we live in a racially divided country. Boxing in America is a microcosm of life in America.
Well, explain it.
We live in a racially divided country.
I'm going to go on mute and I'm going to give you the floor.
Okay. We live in a racially divided country. And anybody in America who doesn't believe that isn't paying attention. And that's just trickling down into boxing. Boxing is a microcosm of life. It always has been. So if your country is divided, people are divided, party lines, race, gender, all that kind of shit, that's going to trickle down into boxing. You're going to have the same shit going on. Like I explained a minute ago. Either you're with me or you're against me. If you don't like my fighter, you're a hater. If I don't like your fighter, I'm a hater. And that's just the way we see it.
Yeah,
that's the way these new fans see it.
Shelton, right? Why do you have to hate on each other? That kind of why does it become so much hate? Why can't it be? Why can't we just have you support your fighter, but not shit on the other fighter and his culture? Why does it have to be that you get to the bit where it's toxic and you're shitting on people? And like, go ahead.
Because that's the way life is here. Everything is divided. Everything is tribal. It's separated. Either you're with me or against me. I'm in my clique. You're in your clique. That's why we still got gang culture running rampant. That's why people still gunning each other down in the streets over nothing. Because that's the way it's set up. Everything is divided. You see it in politics. You see it everywhere. And why would boxing be immune to that? Because you still got the same people who are pushing narratives and race baiting and dividing each other in normal life watching boxing. So they're going to bring the way they act in normal life is the way they're going to act when it comes to boxers. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, look, man, at the end of the day, it just gets a bit too toxic as far as I'm concerned. It just
Hey, can I also say something about that rap star?
Yeah, go ahead, man. I mean, look, I know there's other people in the building. I'm just cooking. But if you need to speak, just speak, bro. I'm going to go on mute. Go on, bro. Go on, bro.
Oh, okay. No, I appreciate that. I appreciate the let me hop on the panel. Also, I feel like another thing though, man, I feel like America's so damn big, man. Like honestly, I feel like that also plays a part. Than the size of our fucking country is just. I feel like almost every state's damn near like a little country. You know what I mean? As far as especially like, you know, like rules and regulations and all that shit. But yeah, I feel like the size, man, plays a part in why things also are so you know, like just also like divided, because it's just not about like skin tone and shit like that being divided. It's a lot about like regions and shit, you know. It's all about like a lot about regions, you know. So I feel like it's because it's so damn big, you know. So I feel like that's another aspect of it. I just want to throw that out there and shit, you know. Yeah.
Right. So what you're saying?
What you feel about that, Sheldon?
What you're saying is the country's so big and so huge that there's a lot of separation between the same country.
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, I believe that's one of the aspects for sure, man. Another reason because it's the being so damn big. Also, is like the fucking like so much different information, man, is being like given to people. We think like we're all receiving the same information. We're not. You know what I mean? Like for example, up here in like up north and shit, you hear a lot of like you go to certain places and hear like a lot of like racist talk, right? About, you know, like for example, Mexicans or some shit like that, right? But then like if you go down south, for example, up here up north and shit, you can go to college and try to you can go to college and shit and get grants and shit if you're Hispanic, you know, like if you're Hispanic or shit, or Latino. And then but if you go to Texas and shit, it's like the opposite. There's certain schools you can only get a grant scholarship if you're white, you know what I mean? It's crazy and shit. Like no one really understood that or really knew that, you know what I'm saying? Like people feel like, oh, you know, like people up here just talk so much shit about, you know, racism and this and that and the power struggles. But I'm telling you, our country's so big. Like that's one of my examples. Sometimes, like man, you go down south, you can't even get a scholarship unless you're white. So what does that tell you and shit? You know, like the power dynamics and shit are so different according to the regions and shit. You know, so. I feel like a lot of disinformation, a lot of misinformation too, man, is going on. Like we're not really so much information because it's all so damn big. But media, don't get me wrong, media plays a part. A lot of shit plays a part, but I'm just saying, I feel like it's one of the aspects of the size and shit. But yeah, that's all I got, y'all. That's all I wanted to say.
Hey, listen, bro, that's not sound good enough for me. You know where I come from, bro. That just
That's
sounds weak. And also, like I said,
No, that's cool. I mean,
look, we live in today's society, right? That everything is available to us.
How big are you guys, man? Aren't you guys like the size of a thumb or something like that?
I get what you're saying in that part, but what I'm saying is we need to think in a different way in the world today, because all the information is there in front of us, right? Everything's right there, but we still find ways to make excuses.
Oh, definitely.
You get what I'm saying? And we always find ways to say, well,
yeah,
it's like
definitely.
that, it's like this. But at the same time, bro, all I'm asking you is, you got one guy who's flaving the flag for your country. He goes in the ring as a warrior. This is the question. Yeah? He goes in the ring as a warrior, as an American, with the American flag.
Yeah.
Everybody around the world is like, yeah, look at this guy. You know what I mean? Respecting this guy from all over the world. But you got divided fans and people hating on this fighter because they can't relate to him in his own country. Where I come from is a British culture.
Oh, that's a good point, though. Very good point.
Yeah. So how do you feel about that?
Yeah, see, that's a good point, man. In that fight in particular and shit, because I mean, honestly, man, I don't really ever see like Errol Spence really, like, you know, like kind of like going like repping America, really, you know, like hardcore and shit, like America this, America that, you know. I don't really ever see him do that. The only time I've ever seen him do that was when he went across seas to fight Kell Brook. That's the only time he was like, that's the only time I ever really even heard him like be proud of being American type of shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh dang, okay. So and that's another thing though. I don't know if you man, it goes back to like, man, back in the day, Rap Star, man, there were like stand-up comedy shows, man, stand-up specials, and the comedians would always say that shit. I remember one with Eddie Griffin, like, you know, he's like, when it's time to unite, we do and shit. You know, there's like one about the terrorists on the plane and shit, and you had the white guy, the black guy, and the Mexican guy, and they all got together and they were like, hey man, how can we take this motherfucker? And, you know, like everyone had their little pitch and shit. So it's kind of like the same thing, you know what I mean? Like we fight in the house a lot, man. You know, really do. But when it comes to like, I feel like it's everywhere though. I'm pretty sure it's your country. That's everywhere. You know, I'm saying, so we fight in house a lot more. You know, more. But when it comes to like, you know, like international, we definitely, you know, we'll unite for sure more, man. But like I said, I think it come down to size, comes down to media, comes down to history. I can go deep as fuck about like why I feel like racism, you know, exists and how, you know, all kinds of shit. But I was just saying, as far as like, I feel like a size. I just want to, you know, throw that out there too. Like the size, I feel like plays a part and shit.
Yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the day,
but yeah, that's a good point.
Can I just say this, yeah? I just want to say that after speaking to Shelton, DJ, and you, and there's someone else there, it seems to me this has been going on for a long time anyway. But right now, because it's in our face on a consistent basis on media, and we see this now happening with the athletes, we see this happening a lot in America. I just come to the point where I think, how am I supposed to get that respect for this fight, for the undisputed fight for the heavyweight championship, when these are not real fans out there themselves, which are hating on their own fighters? So I'm not going to be able to expect them to be on the same IQ and the respect for the sport of boxing as like a lot of passionate fans have. They come from a different perspective to me. They come from a different mindset to me. I just don't understand it because I follow every boxer. I support every boxer, regardless of color, culture, what they do, what they come from. I don't give a fuck. At the point, I'm such a boxing fan, most of their personal life and all that, I try to avoid that shit as well. I don't bring that into their ring. That's got nothing to do with their ring craft. So, you know what I mean? I'd expect the same fucking respect for the fight that's happening in my country. Or maybe if I don't get it in my country and it's still a fight which is two British heavyweights, I think we got to get some respect for this fight. I just want to say we got to get respect for this fight with Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury. And as boxing fans, we need to stand behind this fight because it's going to be a mega event. It's going to bring a lot of light to the boxing, right? And at the end of the day, we're going to get an undisputed heavyweight,
Yep.
regardless of the bullshit. It's history in the fucking making. So I would like to see a lot of fans with the same spirit that we've got. Now, how do you feel about this fight? Let me go round. How's your spirit for the undisputed heavyweight championship is going to happen? How do you feel about it? Shelton?
Well, me as shit,
I'll go.
I'm excited, man. I was drunk.
I'll go. No, go. Yeah,
I
you
was
can
drunk
go.
a
Then we
couple
go to Shelton.
a couple nights ago. Oh, my bad. Oh, okay, yeah. I was, hell yeah. I'm excited. I've been all over the damn comment sections, man. Like I said, I think I was drunk a couple of times on a couple lives and shit, just talking about the fight. Like, I'm really excited, man. Like, I'm very excited to leave it at that. If Tyson Fury wins, I mean, yeah. So I'm definitely excited, man. That's another thing I want to say about that real quickly. That we're I think the majority, man, we're excited over here, man. It's just a minority. It's just a minority, like the certain amount of little dumbasses, man. It really is and shit. The majority of people, the majority of Americans, we're excited as fuck about the fight. In fact, most of us are the people I talk to and shit. We're like upset that it's not happening. Well, hopefully it does. That it might not happen though in Britain and shit. You know, in UK. I mean, I'm seriously like, we're like, man, that's some bullshit. Like, it should happen over there for sure. 2 British guys and shit. Like, that's some, man. Yeah, I feel like it's a sellout, man. Like over there fighting in Saudi Arabia. Like, I've been voicing that for sure too, all over the comment sections. Like, nah, that's some bullshit, man. I'm like, that should be in the UK for sure. That's like I don't know, that's like a disservice, man. How long we've been expecting this fight for and shit like that. You know, like I feel like that's really fucked up.
All right, yeah. Hey, Shelton,
But
as a boxing fan, are you excited and passionate about this fight, or just be real, bro? Just be real, my brother. Shelton, are you there? I think he's gonna fix. Maybe he's gonna come back. Yo, DJ Saddam,
right.
Are you there?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
So, be as a real boxing fan, and I want you to just be honest. How excited are you really about this event?
I'm always, look, I have to be honest with you. I haven't been very hot on the heavyweight division for the longest time. And it's really AJ's run that got me more hyped up about it to begin with. And, even though I'm more interested in the lower weight divisions by and large, I still recognize that when there's a big fight in the heavyweight division, when there's a unification, when there's a 3-belt undisputed, 4-belt undisputed, I know it's historic. I know it's important, and I know it's important for the sport in the present too, because yes, of course, immediately it makes money for the fighters. It makes money for everyone involved in it, the country, the location, the promoters, whatever. But more importantly, again, it draws more eyes to the sport. To me, that's, those are, that's my oxygen. I thrive more in an environment where I have more people who can talk to me about the sport, not just about this or that fighter, but about the excitement they have for those 2 athletes dishing it out, giving it their all, and showing their skills in the ring. To me, that's vital. I can't believe that this opportunity is not important to people just because their childish and naive attachment to one fighter. But then again, it has nothing to do with that one fighter. This fight is going to happen. Whether it happens in June, July, August, that date will have nothing to do with any other fighter in the heavyweight division. So, that's right now my attitude. He whose name will not be mentioned has no importance for me at this point. I look forward to whatever fights that are going to be made between Fury, between AJ, between White, between Jared Big Baby Anderson, maybe Efe Ajagba, Joe Joyce, Usyk, Michael Hunter, Andy Ruiz Jr. I'm looking forward to all these. There are so many different actors in that division. We don't have to obsess over this guy who is probably not even going to return to the sport at this point. Or maybe he will have just
I feel like
Nas had in Spain against the Jobber.
You think? Would you? Can I just catch you? You said that Deontay Wilder probably won't be the same or won't return to the sport anymore.
I really expect them to pull Nas, basically. You know, take that one loss way too hard and maybe fight against, you know, mid-level or lower tier opposition, get a win and say goodbye for the right price. I think that's about it. Athletically, he had very little to give to the sport anyways. And mentally, I think at this point, he's done.
Okay, that's a big statement. Does anybody agree with, can I ask that statement? Does anybody agree with our right honourable gentleman who just spoke that Deontay Wilder is mentally done anyway? So the fans are I mean, he's saying that, you know, he's probably done now. Does anybody agree with that? Shelton?
Oh, my bad.
No, go ahead. You can go.
Okay, yeah. Well, from the way he's coming across, yeah. I mean, it'd be really easy to make that, you know, that decision, you know, seriously, because I mean, he does look like he lost it, man. He really, it looks like he's just everywhere, you know. He doesn't know what to really hold on to, man. Like he doesn't, you know, he wants to find a reason and shit, you know. But that's the reason why I feel like he's not out of it, though, man. I really do. I feel like the reason that he's going, I feel like he's going through all this, man, and he's looking all extra crazy and shit. I feel like he's gonna actually use that crazy, if you know what I mean. And I feel like I feel like he might bounce back, man. I'm not gonna say he's gonna bounce back and never beat Fury again or like that, you know what I mean? But I feel like he'll bounce back and get some type of, like, you know, some type of like resemblance of the same type of respect he got before. You know, I truly do. But not to digress so far off of that, I quickly also want to say that's a part of being like a fan of the sport. I feel like is being a fan of a certain boxer, right? Because, you know, it makes the sport more interesting when you can actually, like, you know, like kind of feel like you get to know a boxer. You know, you become like you know, like enamored with the boxer in a sense, you know. So you start following the boxer and shit, and it becomes like your fucking idol in a sense, you know, right? Like with anything else, like a singer, like a LeBron James, whatever. So I feel like same thing with boxers. So when somebody's favorite boxer, you know, it's being told that he's not as good as somebody else, I feel like it's so easy to cause problems, you know. So easy to fight. So I feel like that might be another reason why, you know, we fight so much in the boxing community, man, because like the sport is about fighting, you know, like the sport is literally, that's what we're doing. We're fighting. That's what they're doing. They're fighting. So it's like, shit, man, that's my dude, man. You know, you're holding down your dude. And then some other guy is like, no, hell no, man. He's going to lose against my dude. What the fuck are you talking about? And, you know, because he already got this like relationship, not, you know, like, well, you know, you develop some, like, even from just like watching a motherfucker, like a fan, you know. So I feel like that's probably that might be one of the biggest reasons why we fight like that, man. It's just because it's just the nature of fighting and shit, you know. My bad. I didn't mean to digress so much. But I feel like Wilder's not done though, man. I don't think he's done. DJ Saddam, he seems like a very wise man, but I just feel like I don't feel he's done though. I don't feel Wilder's done.
No, man, I get it, right? Look, at the end of the day, right, let's just keep this shit real right now. I think most of this shit is because with Deontay Wilder, we don't know where Deontay Wilder stands himself right now. The problem with Deontay Wilder, we don't even know where Deontay Wilder is right now. You know, we can all say, oh, Deontay Wilder, let's get the trilogy. But come on, let's keep it a fucking buck like you guys say. You think he could have handled the trilogy right now? You think after that loss, he was ready to jump into that trilogy anyway? I mean, the man had a fucking injury after the fight as well. So there's no guarantee that he was ready for the trilogy, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah. There was no guarantee after that such a hard loss that Deontay Wilder, you expect him to go jump in straight to the trilogy.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that was Deontay Wilder too, man. Like I truly wonder how much of that shit was him. Like if he would have lost, right, and just lost, and would have been around some people that told him that were just like, hey, man, and that was a good fight. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. That were just honest as fuck. I wonder if he would have took it more in an honest way, or if I wonder if people saying, oh man, the shit was loaded and this and that, blah blah. I wonder if that's the reason why he also started like just. Because many people say that, right? I think even Punch said that. A lot of channels said that, like he started falling for the hype. So I think you said that shit too, Ref. So I'm not sure, but so I think that really that could have been a thing too, though, man. Like maybe he would have been surrounded by like fucking honest people. He would have took it honestly. He would have took the loss honestly, and then he might have been ready for the trilogy because you're honest with yourself. So you got to know you know what you got to do now, right? But the fact that he wasn't, he was going off of so many different excuses. He would have lost for sure. He would have got his ass mopped, He'd got it.
Listen, Deontay Wilder, to me, is not in the right place to get that trilogy straight away anyway. He needed to recoup. He needs some time in his, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You should take years out of your life when you lose.
Yeah,
like
I
that,
agree.
Bruv. Listen, when you lose like
I
that,
agree.
you take years out of your life. You know
Yeah,
what I
I
mean?
bet,
You take
man,
an 8-round fucking beating. You can say what you want,
Yeah.
but he got to beat pillar to post.
Nah, he got beat for sure, definitely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a
and
good point.
listen,
He
Deontay Wilder's a strong warrior, bro. He ain't going out like that. He's not going out on his, he's not going out on, he's not going out without his shield. So the way that you got to beat Deontay Wilder is you just got to keep beating him until he submits. So of course, when Mark Breland saw him in a position that everybody can go and see the fight, you can see it right in front of your eyes. You don't need to be stupid. That wasn't Deontay Wilder, bro. The way that he was getting beat, he didn't need to be in that fight no more, bro. You could save Deontay Wilder to carry on fighting so he can come back another day.
Oh,
and you
yeah,
can
definitely.
say what you want. Oh, yeah, Deontay Wilder's got that one punch. Deontay Wilder said, leave me in the ring. I want to die in the ring. Don't throw the towel. I get that. I've heard that multiple times. You know what I mean? I've heard that.
Oh, yeah.
But that doesn't mean you're going to let the man fucking go out there and get carried on beat. Because at the end of the day, he was more vulnerable to take such more of a beating that it would have put him in a bad situation. Because he already went down twice.
Right.
In
Oh, yeah,
Ortiz
for sure.
fight, in the Ortiz fight, yeah, he was losing rounds. But he was never getting, you know what I mean? A fucking the way the pace and the way that Tyson Fury brought that fight to him.
Oh, yeah, right,
and
too.
How,
Oh,
and he
definitely.
constantly was punching him, constantly was hurting him.
Yeah.
You know, and not to mention, he already had him down
dude.
twice. So you can't compare.
Oh, yeah.
That's a different fight, man. Mark Breland, he had to throw in the towel, bro.
Oh, yeah, hell yeah, 100%, man.
Mark
Like, people were
Breland
saying he
had to
didn't.
throw in that fucking towel, bro. Because if he didn't throw that towel in, he don't give a fuck about Deontay Wilder.
Yeah, why let him get knocked out?
Let's go around the panel, bro. Let's talk about that. Yo, DJ, Mark Breland's decision with Deontay Wilder was a total exactly what they do in boxing. It's the boxing rule, right?
I feel like I'm in that scene in The Godfather, every time I feel I'm out, they pull me right back in. I have no energy to talk about Wilder anymore, man. I'll pass on this discussion. But I'll say one sentence. At the end of the day, whoever throws in a towel, it's ultimately the referee's decision. If the referee didn't see something wrong with Wilder, if the referee thought that Wilder was in a position to continue the fight, he could have ignored the towel. The rules of boxing allow that. He didn't. So it's not only Breland. It's the consensus that emerged in that ring that thought it best to stop the fight for the health of that human being in that ring. And
Yeah,
God
of course.
forbid he lived another day to fight and to feed his family, to be with his family,
Right.
and to be, you know, if he's this big leader, king, spokesperson that so many people follow, don't you need him alive? Why do you want to make a martyr out of him? Don't you want him to be present? No one wants to die, man. That's all cap. People think that's savage. That's gang. It's not. No one
No.
wants to actually die in the ring. They might switch on for a moment and go completely savage. Yes, you need that sort of mentality. But when all is said and done, no one wants to die in that ring.
Yeah. Who knows about these people over here then? Who knows about these things? The Hawker Mustang says the LDBC is toxic, and I used to go over there. I don't go over there anymore. They're fools. I'm tired of their talking, and they blocked me. Does anybody know about those channels? Do you know about those channels, love?
Yeah, man. I used to. I mean, like I said, I used to be on a bunch of different channels when I first, started like watching boxing on YouTube. I mean, all kinds of channels, man. Eagle, like Blue Blood, fucking everybody, man. Dante's, even like
So why do
Showbiz,
a lot
and
of fans call them toxic? Why do a lot of fans call these channels
because
toxic?
so they're clearly biased. You know what I mean? Like they don't want to show no love for like Canelo, and like I think that's mainly what it is. Like that's what I see. I saw Eagle just like he tried to show love for Canelo, man, but you could tell like he was slighting him. So I'm like, man, I try to put up for it for a little bit, you know what I mean? Because I'm like, man, all right, he's funny, whatever, he's cool. But man, he's got old. I'm like, man, no, I can't keep putting up all this little hate, man. Shit's crazy. And a couple of them kept doing a couple different channels, they kept doing that shit, man. And I'm just like, fuck it. I just stopped watching them. That's it. I just stopped watching them. No big deal, man. So many of them, so many different channels and shit. Like you guys, I mean, so many different channels. So I just stopped watching them. That's it.
Yeah, I don't think DJ Saddam needs to speak about that, right?
What?
Do you watch? Have you ever watched these channels that these people are saying? These toxic channels?
A few times, and I had my share. I think look, they do serve a purpose. I don't necessarily, I don't fault them for their existence. I think as a community, they serve a purpose. They provide something clearly to their subscribers. That's all fine and dandy, but find another hobby, please. Boxing isn't for you. You don't understand the sport. You don't know the sport. You don't respect the sport. You don't respect most of the athletes that are in the sport. Just let it go. What was that? That's the new one that I'm gonna sing tomorrow in the Let It Go song. If Punch does the karaoke, that's what I'm gonna sing for LDBC. I'm gonna serenade them with the Frozen soundtrack. Let it go.
So let's go to the questions in the chat for a minute, yeah? While I'm doing something as well. I'm gonna read some questions while I'm sending an email. Jed Cole says, Fury got destroyed. Fury destroyed Wilder. Fury destroyed Wilder in the rematch. I don't know why any fans would want to see the trilogy. So Fury, they said he beat Wilder so convincingly anyway, right? He beat him. He says, I don't see why fans would want to see that straight away.
I understand that. I get that. I definitely see. I mean, to be completely honest with you, though, man. I mean, shit. I was one of those people who I feel like that. The first fight was either a legitimate draw or I kind of gave the slight edge to Wilder because of the knockdowns and because not just that though. Even the referee said that he kind of started to count late and shit in the on the honor of the sport and all kinds of shit. But also because I also feel like in that fight, not the second one obviously, but in that fight, Fury, I feel like for being so big, which is his style though, everyone knows this, but it's his style. But I feel like he was bouncing a little too much. He was bouncing a little too much to the point where he didn't look like it was any rhythm. It didn't look like he had rhythm to it. It looked like he was being fidgety. It looked like he was more fidgety than anything. So he was, and Wilder was like the one trying to be the one, the aggressor and shit, So I always gave more the edge to a fighter if he's an aggressor and shit like that. And if they're the same size though, they gotta be like the same size and shit too. can't be like a big ass dude being the aggressor, thinking he's gonna get points for being the aggressor on a little dude. Like, nah, I ain't. No. So I honestly thought like fucking Wilder. Yeah, I think he should have got that win. You know, honestly. But then obviously that's a rematch. You seen what the fuck happened, and I think it's because Fury decided to switch up his whole game plan, man, and started going forward and pressing and yeah, like his size with them skills, and it was just over. You know, so I think that the trilogy, especially the way it's built up now and shit, you know, with all these crazy ass fucking conspiracies, like. I think the trilogy is gonna be huge, man. That's what I was saying a couple days ago. Drunk as shit. I was like, man, that trilogy is gonna be big. I think it's gonna be big for real.
Yeah, and at the same time, this undisputed fight is just so much more bigger right now.
Yeah,
And unfortunately,
right.
after the way, you know, situations have occurred, things didn't move forward. Just in knowing that Deontay Wilder can come back and, you know, redeem himself, whether some people think he cannot redeem himself anymore, some people think he's mentally checked out. We don't know. We don't know what Deontay Wilder's coming back. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
And if Deontay Wilder comes back to, you know, either better himself, comes back with more confidence, hopefully he could, you know, do more stuff in the sport and come back and prove everybody wrong. But right now, the undisputed fight, mate, I'm telling you now, the undisputed fight in the heavyweight is way, way bigger than the trilogy. Maybe not in America, not some parts of America,
right?
All over the world, a global event. The undisputed with Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury is nearly a $500 million fight.
Yeah, that's huge, man. That's just gonna be big. No, definitely, especially like I said, especially right now, that's the biggest fight. I mean, once it becomes official, I feel like it's gonna be, the build-up's gonna be hype, man. Like right now, people probably think like people better not hope this is like the build-up, because I mean, I think once it becomes official, it's gonna get crazy, man. It's gonna get crazy exciting. So yeah, I agree with you 100%. I feel like that trilogy will be fucking huge.
It's going to be a mega event. It's going to be a huge event. Yeah. I mean, but maybe let me ask you guys this. I mean, is it just in America? I don't know. DJ Saddam, is Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua a global, worldwide, huge more event than Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury right now?
Of course. You know, you might not like it for whatever reason, and I'm not saying you specifically, but you know, someone might decide not to like AJ. But AJ is a bigger global star than both Wilder and Fury combined. People know AJ in the country of his ancestors, you know, Nigeria. People know AJ in the UK. People know AJ in Germany. People know AJ in the Middle East. People know AJ in the US. People know and love AJ in the Muslim world because, you know, it's an open secret, but he's a brother. So, you know, people love him. And anyone who knows a little bit of the sport loves Fury as a fighter, as a technician, for his unique style. And anyone else who doesn't know the sport know him basically as a WWE character, the new Undertaker. You know, the way he rose up in that round 12 of the first fight, that was a whole cultural event in the US. Like people who had nothing to do with boxing were enchanted about it. They loved it. They watched it with the same excitement that they watch the Undertaker, you know, coming in to the ring, rising from the dead. So those two celebrities combined, and hey, you know, I don't. It's not my favorite thing to racialize these things, but you know, Don King has said it best: black plus white always equals green. So there's that aspect here too that was present in Wilder and Fury, even when people didn't want to recognize it. So it has all the makings of a global sporting event. It will transcend boxing. I can promise you, and it will transcend UK. It will transcend the US. Everyone will be locked in.
Definitely. I agree.
Yeah, look, at the end of the
I
day,
definitely agree.
From what I understand right now, is it's a very minority of people which are not very uplifted with this major event in the, you know, the big global events when they come from other parts of the world. But majority American boxing fans actually do appreciate us. You get what I'm saying? And it's just a minority of boxing
Definitely.
fans that have this way of not being happy with certain things because it's not their fighters. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's just a matter of
Definitely.
it's just, look, at the end of the day, we've got another bro here. Yeah, we got people in the panel. So let's get to Major Key Boxing in the building. How you feeling, bro?
Yo, what's good, bro? Yo, I can't see who's on the platform.
Major.
We got DJ, we got Love, we got Shelton.
What's up, Major?
Back, and then I think Jet's coming on in a minute.
Saddam here. Salam
No
alaikum.
doubt. No. Salam alaikum. Yo, what's good? What's the topic, man?
Hey, look, so today, right, I woke up in a bit of a grumpy mood. I didn't do the show like I normally do. I didn't cook like, you know what I mean, like I do, uplifting the fights and that. I just came straight at it, bro. I watched some channels yesterday. In the morning, I saw some channels. They're hating on the undisputed fight again, bro. Then I start seeing the hate for the Crawford, the hate for Teofimo again. And man, I shut down the whole fucking YouTube. Said I'm unsubscribed to most of those channels. I'm not on those channels. But when I first came to YouTube, you know, I used to check certain channels. I used to support people in boxing. But anyway, certain little channels came up. I shut it all down. Somebody sent me an email. I thought, man, fuck this shit, bro. I'm calling everybody out. I want all the smoke. If you're not gonna like, you're not showing no love to us. You're not showing no love to us in the Brits, in England, bro. What up with this shit? You know, we support all the fighters, bro. We don't care where you come from. The same way you were Chocolito versus Estrada, we were excited just like you guys were. The same way with Danny Garcia and Errol Spence, we were excited just like you guys were. Just like with Javante Tank Davis, Leo Santa Cruz, we were excited as fuck. So we support everybody out there. Why the fuck are these guys showing this hate to us British guys to get this fight with the undisputed Major Key? I was talking about it earlier. I put some pictures up. People know what's up. People seen the super chats that I took pictures of and put it up. They seen what's going on.
Yeah, man. I've said it before, man. I'll say it again. You either if you don't like the undisputed fight. Now, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm a little upset that this shit is being delayed right now, and that we don't know what the hell is going on, but that's a different story. As far as do I want to see undisputed? Absolutely. I feel like whoever doesn't want to see undisputed is either A, fanboying, and that has nothing to do specifically with the heavyweight, but just overall in boxing, whatever division you're in, you're either fanboying for somebody or you're completely delusional and don't know what you're talking about. Or you know what I'm saying, miseducated on what's important, because obviously, you know what I'm saying, undisputed is the biggest thing that you can get in any division in boxing.
Yeah, and it's just a shame, right? As things get uplifted in the sport, we got 2-3 big undisputed fights coming in 2021. Just as you know, we're in a pandemic. We need to get behind these big, major events which help the sport of boxing. So when I see certain Americans or minority Americans, bro, even if it's like the minority of them, right? And I see these grown-ass men and all these channels and, downplaying the fucking the sport, I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck is going on all the time? Got nothing better to do but just downplaying the motherfucking sport all the time. Grow the fuck up, man. You know what I mean? That's just all I'm at. I sent the link out there earlier. There was a troll who maybe tried to put his fucking privates out. He couldn't come on, but nobody's come on. The people don't look. I sent the link out there more than 3 times for all the smoke. I told everybody, if everybody don't disagrees first, just let them on the panel. You know what I mean? But it just seems to me it's just that closed environment. Because I want to understand, Major Key. Why does that part of Americans feel this way, hatred towards their own people in the sport, and feel so much hatred for us in the sport?
Yeah, when it comes to that, bro, it's like profiling a nutcase, right? Because I have to put myself in that mind frame because I don't understand it, right? So I have to think about what would drive someone to think this way. You know what I'm saying? So I have to think like a psychologist, and at the end of the day, okay, so you know, even if you were pro your country, right? Like you're pro your country, right? You could still have love, because if you love the sport, you could still have love for somebody. Like, for example, I love Manny Pacquiao. I've always loved the way he's boxed. You know what I'm saying? Used to love the way Lennox Lewis boxed. You know what I'm saying? You know, I like the way Inoue fights right now. You know what I'm saying? So, and obviously, well, we love Canelo Alvarez, right? So, you know what I mean? Like these people are not from the, you know, from the states. They're not stateside. You know what I mean? And so we still respect them, right? So if you can't, that's why, though, that's what I'm saying. Like, some people do hate people, even if it's our neighbor in you know, in Mexico. You know what I mean? People still hate, even if you know, Puerto Rico is a U.S. Commonwealth, and you know, it's someone, and that's the sad thing, bro. It's just overall, you know what I mean? These segregated tendencies of the United States tend to play over into sports sometimes.
So basically, it's just the way some of the American culture works. Some people came here, explained to me, they said, Rapstar, the American culture's always had hate and divide and conquer. We don't appreciate
it's been segregated, unfortunately. It's a rich history of evil and segregation over here. You know what I'm saying? And you know, so some people have been here, you know, for a few generations now. You know, their family's been here for a few generations, so we kind of understand it. Even though we don't really, you know, like rock with it, we still understand what it is, you know. But you know, when you come from outside, you really won't understand it, you know, because you have to kind of like live through it to actually understand what it is. It's completely different from a lot of the other countries in the world. Just the same way that you know, like in North Korea, that's one way of living that we'll never understand. You know what I'm saying? Living in China is one way that we'll never understand, you know, unless you've lived there, right? And United States is a whole different ballgame in itself, you know.
All right. So basically, it's just, you know what I mean? It's just like, you know, sometimes I see so much hate for their own fighters, yeah? I think to myself, how the fuck are these guys going to support or, you know, give us the same, you know what I mean, appreciation for the biggest fights with two British fighters coming out of England, which is a once in a lifetime for a lot of people. Maybe, and, you know, they're never going to see it again probably till they die. But it doesn't seem like the passion's coming. Like, just like I told you. It seems like they just got some kind of a way to hate down the sport, or they just don't appreciate what that actually brings to the sport. People don't appreciate the undisputed heavyweight championship like I fought all over the world, Major Key.
Yeah. Shelton, I only caught a piece of your last comment. It just says, since the inception of the United States of America. Which part were you adding on to?
So look, at the end of the day, for me, bro, this shit just gets to the point where it's so, it kind of looks bad, right? Because as us British fans, we support all the boxers. We stand by every boxer who's waving that flag for us. It doesn't matter what color you are, where you come from, what you come from. We're in one country, we're supporting that fighter. But over the other side, there's too much hate and divide between your fighters, and too much divide and hate between the fighters which are coming up. So so how does this sound? In some respect, other countries have more respect for your fighters than what you have in America. Let me ask that question, bro. What do you think about that, Love and Nate?
Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, I'm gonna ask a question back, but it's to the question. And over there in the UK, how do you guys view like the top fighters, right? Like the historical classic fighters and shit. You know, like do you guys consider like, you know, like Muhammad Ali, like basically like the best, the better top tier fighters? Do you guys consider them to be mainly American over there in your country? Like, would you do most British people like, yeah, I think the top, you know, like best 10 in the world?
Most British fans have Muhammad Ali in their top 3 fighters of all time, regardless if we're from Britain or not. Muhammad Ali
okay.
is in most people's top 3 of all time fighters. I'm talking some people have him in the top 10. I'm talking majority have Muhammad Ali at top 3.
Right. Okay. So that's okay. And what about like fighters like Sugar Ray Robinson and things like that? Like, okay? Basically, my question is, do most British boxing fans, do they consider like American like classic boxers to be like more the better ones? You know what I'm saying? Like compared to maybe like classical British boxers. You know, because my point to that is, I think if the shoe was on the other side and shit, like if all the best boxers from back in the day were from Britain, like I think like over there in Britain, it'd be like the boxing would be that's where boxing would all the eyes would be at, right?
Yeah,
Because
okay.
like all
Let
the
me
best
make a
boxers.
fucking example for you, bro, Love and Eight, because you're losing me here. Did you remember Ricky Hatton wasn't one of the best pound
My
for
bad.
pound fighters? Remember Ricky Hatton?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Definitely.
Ricky Hatton wasn't that of a great fighter, but Ricky
Right,
Hatton was a good fighter. He was a good fighter.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Right?
Hell
But let me tell you something. Did you see how the fans used to support Ricky Hatton? Doesn't matter where you come from. It used to be all people from England, and Ricky Hatton used to have fans coming to America, supporting him, loving him and standing behind him. Even when he lost, they were still with
Right.
him. And when he even came back, they were still with him. Ricky Hatton
Yeah.
fans, he wasn't even a great fighter. He was a good fighter, but his fans were loyal.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, of course. The now okay, yeah. So like the traveling, do you feel like that also plays a part into how loyal the fans are? You know, like going from one continent to another. Do you feel like
we just come from a passionate side. Boxing is passionate for us. We support boxing from our heart. We keep our heart on our sleeve. So we support our fighters, man. They're our warriors.
Yeah, I want to try and lose you before
I don't see now. I understand the American culture more. I don't see the same thing for the Americans now. Now I understand the divide and conquer. Since I put this channel up, people have come and explained it better. That's just the way some of it is. It's like the Teofimo hate. Like I said, the Teofimo hate that comes from America. Whenever last time I checked, he's still American. The hate that comes to Errol Spence and Terence Crawford, they hate them in their own country. You get what I'm saying? So you guys have that kind of a culture thing. We don't have that shit where we're hating on our fighters. And on that note, let me go to Major Key. What do you think about that one, Major Key? Because you ain't been here for a while.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna be here for a lot longer either. So what was the question exactly?
Yeah, so I just said to you, are you not listening, bro? What happened to you, bro?
I'm listening, but you was you would change the subjects with Love 8. So I'm just trying to get the exact question. That's why I said
I just went straight to the hate that comes from America for their own fighters. I don't expect their love from them kind of fans for our fighters. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Well, I mean, but here's the thing, man. You get, no matter what country you come from, you got racism. But just over here, when it comes to the boxing scene itself, you know what I'm saying? It's a little more pronounced. So you know what I mean? Just like in certain areas, and just in certain areas, certain topics of discussion, you're gonna have a little more pronounced segregation. But when it comes to boxing, it's definitely evident. So I would say that you know, don't judge the whole country like that, because that's not the way that the whole country is. But yes, you will have segregation like what you see with the YouTube channels. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have some people pushing a certain narrative. You're gonna have other people pushing a different narrative. You know what I mean? And you know, and some people just like not even talking about the extremes, but kind of keeping it down the line in the middle. You know, so you just got to find those channels and support those channels.
No, look, all I said is, right, as a fan coming from a different side of the country, different part of the world, when I look inside and I see these American fans which hate on their own fighters being American, you kind of realize, right, that you're not going to get that fan base for your own fighters from England, from that America, because there's a divide in that situation between the fans for the fighters in America. There's that hate. They hate back and forth between the same fighters which fight for the same flag. The American flag's the same flag, right? It's not divided in half, but the hate is on fighters.
But it's okay. But you know, in that instance, though, Rapstar, it's not that. It's not so. In that instance, I don't feel like it's so bad to hate. And what I mean by that is, okay, they're the same culture, same color, same kind, or whatever you want to say. Which You know, we're people. We're all the same color, same culture. But anyway, look, so they're same color, same culture, same kind and shit, right? Going against each other basically over boxers. So in a sense, they're like they're loyal. Their loyalty is to the boxer. You know what I mean? So it's to the boxer. So it's about boxing. And don't get me wrong, they start like really liking the boxer and loving the boxer, maybe for the wrong reasons, right? Maybe it's a racial reason. A lot of times it might be a racial reason, or whatever it is. But regardless, they're loving the boxer and they're arguing with other people about other boxers. You know what I'm saying? So really, at the end of the day, it's just a bunch of motherfuckers arguing about boxing and shit. And then there's like race and stuff thrown in there, and which is good because that'll be solved out too and hashed out too. You know, so long as people are talking about it. You know, so I don't feel like it's too much of a bad thing. You know, but I'm trying to.
It's used as a selling
Oh,
point.
definitely. There's definitely parts for that. Oh yeah. But that's with every that's definitely true with the media, most definitely. But I'm talking about with us. I'm talking about with like the community and shit. Like it's really what it is, man. Like you become loyal to a boxer and shit. So you start following that boxer, and as soon as another person, like disrespects your boxer, you want to attack that person and shit, right? So then now you guys are talking shit amongst each other. So like I said, so over here in America, it's so easier also because it's so bigger and shit. So many boxers from so many different parts of America. You got South, you got the East, you got the West, you got the North, you got so many motherfuckers, man. So it's a lot easier to be like, oh, that's your boxer, man. That boxer ain't shit. Like and seriously, like it won't even come down to color, man. It'll be like, oh no, it'll be a white dude going for a black boxer up north. If he's from up north, it doesn't matter that the boxer is a white dude, like the opposition, right? It don't matter if the opposition is a white dude. He'll still root for the black dude because he's from the north. Same thing from the south. Like a black dude will go for a white dude because he's from the south. Like at the end of the day, it's really about where you're kind of from. So that's the reason why we beef with each other and shit about boxers and shit like that, because it's like more like you get personal. You start getting personal and shit like that. But I guarantee you though, man, if no American can beat a British boxer, any fucking American, he could be, he can be a fucking transgender American now in the bush. But any American, you know what I'm saying? And people will rally around him. Like, hell yeah, come on, you got to go over there and beat Fury, man. Come the fuck on, man. He could be mixed with 17 different races, man. You know what I mean? So. Yeah, so people, it's like I said, it's a big ass country, and it's like just a lot of like personal fighting, and it don't fucking help that you got the fucking media with all this race shit. Well, then people get insecure and want to easily, you're attacking me over race, man, So then you start fucking beefing over that dumb shit. But really, at the end of the day, it's still over boxing, though. Nobody lets it get out of hand, which is good. Nobody should, and I don't think nobody would, because I think that a lot of the boxing minds, at the end of the day, the good ones, like like yourself and like Major Key, like a lot of ones, man, they're intelligent enough to know that they ain't gonna go try to shoot a motherfucker, really, really like end a motherfucker's life over boxing and shit. So I mean, it's another vent and it's another way to vent too. I feel like too, man. It's good. It's good. The YTBC is good, man.
Okay,
Yeah.
so for look, everyone's got divided opinions, bro.
Yeah,
And
Shelton,
I'm just gonna
you
say
can
this,
jump
yeah,
in.
let
Oh,
me
my
tell
bad.
you this right now. As I'm online right now, I'm gonna send the link one more time. That's it.
All right. While
I'm
you
gonna
do
send the
that,
link one
I'm
more
gonna
time.
jump in. And then after Shelton, I want to jump in too.
No, that's DJ Saddam.
Oh, my bad. I thought Shelton was here earlier.
Shelton was. I don't know what happened to him. He dropped off.
All
So I'm
right.
gonna
You
send the
just
link.
what's up, man?
I'm gonna send the link, and if somebody disagrees or they feel like I'm being a little bit over the top because I come from a British culture, or I'm a boxing fan who's got a passion that I want to see this fight. This fight's a huge fight for everybody around the world. It's a global event. It's a bigger event. And after the Deontay Wilder lost and all the shenanigans and after what happened, you can blame the contracts. You can do what the fuck you guys want. But those contracts were between both parties, and you got to blame both parties. So Deontay Wilder has to take as much blame as the Tyson Fury camp and people. But on that note, I've sent that link one more time. If people got a disagreement and they got an issue with what I think and how I see it, then you got more than welcome to come in and cook.
Hey,
But
DJ,
yeah.
sit down. Can I just make a quick point real quick, and then you could cook, bro? Because I don't know how much longer I'm gonna
Hey,
be here.
bro, go ahead, bro, go ahead.
So mine was to piggyback, and I didn't want to forget it. That's why I want to interject, because it's also a matter of you got to understand that with the coaches, over here in the United States, you have different personality types. You know what I'm saying? Like you have you know, people that are liked and people that are hated. You know what I'm saying? Like, for example, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people disliked Adrian Broner, but a lot of people liked, you know, Andre Ward, for example. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just the way that they carry themselves as well. You know what I'm saying? Depending on their style, right? You know, so, some people feel like, you know, a lot of people didn't like certain boxers. They felt like they were divas, you know what I'm saying? And then other people feel like, oh, you know, this is a fair boxer, you know what I'm saying? You know, a lot of people like, for example, Sean Porter, you know what I mean? And you know, but then he's not even like undefeated. But then some people hate Terrence Crawford, you know. So it's like it just depends on what the different people from the different regions over here feel about those particular fighters as well. So we got to take that into consideration. You know what I'm saying? We could talk about the macro level. You know what I'm saying? Where it's just the whole United States, but it's really not, because everything happens around the world. Is just you have to understand the United States, and I think that's the kind of like the basis of your question, because you don't understand what goes on over here, right? But we do over here, right? So then at the end of the day, so then we got to start looking at it from a micro level. You know what I'm saying? What are the little nuances? What are the little differences that people have, and why people act differently towards different fighters? You feel me?
And I'm so appreciated that I've got people like you from America, which have educated me today and gave me a bit more of a broader and a wider perspective. And that's why I did the show. I need to cook to understand what's the differences first. Now I get to the base of the differences, because different states, they live in different certain ways. States, they support their own people more. So like and that's where maybe the dividance sometimes comes from. But what I'm saying is, where the shit gets all hectic and toxic, and the shit gets to the point where we were started with the show, that this calling boxers pussies, bitches by races, and you know, making boxers, talking about boxers and letting a show cook about not having respect for these boxers and give them all the kind of names like tomato cans, trash. That kind of shit is where it leads to, and that's where the shit gets too far for me, bro.
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? That's just me, bro. Is that just me, or is that just how you, or do you guys feel the same?
I agree 1,000,000%, man. I always did. I agree. I always did too, man. Like that bum shit. I used to always sit there and try to like make up fucking words on something that sounds a lot stronger and more respectable, because they really shit, man. Without like the boxers out there, the journeymen, all you know, I like to call them road warriors. So, you know, because I mean, I always feel like they're on the road, right? They're never getting a decision and shit. They're never at home fucking team advantage. So no, seriously. So yeah, I've always hated that bum shit, man. That shit ain't cool at all.
Yeah, man, I'm a fall back, bro. I'm a fall back, bro. Shout out to the chat, shout out to the panel. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna listen while I eat and all that. But
I won't be here long either, because I've sent the link. If anybody wants to cook, I'll take all the smoke. If you guys are out there, I know what channels you are. I know what subscribers you kind of guys are. I know how much you're hating on boxers. There's a link for you guys. You guys don't need to be scared of no keyboard warrior. Come for the smoke. Come tell me why you guys think about boxers like that. Explain to me that culture. Let me get educated that why you got so much hate for the game of boxing and the fighters.
Hey, Rapstar.
Yeah.
If you need to understand the kind of hate, I was just going through the chat a little bit.
Yeah.
There's this guy, for example, who is saying that I'm sick of this shit. These UK people and Muslims are yapping and complaining about America. So you see, and he has a Spanish name. So
which guy was that?
I think it's like Ernesto Rodriguez or something like that. Yes, yeah, that's his name.
This one?
Yes.
Yeah. So you see, he's trying to attack us, but essentially he's proving the point. We are trying to talk about how Americans hate on other Americans, and the guy is calling me Muslim as if that's a bad thing, as if that's an insult, right? As if that makes me un-American.
Yeah, definitely. That ain't right, Ernesto. Come on. Don't be a fucking fool.
No. I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining.
No, definitely not. I know you seem like a very wise, like I said, you seem like a wise man, man. You know better. I know for sure.
How Americans hate on other Americans. You see, he heard something that he didn't like, and suddenly it became an ethnic issue, a religious issue, a nationalistic issue. That's it.
Right.
That's the tribalism I'm talking about.
Mhm.
Right. Hey, we got someone
sure.
else in the building, bro. What's happening, bro?
Yo, Rap Star, what's good?
It's all good, man. We're just chilling out here, man. We just cooking some stuff. What you saying, bro?
Oh man, just getting in here, man. I know that you had the topic here in reference to, Fury versus Joshua. So it was just about, getting the thing finalized, man.
Yeah, bro. I mean, we're so excited,
Yeah.
bro, because we've gone through a situation in the last 16, 14 months, right? It's been kind of like a lot of people gone through depression. A lot of things in the world has happened. England's been shut down, up and down. So there hasn't been much to look forward to and be happy about. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and
And this
we're
is
starting
bringing
to.
everything to the table for us. Like, this is a big event for us. For us to have the
Yep.
undisputed fight, bro, it's like a big thing. And we're hoping that this can be a big thing for you guys out there. How do you feel about it?
I mean, my thing is, as someone who follows boxing, who covers boxing, just to have a 4-belt undisputed heavyweight champion, that's, history in the making. So, I'm definitely looking forward to it. But
Let's
we
do Harrison
have
and
some,
Jeremy out.
fans. We have some fans here over in the U.S. that either don't want to see it or not interested in it, or they still feel like Fury is going to face Deontay Wilder, which I really don't see because there's not really good logistics for that fight to happen at this particular point. Had like a video just about hours ago with someone discussing like they're still going through arbitration. I'm like, well, you don't necessarily go through that particular process and then have certain people go forward and report on a fight between Fury and Anthony Joshua. Like that, you don't go ahead and do something like that if you're still under, some type of a arbitration or court proceedings or anything like that. Like something already had to have been made, a decision would have had to been made. Otherwise, everybody that's involved with it would have stepped forward and said, hold on, y'all can't talk about Fury and Joshua if this is still going on, which they haven't. That's on one side. Okay. On the other side is that even if there was something going on with Wilder and Fury, you still haven't heard anything from Deontay Wilder that says that there is anything close to a fight being or a fight happening. And this is like going towards, those that side with Wilder. And I've said this, I said, look, we've gone through months where ever since he lost to Tyson Fury, everything has like kind of gone down as far as Wilder's camp has been concerned. Like there's been blame thrown around, excuses or explanations. You've had, trainers be dropped, and there's been no update as to, okay, who's going to be his new chief second or his new, trainer. Nothing yet. And I've heard nothing when it comes to what's going on around their camp in Alabama. I like just being straight up, I haven't. So if you have that going on, but both Fury and Joshua are in camp right now, then how is it that there could still be a potential third fight between Fury and Deontay Wilder, and that it would be next? I just don't see it. That's just me.
Yeah, so you think that this loads of energy that these guys are building in different parts of wherever they're doing it is just a waste of energy because Wilder is in a different place right now, moving on anyway?
Yeah, I just feel like he's in a different place. It's a different situation than, and I bring this up with Andy Ruiz Jr. Andy Ruiz Jr. dropped his head trainer, after losing to Anthony Joshua. Picked up a new trainer, there in Eddie Reynoso. And we see that he's there. He's in camp. He's showing everything that's been going on in camp, way before they even formally announced that he was facing Chris Arreola. So if that's the case, then why isn't the same going on with Deontay Wilder, with JD's? There's another, guy that they're putting up as the chief second. Then why hasn't, JD's or anybody else that's representing Deontay Wilder said anything about it? And to have them be that secretive doesn't. I just don't see them being that secretive. I just don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why there's a bit of a dividence between, you know, like I'm glad I done this show today because I don't feel like because it's an all British fight is why there's not that much passion for the fight from other sides of the world. I mean, in America only, it's just that little minority of people. But I kind of understand now that Deontay Wilder is not ready anyway for no fight. He wasn't ready for no trilogy. And it just seems like they're holding on to something and just going with it. And because they're angry about how the situation ended up and probably just pushing it forward towards just not being, you know what I mean, just using it as their kind of bait, if you ask me. But I just understand the culture a bit more better as well. Why that I'm not getting that much support for Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua. But how do you feel about that fight, the Boxing Source? The biggest undisputed fight for 4 belts. Are you guys excited where you guys are in boxing?
I mean, I am. I mean, I've said that, you know, the way that these two guys have kind of like proven themselves in the heavyweight division, and given the history that they have with each other, that it would be, you know, probably one of the better heavyweight fights that we've seen in the past 25 to 30 years. Like, it's going to be, you know, back towards, you know, the days of Bo and Holyfield and Tyson, and, you know, you had Michael Moore and Lennox Lewis and George Foreman and Tommy Morrison, where you had like a lot of fights that were very good, you know, but we haven't really had much of that in the heavyweight division outside of what, Joshua and Klitschko. I mean, you might be able to name a few in the heavyweight division, but, you know, nothing like that stands out like a Joshua and Klitschko, which was named Fight of the Year in 2017. But, you know, that's the thing about it is, like, they have so much history with each other, you know, being in sparring matches with each other, comparing themselves as they were coming up as professionals, that, you know, this is something that they built themselves up to get to. And this kind of like shows, like, whoever comes out of this is shown as the best heavyweight, even though Tyson Fury said no, if Joshua wins, he's not the best heavyweight, which doesn't make sense because Joshua has the better resume out of everybody in the division. But hey, it's neither here nor there. But hey, I just feel like it's, you know, a fight that people should be, you know, excited about, because it would define the winner as the heavyweight champion of the world without question.
Yeah, and look, at the end of the day, right, maybe we come from a passionate side of the world. We are very passionate about boxing. We're passionate about the sport. The other thing I would love to touch you about, because DJ Saddam gave me his answers, Loving 8 gave me his answers on this, was that we see the hate and the dividends in America, which, you know, Loving 8 made a good point. America's such a big country. And we've understood the culture now since I've, you know what I mean, gone live a few times. And I understand now that each state has a different culture in America. It feels like each state is its own little country. I know it's one country, but every state seems to have this resemblance that they are about their state. And now I understand that the dividends comes from also divided. So I gotta respect that part of the culture before I know why there's so much dividends, right? So I'm glad they shared that with me. But why so much hate on another fighter in today's generation fans that we never used to hear about? With Thomas Hitman Hearns came from another state, Sugar Ray Leonard came from another state. There was not that much hate for these guys which came from America. But all of a sudden, Terence Crawford and Errol Spence are 2 of the most hated fighters in America sometimes. All you hear is about the hate coming from America, the Boxing Source, for Terence Crawford and Errol Spence. But it's a kind of a toxic hate. The fans of today, this is how they speak about, and I've got all the channels. If I have to edit the videos, I'll put them up. but it's like, oh, he's a bitch. He's trash. He ain't shit. He's a duck. These kind of names, that the way they talk about boxers today, right, is not in the generation of boxing where I've been brought up with. What do you think about that?
I don't like.
I want to ask Boxing Source,
If I can,
and then I'm going to go Troy, and then we go round again. What do you think about that, Boxing Source?
I mean, I don't understand it. One thing, there is like more support as far as like those within the area or someone's area. So they will, back someone if they're coming from the area or near that area. But as far as like how they go against another fighter, like I don't like. I guess it's coming from this millennial era or something like that. Maybe someone else can explain it or something, because it's like more people are not looking at the overall business of the sport. And so, with that being said, they don't kind of like grasp the reason why some things happen and other things don't. But yeah, I think that's kind of like all across the board. It's not just, within the sport of boxing. It's like, sports in general or entertainment in general. So I kind of like goes for the same thing.
So let me get to Troy Graham. How you doing, Troy?
Wonderful. Got some sleep. How's everybody doing?
Hey, I really appreciate Boxing Source coming in and giving me some of that knowledge, and DJ Saddam, Loving 8. We've had other people here. But Troy, the hate that I see for the fighters in today's generation and the way they talk about the boxers, I don't know, man. Maybe it's because I'm not sure, but the way they talk and downplay these boxers, like they're trash, he's a bitch, he's a duck, he ain't shit. This kind of words constantly used on boxers in today's generation. These guys would never even say this kind of thing to their face, and have never stepped in the ring. But there's a consistency of a bad mouth talking to boxers nowadays. How do you feel about that?
Well, that's math. What's up, Boxing Source? It's that's some simple math, but it's basically is a two-part thing. One, real fans are fed up that the fighters are more smoke than fire. They always huff and puff about fighting, and when it comes down to it, you A side, B side, and yada, 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 right? And then the flip side to that is that when you have boxers that are saying things like, this one's ducking me and I should be the A side, and he's ducking me because he don't want no smoke, and blah, 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 blah. Their fans are going to step in and say the same thing. So it's just a combination of two things. You have real fans who are just really fed up with the sport. And they're like, I'm sick of this. Okay, I think you said it to me one time that I was real fed up when we had a off-air conversation, right? So you were like, yeah, you sound sometimes like you're really fed up with boxing. And I'm like, yeah, I am sometimes. And yeah, I definitely have been, because I'm sick of seeing all these great fights get talked about, but then they fall to the wayside for some of the stupidest reasons in the world. It isn't like anybody got injured or anything like that. It all falls to the wayside because of politics and money. And that turns someone like me off, who's just a real purist in the sport and passionate about the sport. Then you have those who are just casuals, like people like to say, and they come in and they feed off what their favorite boxer says. If he's talking real negative, then they're going to feed off that and build off that. And it's just that simple.
Hey, Shelton, I'm going to go around with you as well, Shelton. The language that we use with boxers today and the language of the generation of how they treat their boxers and, the warriors that we have in the sport. What do you think about this generation of the way that they, have no damn respect for these fighters?
Who was that to?
To you, my brother, Shelton. To you, bro.
Well, you got to remember this also. This is something that we haven't touched on yet. We're in the age of the internet and we're in the age of YouTube channels and all this. You got to remember, back in the day, the 80s, the 90s, we didn't have all this. So you didn't hear about a fight until it was either announced on the news or you read about it in the paper. All this other shit that we got going on now probably went on back then, but you never heard about it because the negotiators did the negotiating and the fighters did the fighting. Plus, there wasn't all this information out there. Well, they sent this contract and he turned this down, and Errol Spence says this, and Bud says that. You would have never heard that 20 years ago because there wasn't no platform to get that information out. You hear what I'm saying? Because America has always been divided like this. It's just now all the divides and all the problems in America are right in your face because everything is online. Everything, you can see it. Information is instant. You see what I'm saying? That's the thing. That's another thing that we didn't look at.
Yeah, I got you. So what you're saying is the reason why we see more toxic shit in our face is because years ago in your time, there was no social media.
Was none. You'd have none of this shit. You never used to see
all this as much before.
Nah, you talked about boxing at the barbershop. You talked about it amongst your homeboys. You saw fights. You knew a fight was coming when it was announced on the sports news at 11 o'clock, or you read it in the paper. Mm-hmm. That's the only way you knew fights were coming. Now,
but somebody said in the chat, somebody just said to you're talking that Shelton, it's okay for a boxer to call another boxer a bum, but it shouldn't be the channels and the people who host media, though.
That's true in a sense, but it's not okay for another boxer to call the boxer a bum. No man that dedicates himself to this sport and laces up the gloves and sacrifices and disciplines himself and makes weight and does all the training, even if he's got to lose a record, shouldn't be called a bum because he's doing something that most of us can't do. So how you gonna call that man a bum if you can't do what that man's doing?
Most of us, that a good number of us won't do. This is something that their lives are on the line. You know, whether they're 30-0 or they're 1-53, they're in there to put their lives on the line just to entertain people. So can't really call them bums, man.
Yeah, that shouldn't be used. That word should never be used.
Hey, Troy,
Yeah,
can I ask you?
can't see how a
You've
boxing
been around a
works,
lot of fighters, Troy. Did you always used to hear fighters calling other fighters bums? Is that a common thing?
Well, you know what? If that came from another fighter, and they was about to fight another fighter, you take it as a grain of salt. You take it as them just trying to hype up the fighter. Just trying to,
of course, of course.
Right. That's self-promotion. In most cases, when another fighter says that, it's really because that's the way they feel about the other fighter, and they just trying to push the fight. Now, if a fan constantly says that, you know what? No one's gonna take him any seriously. They're just gonna tell him the truth. If you wanna, if he's such a bum, why don't you get in there with him? And since he can't do nothing, and he a bum and he this, he that, shut your mouth and show him prove.
Yeah,
and that ends that argument, right?
Either that,
my favorite fighter,
that dude that squared up with Aaron Donald.
Oh yeah, that's true. My favorite fighter, right? One of my first memories of boxing is this. Henry Cooper is nothing to me. If that big bum goes more than 5 rounds, I'll lead the country for 30 days, and that's final.
Yeah. Ali said to Frazier, if you whoop me, I'll walk across the ring on my hands and knees, tell you that you the greatest, and take the next jet out of the country, right? And this is a true story. After the first fight, he goes over to Frazier, and Frazier's like, man, you ain't got to crawl or nothing, man. You all right. We put on a hell of a fight. And then they both went to the hospital.
So can I ask you a question? I don't know. I don't want to piss off anybody. And you know, I want to say hello to Lisa. I want to say hello to Johnny Prince in the chat. We've had some people just come and join us. Lisa, there's a link there. I know you're very passionate about boxing. So look, this isn't. I want to ask this: how would it have felt in today's world, Troy Graham, if we saw 100 channels every week making videos just because they don't like Joe Frazier and they don't like Muhammad Ali, but these were our own brothers and sisters. Do you get what I'm saying, Troy?
Mm-hmm.
I just want you to remember what's happening to Errol and Crawford. I just want you to think of this, right?
You know,
how would it feel in today's world if media channels were calling these guys bums? And they are our own brothers and sisters, they're our own people. I just would like to know, how would it look?
I wanna interject if I can.
Okay, go ahead.
You know, Ali.
How would it look?
Sorry, Troy. Ali now is of course a global hero, right? And he is also a national hero in the United States. But maybe up until 1996, in those opening ceremonies of the Olympics, when he carried the torch and looked as a frail old man who was very ill and who could barely speak, Ali was not widely liked, appreciated, and loved in this country as he currently is. So let's not fool ourselves. If social media was alive and well in Ali's day, he would have so many haters.
No, but I'm saying, Saddam, you're missing the point. No, where you're missing the point.
Even his own brothers turned
his own people, bro. His own people.
Ali was hated by his own people in his time. He was hated.
Let me answer the question you asked me.
A lot of black people, a lot of people like Joe Louis turned against him initially. So let's not fool ourselves. I'm not gonna paint a rosy picture just because I hate the intensity of this hate currently in the social media climate. I'm not saying it's not worse now, because Errol Spence or Bob Crawford or any other boxer has not really taken the sort of radical stances, political moves, and influential statements that Ali had made. You know, all boxers move just fine within the sport. I respect them all, but none of them really took the kinds of risks for their conscience that Ali did. So I really don't understand why they are getting so much hate, because they're just trying to operate within the sport in ways that we might appreciate, we can criticize, but that doesn't, I don't understand why that has to go down to name calling. I just don't get it.
Okay.
Lisa, how are you, Lisa? Welcome.
Hey. Hi.
Hey, Lisa.
Hi,
Let me step in here. Let me step in here and answer the question that Rapstar asked me. It's hate sells. Hate sells, man. You know, it's sensationalism. That's what sells on any and every level, and that's why you see so much of it. I personally think it's an overused word, but it works and it sells when you hear about, you know, okay, you might see a post about, let's say, your favorite boxer. Let's say it could be Crawford. Oh, Crawford's a bum and he's ducking this smoke with Spence. You automatically gonna click on that post because you know it got your attention. Or if you hear like, wow, did this fool, he, you know, blah blah blah. Hate sells, man, and that's just why you see so much of it. It doesn't take someone who has a brilliant mind in the sport or someone who's trying to make a point to just talk about hate. It really doesn't. They're just trying to sell you some wolf tickets, man, and build up their podcast and all that. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Lisa,
What's up, Lisa?
do you think in today's world, the same thing would have happened to the Joe Fraziers, the George Foremans, the Alis, maybe, or even the Chavez seniors? That this kind of hate we see in social media because we never had it before. We never had social media.
Yeah. So you're saying if they were around today?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably they will be subjected to so much over being overly scrutinized and just the the evolution of just technology and everything. And I think some of these guys today go through too much because I love that about you, Rap Star, and Punch as well, and any other content creator that has, you guys have a pet peeve about people who call fighters bums. And I'm the same way. It doesn't matter. You could be a journeyman, a gatekeeper, a legend, a contender, a prospect, amateur, whatever. You put your life on the line when you go in that ring, so you're not a bum.
I appreciate your I appreciate you for saying that, because in today's generation, just like I think the Troy explained, this social media wasn't there, so it wasn't constantly in your ear. There wasn't these thousands of emails and Facebook and constant, where negativity, like if you talk bad about Errol Spence, it just doesn't leak from one place. It goes all over the world for about thousands of places. You see what I mean, Lisa?
Yeah.
Like you could have your phone, you switch on something, and then you can see something being bad spoken about an Errol Spence, a Terence Crawford, a Teofimo Lopez, even any other boxers. I'm just saying, like, you can see stuff. And it's media channels that today have the right, with the freedom of speech that we have today. Muhammad Ali must have been so special, because he never had freedom of speech at that time, but his speech was way more powerful than all these guys together today.
Well, you got to remember, Rap, that the times were different. We were in the civil rights movement when Ali was the man. That's when we still couldn't vote. When he won the heavyweight championship of the world, black people still couldn't vote. You still couldn't eat certain places. You still couldn't stay certain places. You still couldn't.
That's true.
All that stuff was different,
That's
man.
true today too.
All that stuff was different. So you got to, and like my man was saying, Ali was hated.
Yeah.
All the way through most of his career, because they said he was a draft dodger, he was a Muslim, he was anti-American. They hated Ali. He didn't start getting love until the end of his career and after he retired. His whole career, he was hated.
Now, see, I remember. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Lisa.
I was a little girl. I remember Ali, but maybe I'm looking at it from the lens of a little girl and not looking at it from the lens of an adult woman. Not understanding all of the things that you're saying now, Shelton, because I just saw everybody loved him. But I have to come at little girls' lens because I didn't know what was going on around the world.
And the thing was, Lisa, we loved him. His people loved him because he stood up for us. The black Americans fell in love with Ali when he told people, why would I go 10,000 miles to fight and kill other people when I'm not even free in my own country? Why would I stand up for the United States over there? You won't stand up for me right here.
Yeah.
My oppressor is not over there. You my oppressor.
That was powerful, right? When he said, "Ain't no Viet Cong called me the N-word."
Yeah. Viet Cong ain't never called me nigga. You do. So that's when black people went to Ali, because he was speaking for us. He was saying things that we couldn't say.
Yeah, I got
you. You know what I'm saying? He was the epitome in my generation when we was coming up. He was the epitome of our black manhood. Was Muhammad Ali? That's what you wanted to be.
See, I don't remember him then. I wouldn't have known him back then. I remember him in the 70s more, but I was,
Right,
young. I was very
right,
young.
right.
I just know
And
what I
that's
know
what it,
from history.
go,
Yeah,
yeah, and that's what we loved about Ali. We nevertheless that he was the best that ever did it. It was what he stood for, and he was standing on his square, and he wasn't moving off his square no matter what they threw at him.
But do you
He
think
said it when he,
they took all
huh?
that shit? Ali took all that turn, and he took all that hate for the people to be a bit more united today, right? I mean, you would have expected
He
that the
wasn't
boxing
thinking about the
community,
people, rap star. He
huh?
wasn't thinking about the people. He was doing what he felt was right, and he wanted his people to be uplifted. That was his goal. He didn't care about none of that other stuff. He did what he felt was right, what he believed. He stood up for what he believed in, and whatever came with that, he was willing to take whatever they had for him.
Yep.
And he lost everything. He lost his title. He lost his money. He lost
yeah.
everything.
Lost everything.
But
But
you know what?
Freedom too.
You know what? When you transition to another, another spiritual realm, whatever you choose to believe, his services said a lot about him. His funeral,
Yes,
and so it told me that people loved him. I mean, you know what I'm trying to say? Like
yeah,
he
because he
impacted.
didn't talk about it. He didn't talk about it. He was about it. You know what I'm saying? He
Right.
wasn't talking about it. He was about it.
yeah, yep, for sure. But going on off of one of Sheldon's points, but before that, shout out to D Calico. That's my boy out there, man. D Calico out in Tampa, man. Like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, that's my boy out there, man. Yeah, so shout out to him. But Sheldon, you were
Texas.
talking about the whole thing with this social media. Like on the real, like social media at this particular level is only like 10 years old. At the
Right,
most 20, but like 10
right.
years old. So imagine even from the 90s, like the stories from the 90s being in social media, blown up in social media. Like,
Oh man, Sugar Ray would have got
like come on,
crucified.
like
Sugar Ray would
Douglas's
have got
win
crucified.
over Tyson.
Oh
Imagine,
man.
imagine that.
Oh
Or
man.
even past that, like the whole thing with Bo and Lewis, and Lewis eventually losing to getting knocked out by Oliver McCall, shooting down
Oh
that Lewis
man.
bullfight.
Oh
Like,
man.
yo, like,
It would have been awful. It would have been
like
awful.
you could even think about stuff in the late 90s and early 2000s from heavyweights or anything out there in the sport of boxing that could have been blown up by social media, or something like how Zab Judah lost to Kosa Zoo. Like how
Yeah.
would Judah, deal with that if that was like blown up all over social media? Like that's
Right. Just think
crazy.
about this one. Think about this one. Think about if everybody had known that Pernell Whitaker was smoking crack half of his career.
Ooh, oh
Nobody knew that.
man. They would
Nobody knew that till way
they would have
after.
never lived it down. Never.
They would that's way after he was retired that shit came out with the
Yeah.
advent of social media. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That's what I'm saying, Rap Star. Everything is in your face now. So you know these fighters' lives, you know they
Yeah.
got horses, you know, baby mamas, you know how many kids they got. We didn't know that shit in the 70s and the 80s. All we
Yeah.
knew was what we saw in the newspaper and what was on TV. That's all we knew.
No, but if
Ebony
you
But
and
so there
Jet
was less of it.
magazine.
Sorry, there was less. Go ahead.
Yeah.
There was
no,
less
I
of
was
it in
gonna
your
say that
face.
if you okay, yeah, because I was gonna say if you really follow the sport, and went to the gyms and stuff, it was always someone in the gym that was in the know and knew something. Because I knew about Purnell's drug thing, I knew about Ray's drug issue, I knew that Simon Brown handled Ray in sparring when he was training for Hagler and all that. I knew all of that, man. I knew
Right,
about
right.
Tyson and Oliver McCall. You know, Oliver McCall was giving Tyson the business and sparring and all that.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you was in the circle. But I'm saying for regular fans like us, like a rap star, like a DJ Saddam, if you're not in the gym around those people, you don't know none of that shit. You don't know none of that.
So I think I want to go back to that question. In today's world, if there was some kind of a way to see the TV stations or the the YouTubes of the world, it would have looked very disgusting if they were talking bad about Ali all the time like they do about boxers today. Does that make sense?
Of course. Plus, you got to know the times was different. Things that are acceptable now was not acceptable in 1972.
That's very true. That's a very, very good point.
You know what I'm saying?
How you feeling, Jed Cole?
What's going on, Rapstar, my bro? What's up, Saddam, Troy, Shelton, Boxing Sauce? What's up, my sister Lisa? What's going on? How's going? Good.
Hey,
Jed Cole. Jed Kyle, what's up, baby?
What's going on?
So, Jed Cole, you coming from Australia, right? Like, you know the way we are. I know you know about the British culture. Like, we're so passionate about our boxers. You know, as a Brits, boxing's our second sport in the world. We're very passionate about our warriors. We even respect our journeymen. You know, look, British are like that. And British don't tolerate this kind of bums, trash, tomato cans. I mean, that kind of shit doesn't go well unless you're a boxer, Jed Cole.
Yeah.
How's it in Australia? Do you guys have a divide and conquer and hate between boxers out there? Do people have that kind of a culture where they hate each other's boxers and make channels about it or make media about it? Do you have that kind of issue over there?
I mean, not really, because the sport isn't as big here as it would be in the UK or even USA. But I'd say it probably isn't as respect. I think UK fans are the best in the world when it comes to respect and understanding the sport. I think we can all agree on that. The UK fans are the best, or if not up there as the closest. You know.
No, they're the best. They're the most passionate. They're the most passionate by far.
I agree. I just didn't want to, in case someone else come with some other country, you know what I mean, that I didn't know about. Someone saying Uzbekistan or something are the best. I didn't want to. But yeah, UK are the best, it seems. So, but yeah, I'd say it wouldn't be as bad as America. America seems real bad. I mean, the hate. It seems to be hating on fighters is more. That seems to be even more the way than praising fighters. I mean, that's just how it seems to be at a lot of the time over there. It's really hard to get credit, in America. It seems to be a lot of, or if you do get credit, they'll tear you down eventually. They're waiting for you to fail. That's what it seems a lot of it is in the USA boxing circle.
Okay, so in Australia, you guys don't get that kind of stuff where, so another thing then, as you know, in today's climax and in today's world that we live in, you see constant media channels which have a freedom of speech that just like, I'm glad that I think it was Shelton telling me that in the 70s and the 60s, those channels wouldn't get away with probably having those kind of stations. That, you see these media channels calling boxers trash, tomato cans, bums. Now, if they're not boxers, should they be allowed? Do you think that? What do you think about that kind of stuff?
No, they should be allowed to say it because I believe everyone should be out, but we shouldn't pay attention to it. Everyone should just realise that they're clowns and not even give them attention. Just let them be like a crazy guy in the street screaming things out. Just don't even pay them no mind. They're clowns that don't know the sport and they don't bring anything to the sport. So people shouldn't even give them any value to what they say. That's just how I feel about it.
Okay, but in Australia, do you get that a lot? Like boxers call, like you hear a lot of fans or any kind of contents out there that say your boxers are trash, your tomato cans, you duck, you ain't, you know what I mean, you bum, you know what I mean, all that stuff. Do you hear that stuff?
Yes, sometimes. Like I said, not as bad as America though. Not as bad as probably USA. The boxing scene there, not as bad, but not more than Britain though. To Britain is like I said, probably the most respectful and knowledgeable fan base, I'd say.
Okay, we got L Dog in the building. We got D Calico. What up, bro?
What's up, L Dog, my bro? What's up,
what's up, everyone, man? D Calico, DJ Saddam, Troy, Shelton, Lisa, TBS Jid. What's up, Rapstar?
Hey, fellas, what's happening?
Hey, I just want to say this, Rapstar, real quick on this topic, bro. Boxing fans in New Zealand, the ones who are there, are just as toxic as American ones. I wouldn't say they're boxing fans, but when Joseph Parker lost to Anthony Joshua, right? It was a pretty lackluster fight, but it wasn't like he got smashed. But as soon as he lost to Joshua, a lot of people said he was a bum and that he was never that good anyway. And, just completely threw him under the bus. And it's like, well, hold on a second. He lost to the best heavyweight around right now, Olympic gold medalist, unified champion, undefeated fighter. And it's not like he got knocked out. He didn't even get knocked down. He actually won a couple rounds in that fight. It was an 8-4 type of fight for Joshua. And I was thinking, but a lot of people just, as soon as he lost, they said he was a bum. I think this whole Mayweather undefeated bullshit has to do with it, though.
Yo, Rap, stop.
No, I think he went to the bathroom, bro.
And even in America, they say, like, a lot of people, they say Parker's a bum, bro, but we got to keep it real.
Okay,
Parker...
so you're educating me, L-Dog. You're saying the New Zealand culture doesn't have that respect for boxing either, like some of the American culture. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and even in mixed martial arts, when Israel Adesanya lost to Jan, a lot of people said he was a bum. But with Joseph Parker, when it comes to boxing, man, they really did him dirty. That they threw him under the bus. They said he was trash. They said that, a lot of people said, oh, he was never that good anyway. And it's like, oh, come on, guys. Like, he lost to Joshua and Dillian White, and that White fight was controversial. Like, he only lost to 2 top heavyweights, and the dude is still young.
Yeah, a lot of that.
Hey, Rap, stop.
Yeah, D Calico, let's go to you, and then I'm gonna go to Punch Drunk. What are you saying, D Calico? How you feeling tonight?
Man, like I think a lot of people being hypocrites, man. Cause
just say it. Just say how you feel, bro. I mean, this is an open panel. That's why I'll send the link. This is an open panel. Just say how you feel.
Watch this, bro. Cause everybody on here I done heard everybody on here say that Deontay Wilder fought nothing but bums, man.
That's not true. That's not true.
Yeah, I done heard all y'all
say that, G.
Not me. Not true, G.
I'll take it.
Hold up. D Calico, did you hear me say that?
Everybody except for Lisa has said it.
Hey, D Calico, I'll take it a step further.
I never.
D Calico, I'll take it a step further and I'll say Wilder is a bum.
See, exactly. So that means that all.
Yeah, but D Calico's proving a point that some people like you, L-Dog, don't have that respect as well. He's just trying to say that. But D Calico, you have never heard Rap Star boxing knowledge ever in any one of my channels, D. I'm telling you, my brother, if you can find any channel of mine or anything, I have been sticking up for boxers since the day I've ever started. I took a lot of shit from all the channels in the beginning when they were calling boxers bums and tomato cans. So please, D Calico, you have, unless you're calling someone out on this panel, please mention the names that you say that called boxers bums. Because it ain't me. It ain't me.
Well, I ain't gonna lie. That's not Rap Star's thing. Like, Rap Star probably loves every boxer. You know what I mean? But y'all know good. Major Key, man, all y'all know y'all be hating on my boy, man. Everybody he's ever fought. Everybody he's ever fought, y'all say he was a goddamn bum.
It kept it real about
You're wrong, brother.
The truth about
You're wrong.
Hey, now guess what? Now, hey, I'm gonna be honest. Like I said, I'm gonna repeat myself. Everybody Tyson Fury.
Lying.
No, watch this. Tyson Fury fights bums. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to y'all. See, watch this. If you're not illustrious, then you are lackluster.
Okay, let's go to Punch. Let's go to Punch because you made a claim, and then we're gonna go back to you, D. You gotta get Punch. What do you think about that? He says that he's seen you guys call boxers bums. So why are you being I mean, not you, but he's saying that that's what the people are. I think he's claiming everyone, right?
He said everyone
is claiming me, but
don't know if Punch can hear him, but
on that
let me
one
let
though.
me let me tell the brother something. Sorry, what's your name again? The Muhammad Ali picture.
Hey, is this the 60-year-old guy?
Hold on. Just give me one sec. The DC. Okay, now I can see your name.
Hey,
Okay.
is this the old man Slugger Sam?
Yeah. Just hear me out though, DC. Hear me out. So L Dog wants to call Deontay Wilder a bum of boxers, right? L Dog, you're a bum of fans. You're a tomato can when it comes to fans. You're a bum when it comes to fans. You're a loser. Special. But you're common. That's what you are. You're common. You're a
So
bum.
let me go
L Dog.
round.
You're a
Let me go
bum.
round. Punch. What do you think about this? Media channels, people calling boxers bums, tomato cans, trash. It's accepted in today's culture for some people. It's accepted in boxing culture. How do you feel about that?
Man, I've been saying that for day one, so I don't know. I don't even know why. I don't even know who he's charging. He said everybody on the panel. It's well documented. I don't call nobody bums. So, I feel like that they don't have respect for the fighters. That's all. I understand that there's a terminology when it comes to, fighters themselves calling each other bums. They're the one that's risking their lives. But when somebody is calling them a bum or whatever derogatory names, like pussy and all that shit, I think that is wrong. In my opinion, is wrong, disingenuous, and they don't understand the fight. They don't understand fighters. That's what I feel.
So what should we call a washed up fighter?
Deontay Wilder.
A warrior.
Exactly that, man. A washed up fighter. Like there are fighters I call bums, man. Like, I'll just do it. It's part of boxing culture. I mean,
but why
bum
not
is a
call-
term.
Why let the other fighters that are risking their lives call each other bums? Why the person outside is calling them a bum when you know the seriousness of what they have to go through? No, but you know what? Let me answer you real quick, Punch. You know what the problem is? It ain't even about calling somebody a bum or not. It's the elites that are on a pedestal that if nobody is like Errol Spence or nobody's like Tyson Fury, if you're not on that level, these boxing fans, they just call you a bum. Either you're going to be Tyson Fury or you're a bum. So it's really the elite setting a pedestal. That's kind of really the problem we got. I'm not saying don't be great, but it's because we want to see greatness that anything lower than that is considered a bum. But that's just me.
I agree.
That's just me. That's just me. No, I'm with you, Punch.
Losers.
You know what? Let me
Hey,
tell
that's a
you
problem,
something.
bro. Because people call all kinds of fighters bums. Like, people call Golovkin bum Lovkin. They call him a bum. They call fucking Loma a bum. They call very good fighters a bum. The fighters I really call a bum are guys like Eric Molina. Okay, guys who get in the ring and as soon as they get hit, they start looking for a way out and they
You
quit.
know what? You know what?
Like those
L-Dog?
guys, I think I have every right to call them a bum because if they're putting on a bum performance, they're a journeyman like Rodney Hernandez, who I won't call a bum. I'll call him a journeyman because that's what he is. He travels to fight prospects, but that guy goes out there every time and fights his fucking ass off.
But L-Dog, you know what somebody can tell you, and I agree with Punch 100%. 100%. But you know what I could say to you is before June 1st, 2019, a lot of people called Andy Ruiz a bum. And then what happened that night? Right? So I you know what I'm saying? Like you call somebody a bum and then look what happens.
To be fair though, Sam, I'm not saying that Andy Ruiz was never a bum, but he never did take the sport fully serious. So I still think he did deserve some critique. When a fighter doesn't give it.
Oh yeah, he let his whole country down, man.
No.
He let his whole country down. Look,
No.
he sold himself as the first Mexican heavyweight champion, which he was, and then he goes and disgraces his country by coming in totally out of shape.
Well,
Man,
but you know what he did? Massively, his country didn't believe in him going into the Anthony Joshua fight. That was in New York. There was not a Mexican fan base really going for Andy Ruiz.
Facts.
He was out there fighting by himself. It wasn't like your traditional Marquez fan base or your Canelo fan base out there. There was no fan base for Andy Ruiz. They came after the win, and then all of a sudden, this is Mexican star. Nah, he had no support in New York City, Madison Square Garden. That was a full house of Brits.
You gotta earn support, though, man. You gotta earn the support of your country.
But you know what, Moonshine? He probably would have had better support if it was like in Staples Center or some shit like that up in L.A.
Yeah.
Nah, there's a lot of Mexicans out here too. There's a lot of Mexicans out here.
Oh, come on, Punch! Don't front. I know what it is in New York. It's Dominicans and Puerto Ricans. Don't front, man.
Hey, but
Mexicans everywhere in the U.S.
Decal, let me just be
Golden Corral Arena. You probably would have had a better chance.
Calico, I got a question for you, Calico, I got a question for you. Imagine in today's climax that the fans are what you're saying they are. Imagine if the fans are saying what you're saying, and you saw Muhammad Ali on these YouTube channels, and his own brothers, it's the own motherfucking brotherhood, it's our own people which are shitting on Errol Spence, D Calico. You seen it? You seen how many people shit on Errol Spence in America? That's his own people. You seen them doing that to Terence Crawford? That's their own people, bro. So let me ask you, how would you feel if Muhammad Ali every day was on YouTube getting fucking slandered? Because we never had that in that time. Now answer, do you think it's okay to call Muhammad Ali a bum because you have an open freedom of speech and it's not the 60s anymore? And nowadays you could have media channels and you can say those kind of things. Is that okay, D Calico?
Hey man, I'm just a casual fan, man. You know, so hey, we use phrases like bums. If I would not pay to see a pay-per-view match between one of those boxers, because one of them probably gonna be good. It's always one good fighter. But if the other one is a nobody, and he fights like a schmuck, he ain't, he's not entertaining, then he is officially a bum. If you have losses after losses after losses on your record, you have become.
But that's not the question, D Calico. These days they're calling elite fighters bums every day. These days, these kind of people are calling the fighters which have achieved everything. Now let me ask you something. Who's your favorite fighter today, D?
You can say Errol Spence.
Are you from Texas?
No.
Okay, so you got Errol Spence. Now imagine every day there's channels and there's people never give Errol Spence his credit. He a bitch. He a bum. He a fucking dumb bitch in Texas. That motherfucker ducking all the time. He a pussy. That's all I keep hearing about Errol Spence. How do you feel about that, bro? Every fucking day, channels are talking about Errol Spence like he's a pussy. How do you feel about that?
That's what Terence Crawford fans do every day about Errol Spence. I don't feel no type of way. I just feel like they stupid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's how I feel. That's how I feel.
I'm
sorry. That's how I feel when people call fighters a bum. I feel like they're stupid.
Nah, them fighters are bum. Tyson Fury fought number bums. Except for Klitschko and Wilder.
That's facts. Fury.
He's all right now, bum.
Fury has fought. Nah, hold on. The only non-bum Fury fought was Klitschko. The rest of them, since his comeback, he's fought nothing but bums.
Well, I'm going to say this, L-Dog. I'm going to say this to you, L-Dog, and I'm going to say this to D Calico. Today, I opened a panel for these conversations. Normally, you guys are knowledgeable brothers. I've chopped it up with you. But both of you know that you can't call boxers bum on my channel. But today, I want to learn from you guys. I just want to learn. Today, I'm going to give you an open opportunity to teach us why do you think it's okay for these warriors
to be
called I had to say something.
Hey, Rapstar, at least we know my boy D Calico ain't buying that Ruiz versus Arreola pay-per-view.
Nah, I ain't buying that crap. I know Arreola.
No, but I want to learn from them, the boxing source. I want to learn from D Calico and from L-Dog. Why do they think that boxers being bum is a part of boxing culture? I want to know. I want to learn from these guys.
Listen, man, Rapstar, the way I look at it is
Rapstar, I pay for animals to be slaughtered for my taste buds, man. I think calling someone a bum is the least biggest moral concern of mine. It's not the biggest moral concern of mine. Like, people do worse things every day than calling a fighter a bum.
Okay, so I get it, Eldon. You don't come from that fraternity or understanding of the boxing culture which respects the fighters. Understand that what happened to Patrick Day. Understand what happened to Gerald McKellen. Understand what happened to Michael Watson. Understand what's happened to the Warriors, who are badder than me, you, and everybody on this panel. But they took one punch too many, bro. They took one punch too many, bro. And you still want to go about that situation. I get it. I just want to learn from you. D Calico.
Well, I mean, this kind of like
let me ask D Calico now the question, bro. D, you think this bum culture for boxing is okay if you're not a good boxer? I understand. Look, that's your opinion. Look, that's your opinion, bro. I get you. Imagine this. Imagine that low boxer was your son. You gotta call him a bum. Are you gonna call that guy? Everybody in that fucking ring is your son, and everybody's gonna call him a bum. How you gonna feel about that?
He'll respect it.
Hey, I ain't got no choice but to swallow that pill.
Hey, I had to ask D Calico something.
And I'm gonna step in after you, Lisa. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, not ask, but see, the thing is when you become a public figure, right? And it's with any public figure. And I know that these athletes and actors or whatever, even politicians, they understand what they signed up for. So I'm not an overly critical person for the most part. They're under scrutiny. They're going to be scrutinized. They're going to be criticized. It comes with the territory, unfortunately. So the fighters are going to, the fan bases are going to go at each other, or, it just comes. It's just like even politics. You follow this party, you follow that one. The registered voters are going, it's just part of it. And it is unfortunate, but you have to individually, if you decide that's not who I am, that's not what I want to partake in as far as the back and forth, because you don't have to be nasty at the end of the day, but like these fighters are under scrutiny, so we can't like form a Beyonce's. I mean, you got some people like Beyonce's Beehive. That's a perfect example. She has her Beehive is her fans, right? And if you say something about her, those bees come at you and they sting, they swarm at you. That's the same thing with these fighters, they're gonna be under scrutiny, they're gonna be critiqued, criticized, etc.
So it comes with the job. It comes with the job, Lisa.
Because they're figures. Because the president, they're public figures, and that's a part of it. You know what they sign up for.
So let me step in now. You know what? You could criticize anybody about their opinion on things, but you can't tell them, you can't tell somebody that you shouldn't have this and that opinion, because you could go back as far as you like in boxing. Joe Louis had what? He had a bum of the month club, didn't he? I didn't hear nobody telling him not to say that.
Facts.
Right?
Yeah, that's what it's called.
So you can call a fight a bum all you want. That's your opinion, but you're gonna take some criticism for it, and you just deal with it. I don't. What I heard you doing, Rap Stars, you made it personal when you said, if that was your son, if that was this and that. That's completely different. That's getting That's taking it out of line, getting real personal. Now, of course, you're gonna get affected by that. But if you're just a fan and you're passionate about this sport, you just you're just talking, you call a fighter a bum, it really don't mean anything.
Troy,
it really doesn't mean anything.
Troy, let me ask you this though. That's a great point. That's a great point.
That's a separation of fans.
Hear me out, Punch. Hear me out. Just give me 1 sec. So I agree with you, Troy, but let me take you back to when I used to go boxing, right? Now, when I'm hitting the bag at the youth center, and I'm hitting the bag and I'm training, and the other cats are playing basketball. Now, if they're walking back, they walk past the boxing gym and they never box, and they just look. They're like, "Yo, that guy's a bum," but they never put on any gloves and they never want to spar. I'm just saying, do you think they can call me a bum, or do you think they got to put on the gloves before they can do that? What do you think of that?
That's on you at that point. If you wanna take them to task and all that, and tell them to come prove how much of a bum you are, then you go ahead and do that. That's on you.
No, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. I think sometimes people, it's like they are like internet warriors, and they just go around calling people bums, and I don't like that, man. I don't like internet thugs doing that.
But I've got a question for Troy. Troy, that means you're saying to me, Troy. No, Troy, you're saying today's climax in today's environment. You've seen there's media channels opening their channels and getting subscribers, getting super chats from calling boxers bums, calling this. So let me ask you this: if Muhammad Ali today had 7 channels open and they were calling him trash and bum, and people were sending money, how would it look, Troy? How the fuck would it look?
It would look the same. Honestly, it's the same thing. It's just dressed up a little different. Ali, when you talk about Ali, you got to understand, he was loved by those who saw the truth in him. And yes, he was loved by some of those who look like him. Just because, we have the same skin, don't make us the same kin. Don't get that confused that all black people like them. That's an absolute lie. That's absolutely a lie right there, right?
What do you mean? There's racism within black people, you're saying?
It's listen to me.
It's called skin folk, ancient kinfolk.
Yes, listen, but in every culture, yeah. But in every culture, you have racism inside that culture, and then you have the outdoor issue. But let me finish about Ali. The only difference between what went down then and now is that it's broadcast more. Back then, it wasn't broadcast. It wasn't broadcast that much until they broadcast putting fire hoses on people and showing the pain and the hatred. That's when the world stepped in and say, "Wait, what the hell are y'all doing to black people? Hosing them, shooting damn fire hydrant, hoses at them and all that." That's when that was brought to the world. But nowadays, if you do anything in a split second, it goes out to the world, and you can look like the worst person in the world. Period. That's just how it is. Because nowadays it's real fast. You understand me?
Hey,
that's the only difference.
Just real quick, man.
You don't have no place to hide today.
Slugger Sam says, about internet warriors and all that, call fighters bums. Like, bro, I used to be an amateur boxer, man. And I'm going to be honest, if I turned professional, I would have been a total fucking bum. I would have got my ass whooped by journeyman.
To be fair, I've heard L-Dog say this. I've heard him say I was a boxer and I was a bum.
No, but look, if L-Dog is actually willing to fight the people he calls bums, I could be like, all right, that's cool. I'm not talking about L-Dog. I'm talking about complete internet warriors. They wear glasses. You know what I'm saying? Skinny, 110 pound soaking wet white boys. That's the guys I'm talking about.
Hey, hold on, bro. What does it have to do with being white?
Yeah,
it's got everything.
Hey, hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. What about those low life black dudes who hate on Golovkin? They hate on Loma. They call them a bum.
I'm just gonna keep it real. Hold on. Oh, hear me out, Trey. I'm gonna be honest. I've never seen a black nerd in my life.
Bro, what does it have to be with being a nerd?
Panel with a bunch of black nerds, but let me. You on a panel with a bunch of black nerds, but
let me tell you something, man. When God built black people, when God built black people, He made them all have. He made them all have style, man. When He built black people, every black person.
Okay, good, man. Go on mute now. Go on mute. Go ahead and go on mute now, man. Thank you very much. Shut the hell up.
But you're not talking about all of that because I'm black and I don't appreciate.
Yeah.
No, Lisa. I'm not insulting. I'm just being honest. I've really never seen a black nerd. That's why I was telling him a white boy.
But why do you even got to talk all about that?
Hey, Slugger, I was in gifted class since 3rd grade. and I'm pretty sure you ain't never left regular classes. Like you was in the average class. Man.
You can't take a hint, man. I'm trying to save you from digging yourself a grave. Just mute yourself and be quiet, man. I'm trying to save you for what I was going to say to L-Dog.
All right, go ahead. I'm listening, man. I'm listening.
I got some video, man. Of you getting beat up by Girl Scouts when you were training to box, brother. I got some video of you.
Actually, I have a good story about sparring a female boxer as well, but I don't want to. I don't want to go into that one,
man. Learn from the lesson of slug and mute your damn self before you go.
Hey, come on, man. Quit bringing me up every damn second.
But I'm just saying it, man. Like, I'm gonna be honest, okay? Maybe I'm over exaggerating a bit, but if I went pro, I wouldn't have got close to a world title. The best I could have hoped for was padding my record and getting destroyed by a prospect. That was the best I could have done. But that doesn't stop me from enjoying the sport. I'm just saying, like, does that mean I can or I can't call a fighter a bum? Because I have sparred guys who, in all honesty, would probably be considered bums by most fans, but they whoop my ass.
Yeah. Hey,
so you're
but you know what my
You
problem
could jump
is?
in here
Look,
anytime,
my problem is,
Rapstar.
no, but
You could
look,
jump
where I
in,
come
yeah.
from. Let me just say this: where I come from, just like what Jed Cole knows, there's a rule of conduct. When even if you was a journeyman, L-Dog, you would get a certain level of respect from the mankind of a manhood, because we need you guys in the. Let me tell you why we need you guys in the sport. Without the journeyman, we can't help the younger guys come up in the rankings. So funny enough, it's a cultural thing, L-Dog. Let me tell you what it is. This is a cultural thing. I think as a British cultural, we don't accept it. But in New Zealand, you told me in New Zealand, it's different. In America, I've just been taught, in America, this is a bit different. Boxing is, like Lisa says, it comes with the territory. Right?
Hey, Rapstar, we got a lot of different sports down here. You feel me? We got so many sports that you got to realize in every sport there's bums.
Yeah, but to D Calico, you guys sound like casuals. Like a casual fan. Let me tell you what a casual fan is. A fan who doesn't respect the boundaries and the foundation of the sport. That's just the vocabulary we use for casuals. Now, I don't know what it is over there. I'm just saying, right, that it just seems to me in today's world, there's not just L-Dog and D Calico. There's a lot of people like that. There's loads of people like that.
Hey, Rapstar, you gotta have this conversation before anybody. You gotta have this conversation with Tyson Fury himself, because I'm just imitating him. This man invented the word bums. You know what I mean? Like he calls every fucking body a bum. This guy's a bum. That guy.
He's
so
a
you
fighter.
gotta have this
He's a
conversation
fighter, bro.
with
He's
Tyson
a great champion of the world.
Bro, that's how boxers talk, man.
Hey, Tyson Fury is from where you're from.
Decal, go to a
Deontay
boxing
Wilder, knocked out that dude Spilka at the Barclays Center. Tyson Fury stepped in the ring and said, "I'll beat you in your own backyard. You're a bum. You're a bum."
Yeah, but he did it. He did it. That's
But guess what?
I'll baptize you.
Go to a boxing gym, man. That's how fighters talk, man. That's how people in the gym talk. It's a masculine environment. They talk shit. They get in the ring and they fight, man. That's how that's just shit talking is part of boxing culture, man.
Absolutely, but Rapstar,
Tyson Fury.
Man, I think we lost our way here, Rapstar, man. I think we lost our way. What is actually the conversation and the point? Is it fans calling fighters bums, or is it hating boxing? 'Cause I think we lost.
It's not fans, bro. You guys are going to the wrong place here. This is not about L-Dog and D Calico. This is about a whole bunch of media today has an open voice, and they are openly, the media channels and the hosts are entertaining this shit, Troy. This is what's building.
That's what the social media is.
Go ahead, Jed Cole. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that's what the social media is. This is what the internet is at this stage. It's give everyone a voice. They can say whatever they want. Words are used more loosely now. Words would have repercussions sometime years ago, because if you said something in person, you have to back up what you say, but you don't now. So the internet, this is just the nature of the beast. People can say whatever they want online, and they feel safely saying and disrespecting anyone. That's just how it is, and it's not going to change. It's just going to get.
Yeah, Yeah, I think with this thing here with social media and how things are opened up more now, a lot more now when it comes to covering the sport of boxing, that you can see those, I guess, media outlets, so to speak, quote unquote, that could make those particular statements about fighters and things like that and still be able to get fight credentials or, credentials to go to these fights. And from your standpoint, Rapstar, is that they should be able to respect every single fighter that steps in the ring, but it's not necessarily like that. And I kind of feel what you're saying in that point, but at the same token, like, people have kind of like used that term all across the board in every era when it comes to the sport of boxing. So it's not like something that we could, necessarily stop, but it's something that I guess we could try to, curb a little bit, especially when it comes to the boxing media arena, because as a media person, you really shouldn't be stating that about any fighter.
Right.
What do you think
Look at
about
Emmanuel
some questions?
Augustus. He gave Emmanuel Augustus was a great not gatekeeper. He was a
Journeyman?
roadman.
Didn't he win a
Journeyman.
world title at one point?
No, he never won a world title. But he
But
fought.
he gave Floyd. Floyd said he gave him one of his toughest fights. So
Yeah, actually,
his
his
style was actually robbed of a lot of. So,
Lisa, go ahead.
Drunken master. He was a real good fighter.
Yeah.
Did Lisa cut off or something? I couldn't hear it.
No, man, no. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, he's a prime example of a great journeyman that even though he had a lot of losses, but he didn't have full training camps. He would take fights on 2 days' notice or 1 day. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But Lisa, another problem he had was he kept going up and down and way too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He just kept switching because he moved up in that the little classes, right? Super featherweight and all that. But he's got like the craziest record of all time: 38 wins, 34 losses.
Yeah.
38 wins, 34 losses.
I can't call someone like that a bum because they go and they fight, all right? But there are some guys who I will call a bum, like Eric Molina. Every time I see that guy fight, he fucking cowers and tries to quit. That's what he does, man. He doesn't give the fans a good fight. But there are journeymen like Rodney Hernandez who go out there swinging, man. They know they've only got a puncher's chance, so they go out there swinging, and I respect that because it makes it interesting. But these journeymen who are there just to lay over and pretty much quit and collect their paycheck, I can't respect that. You should at least have a will to win.
Yeah, but they do have the will to win. Why are you saying they're going out there and they're not wanting to win? I don't understand that.
Bro, go look at Eric Molina's last fight. The dude got hit and he was instantly turning his back, cowering away, etc.
Yeah, I mean,
there are people that are out there like that that'll do that.
Hey, we got somebody else in the building. Let's keep cooking, Slugger Sam. We got Shadow Ghost. How you feeling, Shadow Ghost?
What's up, Shadow Ghost?
Hey, what's good, man? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, man.
Hey,
What's good?
Shadow. We
What's
missed
good,
you,
Shadow?
man. Where have
Hey,
you been?
nah, I've been on, like, I haven't been on as much, but like I was on I was talking to Punch the other day. I was talking to Rapstar the other day too.
Welcome back, man.
Hey, that's a good one, Mr. Popo. Avni Yildirim. Yeah, I would call him a bum because he didn't even go out swinging, man. He put on
Okay,
a
so
bum
let me go
performance.
round, yeah, because this is the only time I'm gonna have this discussion. Because after today, if anybody calls any boxer that on my channel, L Dog already knows that don't happen on my channel.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
today,
yeah.
because it's the topic, I have to.
What are you
entertain
guys
this
talking
topic.
about?
I have to
What's going on?
understand. Shadow Ghost, how do you feel about that in today's world?
I
in the
don't
media
even know
channels,
what you're.
I'm gonna explain to you. In the media channels today, a lot of people have got a lot of channels which call boxers pussies, bums, bitches, ducks. It seems to be part of the culture, some people think. How do you feel about these channels? Like, imagine if it was Muhammad Ali and those guys in today's time, and every day there'll be channels which don't respect what they do because they don't relate with that guy. I mean, on a consistent basis, how do you feel about that?
Well, I don't call any man that steps in the ring a bum, bro. That's crazy. I make, like, for instance, like, um like sometimes people play around and they'll say, like, Crawford's fighting cab drivers, you know what I mean? But we all know that those guys ain't cab drivers. And that's the other thing too. That's so funny because when people look at people's resumes, right? And people try to question another man's resume, I even said the same thing. I even said a lot of times people criticize even somebody like Deontay Wilder, right? And they might say, hey, well, look, he doesn't, look at his he doesn't box. He doesn't have really that much of a jab or something like that. And I would say, yeah. I understand. He could have perfected his craft a little bit more. But when I look at it, right, these are guys that do this for a living. Guys that do this for a living, and he's knocking these guys out. So I give any man that steps in the ring, any man that risks his life, any man that goes in there, bro, I don't call them a bum, bro, because I guarantee you that even the weakest of the opposition would knock my ass out. So me sitting there calling them a bum is ridiculous. And on top of the fact that this is a sport that is entertaining me, something that I love and I've been watching since I was a kid. Like a lot of these dudes, like even some of the fighters that I would consider mediocre, I still like. There's things about them that I like. There's it might not be the best of things. They might it might just be their heart. It might just be a certain punch or maybe just the way they move their feet or something like that. But yeah, I think it's highly disrespectful to even call people a bum. I saw people was calling because Conor Ben stopped what's his name in 90 seconds. They trying to call him a bum. I'm like, come on, bro. This is disrespectful. So now you're not gonna give this guy credit now. Because you're gonna say that Virgil beat him, and Spence beat him, and they try to do the same thing when Spence beat Kell Brook, and it's like I understand a little bit when they say that, as far as like maybe he's not the same fighter, but to say he's a bum now, to say he's washed up, to say like I think people just take words kind of like, you know what I mean? And sometimes I've caught myself and I've said things like he's over the hill. Like I caught myself one time with that Gamboa thing. Remember when Haney fought Gamboa? Like I caught myself one time and I was like, whoa. Like Gamboa, bro, that's like, I remember when Gamboa went around the time he fought Crawford, like I still got to have that respect for him. I can't call him a bum. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Thanks for your views. Thanks for all the, all how you feel about that. So it's really like I think it's probably hard to say that the generation of boxing today, the majority fans are a bit more disrespectful. But if I ask Lisa, do you think over the years after Muhammad Ali to where we are today, the sport's watered down? You think the fans don't have that kind of a cultural respect to what we were before, or you think it's virtually the same?
No, I think people were talking maybe like that back then in the barber shops, and it just wasn't as in your face, or it wasn't on social media we didn't have that, but I mean I'm sure people could write letters to the editor, to Sports Illustrated, or things like that, or they could write into the newspaper, to the sports section. You know how you have the letters to the editor or whatever? If anybody, I hope somebody remember that. Am I that old?
I remember.
Yeah. So it was things like that. But the information just wasn't as accessible, like so readily accessible. Now today you can just go on Twitter, or go on the box's Twitter or Instagram or Facebook or et cetera, and have access to them, and then they go live, so you have real access to them. Like if they're live and they're talking, you can type in, when they go on Instagram live or whatever. So it is a little bit different today. So, but I do think that do I think there's more respect? I think it's probably less. You're right.
Okay, now the
Okay,
only thing
because of the wide social media and how negative news, like I explained, negative news for Terence Crawford, if somebody puts it out, it hits maybe 1,000 people now. It goes around really fast around the world with the digital devices we have, with the social media, with the apps. Whereas before, if something happened, like Troy said, he knew about Mike Tyson. He knew some people in the boxing world knew that Oliver McCall was giving Mike Tyson that work. But if it had spread out, it would have gone way more faster than whatever it was now. Is that right, Troy? Today's news and gossip gets around so fast because of the negativity, whereas the boxers in the past, it used to be kept a bit quiet a bit more. Would you agree?
Yeah, that's the difference. But you can go on YouTube now and find Ali calling fighters bums and saying they, aren't they ugly and this and that. It's always been a part of the sport, man. It's just that nowadays, I think the fans are a bit more sensitive purposely because they tie themselves to one boxer and they really don't have any love for the sport itself. It's not anything let me explain something to you. There's nothing new in boxing. The only thing that's new in boxing right now is just the sensitivity of a bunch of freaking overzealous grown men who fall in love with another grown man. Oh, you can't say nothing about Wilder. You can't say nothing about Spence. You can't say nothing about Crawford. Yes, the hell I can. I can say whatever the hell I want. Now, if you want to take me to task for it, sure. I got to deal with that. But I can say whatever the hell I want. There's just too much sensitivity. I don't know about you, but I pee standing up. I don't, excuse me, but I pee standing up. I'll pee sitting down, so I shouldn't be that damn sensitive. It's a sport. That's a sport, man. Calm down.
Well, I think people, when they have a favorite fighter or singer or whatever, athlete, this is nothing new to me. People, they really love their fighters.
Lisa, the way you make it sound, right, is that this generation doesn't respect the Muhammad Alis of what they've gone through for the people. It's the way it seems to me is that this generation of the culture doesn't respect what these people have been through, what they stood up for making it easy for them. But the brothers are still coming at each
I
other.
didn't say that.
No, I'm saying that.
I'm
saying that.
Oh yeah. Well, I think well, Rap Star, you got to look at generation to generation to generation. You got to take the good with the bad. You got to look at the pros and the cons. Have respect dwindled? Yes, it has.
Okay, so I like learning from you guys. You're older than me. Has the respect gone out of the window? Is the respect not there?
Well, I'll tell you what. I've never, and maybe it was like this before. Maybe it was like you were saying, because of social media. Because social media, we hear and see everything. You know what I mean? And so, yeah. And as far as what Troy was saying, yeah, Ali called people bum. That's another fighter. A fighter calling another fighter a bum. Yeah, of course. And you could say, and another person, even if a fan calls a fighter a bum, that's their opinion, and every man has their own right to say whatever they want. But me, I've never until recently, until 3 years ago, maybe 3 or 4 years, I've never seen people where a group of people will dislike you if you say something about a certain boxer. Like a whole group will hate you. A whole group, or some of them will threaten you. Some of them, you know what I mean? It's like they riding for that boxer. Yeah, that I haven't encountered until the white, I guess the so-called YTBC type shit. But I don't know. Maybe it was around before this shit. I don't know.
No, but
Hey,
that's common for
where did
today.
Punch go? I just came back to the phone. Where did Punch go?
No, Punch been gone for a while, but that's common for today. You know, you have this.
No, it
You
just
have this.
came from.
Man, how
Right,
y'all
right. You
did
have this.
y'all avatars like that, y'all profile like that, Slugger or Shadow?
Right. Well, let me go ahead and finish. But that
I'll
whole
tell you in a
tribal
bit, Beast.
mentality
I'll
they
tell you
call
after
it. And
Corey's done.
hold on. You know, they call it tribal mentality and all that. But to be honest with you, that's just something common, like in this era, that you got a bunch of men that'll gang up on another one simply because they want to stand up for the, you know, the love they have for another fighter, but not the sport. And I'm gonna keep going back to that, is they don't take the time to love the sport. But Rapstar, you touched on something about you know, they don't have respect for what the fighters of the past did. You have fighters today, world champions or former world champions in some cases, who come out and say they don't really care about, you know, what the older ones did and all that, and they don't take into account that, you know, you could say that stuff now because someone sacrificed, and you know that's how your ass got to where you got to do. Because you know nobody in the sport today open any damn doors. You name me a fight that'll open any damn door for anybody. There isn't one. People talking about, okay, well this one is pro black. You full of pro black shit is what you full of. I don't see anybody being pro anything but pro money and pro self. And in most cases, that's just the truth about what's going on in the sport. It isn't just the fans. Fighters set how the fans feel. It's not vice versa. The fighters set that. Because you know, there's no fan base that wakes up and says, okay, well, he's a bum. How do they know? The fighters set that emotional level for them. It isn't vice versa.
Hey, my man wanted to know about the thing, man, because Slugger Sam had asked me too. Do you have a PC? The guy that wanted to know how to, I don't know your name. I don't know your name. The person I was asking, how do I do the profile?
Yeah, I got a PC.
Huh?
D Calico.
Oh, D Calico. Do you have are you using a PC?
No, I'm finna do it right now though.
Oh, okay. Well, when you go on with your PC, right?
Yeah.
And when you log on to, and when you're inside YouTube or whatever, and when you click on the link, you're gonna see the settings. You're gonna see the camera, the audio, the green screen, and when you go down to the green screen, you're gonna see 4 boxes, and there's gonna be an option for you to upload a picture, and you could just upload a picture of any kind, and then there's a fader button where you could just slide it off, and then you could just erase that picture, and then you could just upload another one. You could just you know what I'm saying? It's that simple.
Yeah, that's tight. I'm doing it right now.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Yep, no problem, man.
Yeah, it does look much better though, for sure. Yeah. So basically,
Yeah,
I think at the end of the day, it seems like from what Troy's saying, Lisa's saying, learning from the American culture as well, it just seems like the generation of today. Troy made a good point. The boxers have lost respect.
Yes.
We got to look at our athletes before we look at our fans, because our athletes are also not. You know, they're not. Some of them are not also, what's it called, following the right way or giving the right attitude towards the sport. So it kind of resembles on the fans. Do people agree with that, Slugger Sam? Do you agree with that, bro? That the boxers are also lost a bit of respect, and it kind of rubs off onto the fans?
You mean lost respect as far as with other boxers? Is that what you're asking?
Ask Troy.
Lost respect for the actual sport and how it became to be. Because when you can say that, you know, we're not into that old school shit and stuff like that. I don't need to run. I don't need to do the basics in boxing. That you just basically, to me, you're stupid. You don't love the sport. You just here to be here.
No, you know what? No, I understand that, Troy. Because I even I'd hear, is it Wilder? I think, who doesn't skip. There's a couple boxers who don't skip. I remember even at one time, James Toney was saying that all he did for training was sparring. That's it. He didn't do nothing else.
He actually ran too. But yeah, most of his cardio was done he was sparring like I don't know how many damn rounds in the ring. That's
He
why he
would
was so
do-
comfortable in the ring.
Yeah,
He was just
yeah,
sparring, and he was.
yes,
And when
sir.
I
Yeah,
say sparring, right, the first round he would fight one guy. Let's say he was a puncher. Next guy was a speedy fighter. Next guy was a southpaw. He was always he was sparring at different paces. It wasn't the same type of style or same fighter every round after round after round. He was doing a round robin. So
yeah.
that's where he got his cardio in.
Wow.
No, 100%. Yeah, no. Like if that's the question you're asking, I definitely agree, man. There's a lot of boxers, not a lot, but there is definitely a bunch of boxers that they don't
What?
appreciate the old school. And see, for me, it's funny. You know, I was telling you guys I was training the other day, and I'm not even a boxer. I'm just a guy messing around. But I was doing like the old school way, man. You know what I mean? Where you
But
hit the
that's a
bag,
great
then
point,
you do
Slugger Sam, that Troy came out with. He actually might have hit the nail on the head. And I want to go a punch drunk on this. Is it true, Punch, that the boxers have lost the respect of the sport, so it's rubbing off to the fans? I'm not thought of it too much like this, but Troy brought up this one, that the boxers are losing the respect. What do you think?
I don't. Yeah, what's up, Punch?
What's good, Shadow? I don't think so. I think boxers is a lonely sport. The boxers know it, and all boxers know that it's a humble sport. I think that boxers protect themselves because they know that they're always getting thrown under the bus. They're always getting treated like shit and compared to cement the legacy and greats. So when Floyd Mayweather, you know how he plays around with his pound for pound, and people like, oh, you heard what Floyd Mayweather said about this, about that. It's because you're trying to discredit him with fighters of the past. So he needs to act like he doesn't care, for some of the past fighters, so you can acknowledge him, and he needs to pump himself up, just like a lot of fighters need to pump themselves up. Yeah, they can say, yeah, I look up to these fighters, look up to these fighters, but they're using it, but fans use it to criticize today's fighters. That's why you hear a lot of boxing fans says, oh, it's not like back in days and all this crap, because you're just trying to discredit today's fighters. You're not trying to give the fighter their just due. You're not trying to understand the business model may have changed, or the networks may work a different way. These fighters don't get the dates like back in the day. You just put them on TV or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Probably just doesn't work like that anymore. So if I was a fighter today and you asked me about the past, right now, if I was active fighter, I'm the best ever. Okay, I understand about the past, but right now I'm the best ever.
Okay, I want to step in and follow up behind what Fun said. It isn't that, to me. Yeah, you might have some older cats that are bitter, but on a whole, if someone is telling you that things are not like they used to be in the day, they're trying to teach you a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You said something, Punch, while you were talking. You said the business model is not the same. Well, there you go. The business model. Boxing starts off as a sport, and then you go from there. As far as the business model, there are no business. Most of these cats that are boxing nowadays, they don't control anything. They are being controlled. The ones that came before them, you could pick out names and say that they were self-employed. They actually got it, that they are the business. Boxing's not the business. We the boxer are the business. But a lot of these cats nowadays, they don't get that. That's why you don't get a lot of fights made, and I think that's where the big divide is. There's a bunch of talk about fights, right? But the fights never happen. I could rattle off a bunch of fights that could have, should have, would have happened in the last 3 years or whatever, 5 years or whatever, but they never did. Whereas back in the day, most of the fights happened, but of course some of them fell to the wayside, but not as many as today. There's too much damn talk and not enough fight today, and that's where the bitterness comes in from people who are passionate about the sport and all that.
But I left a comment. Earlier that I feel the fans have to take accountability as well. In a sense, is that we talk so much shit, and now the shit talk is so much polarizing that now these fighters that they're all warriors. I don't believe that any fighter is really scared of any fighter, but they know that if they lose one time, that it's almost like a career threatening. Like fighters lose one time, and people saying that they're retired, that they should retire, they should fire their trainer. I don't think they have it anymore. Like it's
Who
gone to
set
the
that pace, Punch? Who
That
set that standard, Punch, for Floyd Mayweather? That was Floyd Mayweather who set that standard, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
what I mean is
No, he
fighters
didn't
are
set
gonna
that standard.
fighters are gonna talk like that. But we hardcore boxing fans should identify, you know, what's really real, what's realistic, what's promotional talk, what's all that stuff. Like the hardcore boxing fans have become more casual than the casuals. Like we don't understand that. Like we don't understand when Tyson Fury is actually promoting or not. Oh, he's a liar. He's promoting. Shut up. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't know shit now.
Let me ask you a question, Punch. Here, it's 2021, right? What is your definition of a hardcore boxing fan? You know, would you consider me one, or you know, what is your definition of what's a hardcore? No, hold on. Let me give you a few examples. Hold on, let me give you a few examples. Okay, someone like me, you know, would they be considered a hardcore boxing fan, or the fan over there that calls you a hater because you say you can't talk about A and B boxer, or the fan that strictly is focused on one boxer? So what in today's climate is a hardcore boxing fan to you, or just in general? Go ahead, Punch.
A hardcore boxing fan to me is one that gives the benefit of the doubt to the fighters, is trying to preserve boxing, is speaking highly for boxers and the sport, and you know that would, you know, that truly love the sport and always gonna stand up for their sport and their and the fighters. I think that's a hardcore boxer that follows it, that likes it, that's educated about the sport, that wants to be educated about the sport, that has is highly knowledgeable about the sport. That's a hardcore boxing fan to me.
Right, and I would like to add to that, Punch, that it's also, I noticed too, right, that after fights, right, so after any fight, depending on where you go, if you know, when you go to let's say you go to YouTube and you go to certain boxing channels, because you know, I try to watch everybody. I don't just stay in one certain group. I want to see what everyone's talking about the fight. You know what I mean? And it seems like depending on what boxer fought, they, instead of talking about it, you know, if that person won, you know what I mean? Instead of talking about the good performance that person put on, they're talking about who's gonna whip, you know, how bad he looked, or how bad the person that he beat was a bum, or how he would lose to one of their favorite fighters, instead of just giving the guy, like, you know what I mean, it was a good performance, it was a good night of boxing. You don't hear that. You hear, like, you know, tonight we saw how bad he would lose to this guy. You know what I mean? It's almost like, you're right, it's like, it's not uplifting. It's not. And that's how you know. And look, and that's not saying that the person is not knowledgeable, because to me, I think that it's a mixture, because a fan also, and that's where I agree with him on that. A fan has to be knowledgeable, you know, but just because you're knowledgeable doesn't mean that you're also uplifting. You know what I mean? So to me, a fan is knowledgeable, and that's where I agree. Like, it's also like it's not trying to hurt the sport in a way, because a fan is something that you love the sport. So why would you try to hurt it? You see what I'm saying?
But the funny thing
but
is, Shadow goes, some of these guys are knowledgeable. Some of these channels are knowledgeable. And the weird thing is, they actually are some of the knowledgeable guys who have that narrative of hate for boxers.
So you remember, Troy, when I said, I think it was on the comment, when I'm like, when I told you, like, I never hear you say anything positive. Remember?
You said I don't say anything positive about Wilder, man. You gotta
No.
narrow that down.
I'll for you. I said that before to you, but the comment that remember we were talking about. I'm gonna see you on Friday. Was that I said that I never hear you say anything positive. And
You
I
don't
said
listen
that
clearly
you're
enough.
smart enough. I said that you're smart enough and you know boxing. And I
Oh,
feel like
okay.
yes. So
That's when you went on your little thing. Okay, great. That's what you were saying. Oh, you know what, brother? You know what? I didn't get that part of your your little rant where you were doing that there. I didn't get that part of that, but because honestly, I can't justify your opinion of me. I can simply tell you that if you think that I don't say anything positive, hey, that's how you feel. It's not true, but that's just the way you feel.
No,
As
but
I stated before.
that's how I feel
Go
about.
ahead, Punch. Go ahead.
That's how I feel about. Okay, sir. Okay, let's say all right. Oh, I'm gonna give you an example. All right, my crew, like my friends. You know what I'm saying? You know, my regular friends, my circle. They don't watch boxing. They don't know shit about boxing. If they if I'm the person that they have, if there's something goes on the news and somebody, oh, hey, you heard that Ryan Garcia is gonna fight Manny Pacquiao, like they get those type of news. Yo, man, Conor McGregor, Jake Paul, they get those messages. So they'll contact me, right? I could understand when they're not educated, when they say dumb shit like they bums and all that. I don't hold them to know because they don't know shit about boxing, so they don't respect the boxers. I'm coming into this boxing community because I think of this boxing community is a hardcore boxing community. Like ain't nobody gonna stand like 3 o'clock in the morning talking about boxing. But then what I've noticed in my time in these airways or whatever y'all want to call it, is that I rather have conversations with the ones that don't know shit about boxing.
Why is that?
Because I feel like the hardcore boxing fans should be the ones that's knowledgeable. I'll give you another example. So when they say that Deontay Wilder is a bum, hasn't fought nobody, yeah, we're supposed to know what Deontay Wilder, as a hardcore boxing fan, then we're supposed to know his journey. Because in reality, Deontay Wilder is not supposed to be in the position that he's in. He's special enough to be in this position and to become a world champion and to be a 10 division, defend his title 10 times. He's not supposed to be regarded or at this level of Mike Tyson or Muhammad Ali. So
okay.
Our assessment of Wilder shouldn't be our assessment the way that we're gonna assess a guy that's groomed like a Muhammad Ali or groomed like a Mike Tyson and things of that nature. So our assessing a hardcore boxer would assess his journey different. He just wouldn't be like, oh, he's a bum and he hasn't fought nobody.
Okay, Punch. I don't know who's comparing Wilder to Ali, and I want to ask you about something. You said he shouldn't be where he is in the sport. Can you break that down for me? Now, what do you mean by that? What are you talking about? Huh?
You mean he defied the odds?
Yeah, he said he overcame.
No. But what odds did he defy? What odds did he defy? I'm trying to find out. What odds did he defy, baby?
He started boxing late in life.
Okay, but so did.
And also,
so did Joshua.
Troy,
Hold on. But so did Joshua.
No, because this is the point I was trying to make when I was speaking, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Because
go ahead.
Listen, if you are in a sport, bro, this is not something like like when Slugger Sam said, "Yo, I was training," but I don't do this. I don't. All right, man, go ahead.
Let me answer the question because it was direct. So let me finish with it. So I knew you was gonna say the same thing. Anthony Joshua started really. The difference between Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder.
I didn't finish my comment, but go ahead.
Deontay Wilder started boxing for one reason and one reason only. That was for his daughter. Anthony Joshua walked into the gym to be a real boxer and to have a career. Deontay Wilder's motive was to take care of his daughter. Thus, his progression and him to get better at it, he was working on the speed mode. He wanted money. He needed money. That's what he needed. So his road is way different than his journey from a different fighter. So a hardcore boxing fan will assess Wilder a different way from a person that don't know Wilder. A casual fan is gonna be like, oh, this guy Wilder's fighting on Saturday night with this guy. He don't know nothing about Wilder, but just what he did that ring or what he did before. Or hardcore boxing fans understand the journey. Why is this person is in the position he's at right now? They would know the storyline. We that's us. We're the hardcore boxing fan. We're the one that educate the casuals. But it seems like we can't even educate the casuals. The casuals is not hold on. The casuals now walk into the sport of boxing. Every time the casuals go to YouTube, they land into channels and platforms that say that boxers are whack, that boxers are dumb. I mean that they bums. That a guy like that has accomplishment like Deontay Wilder hasn't fought nobody. A guy that has accomplishment like Bud Crawford ain't fought nobody. Everybody hasn't fought nobody. They all bums and you know they all cab drivers, and that's what we hear. We're the casuals. We're the hardcore. We're supposed to preserve boxing. We don't. That's the problem. We're the educated ones. If we don't preserve boxing, and this is why boxers don't give a fuck little by little about the fans. Now they gotta preserve that fucking O. Because they have to save that because as soon as they lose, we are the one that trash them and throw them in the garbage. We're not acting like hardcore boxing fans. That's the problem. And there's passionate fans like I feel like myself that I walk into a situation where I'm thinking I'm walking and going to be in the panel or going to be in the channel with other hardcore boxing fans, and all I hear is it's okay to call other fighters fucking bums when it's fucking not.
Okay, Punch. Right, you can't right. Listen. You can't control what anybody says. That's just
fuck it. Then we kick them out. Then you're not a fucking. You're not a fucking fan. Get the fuck out of my fucking sport. That's why we got. That's where the hardcore fans.
Okay, listen.
We check them.
Listen, you
that's
like
my
a dictator,
point.
Man.
No.
You fuck
like, it. Fuck it. Because it's a life or death sport. It's a life or death sport. Okay. I walked into the boxing gym when my friend died of ring sparring. All right.
I get that.
I love this sport. If you don't love it, all I'm saying is, if you don't love this sport like I do, and you're in the same circle as I do, I'm gonna call it out. So it's not about me being a dictator. Is you gonna get this smoke if you don't preserve and respect the fighters? Now, when I'm not here, go call it. You won't hear me. Anybody that calls a fighter a bum.
Okay,
or if I have to fight them myself to prove to see they're really a bum, I will show them what's for a real bum.
Okay, now Punch.
You gotta so what I'm saying, people gotta understand. Hold on, I'm not finished. I'm on a roll. Hold on.
Yeah,
I'm on the road. No, I'm not on the wrong road. The thing is you're in a panel with a passionate boxing fan, and you have to live with it. You have to take the lick. You have to take the smoke. If you don't want this smoke, if you don't know what a passionate boxing fan is, then kick your ass out the panel. That's my point. That's my point.
You good now? Okay, now you finished. Okay. Are you good? You know, because I'm gonna step in here and you know.
I always been good. This ain't personal. Okay. This is a passionate boxing fan.
I got you. But eventually I'm gonna make my point. Now I get where your passion is coming from. I don't even want to touch on what happened to your friend. That's not me. That's not for me to say. That's something that's personal to you. So you know, I get where the root of your passion is. But what you got to understand is that you can't put you know your standards, you know, and your how you feel on how every fan should feel in boxing. My root and my passion in the sport comes from someplace else, right? But it sounds like you want to put your level of passion on every single other fan and say you need to feel like this. No, they don't. Everybody comes in with a different level, different, you know, expectations and so forth. We as fans have to deal with all type of emotions. And yes, there's fans like Shadow Star said that'll see a fight and then the guy wins and then they'll tear him down. But on the flip side to that is fans that'll cheer that guy. You know, it's two sides to every coin, Punch. I get your passion, I get the root of it, but you can't put all of your passion on somebody else, whether it's me or just fans in general, and say this is the way you're supposed to feel, because that's never gonna happen. It's not realistic. You don't
I'm not
understand me? You're
saying
gonna
I'm
be
not.
angry.
No,
That's
I'm
what
not.
it sounds like to me.
No, I'm not angry. I'm saying if you're gonna see the difference. If I'm in the panel, if I'm in the circle, if I'm in the table, and we're talking boxing, you're gonna know who's the boxing fan and who's the passionate one who really cares about the fighter. You don't have it. There's gonna be a difference. There's gonna be a difference. I'm just that guy. I'm not saying that nobody gotta think like me, but you gonna hear me. You gonna understand.
Yeah, but that's exactly what you're saying.
I'm a
I don't know
debunk it.
if you hear yourself. That's exactly what you're saying. You either feel this way or you're gonna get this smoke or
Yeah,
whatever. That's exactly what you're saying.
yeah.
Hey,
That's
Troy.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Troy, I just wanted hold on, punch. I just wanted to say one thing. I was gonna finish one thing. The only thing I was gonna say, Troy, look, I'm not me personally. I understand what you're saying as far as like when you say a person can feel however they want. The only point I was trying to make is as far as like boxing, like as Punch was saying, like a person can die. But I was gonna go off of what like even what Terrence Crawford said. Like he said it in his live. It was like a couple of months ago. He said, the dudes, people were in the comments and they were getting on him about the Spence fight and shit, and he said something like, well, it's kind of funny how fans are. He's like, people will get on Brady and Drew Brees if they throw like an incompletion, but yet these dudes can't even throw the ball past 30 or 40 yards. But he was just trying, and I understand what he's saying. So it's like me. That's why, like me, I guess I respect the sport. For me to be like, for me to say Wilder is a bum, and besides, like, for you to knock so many people out in a row in a professional sport, bro, I don't understand how that person is a bum. Do you see what I'm saying?
Listen, I hear you, Shadow Ghost, but you know what? Negativity and having various opinions is a part of life and is a part of any sport. You take the bitter with the sweet. That's just how it works out. You understand me? That's just how it works out. You can't have one without the other. You can't have light without dark. You can't. It just can't. That's just the reality of it. There's a bunch of things
Okay,
going on.
well,
in
let's go
sport.
around. Let's go around. Slugger Sam, let's go around with this, Troy. Slugger Sam, how do you feel? Punch drunk. He's passionate. I'm very passionate. Some of us people are very passionate about the sport. I don't want to tell personal things about the sport, what I've seen, which is the bad side, the dark side, the black side of the sport, where everybody don't understand it, what happens to the fighters behind the scenes. But you heard what Punch said, man. He lost a friend in sparring, bro. He said this sport is another level to me. I come from the passion of the sport. What do you think about that, Slugger Sam?
Punch drunk is the definition of the perfect fan. The guy is a fan of boxing for boxing and boxing only. He's here to watch it. He's here to appreciate it. He's got nothing negative to say about it, man. And that's why I've been supporting the brothers channel since I first came across it, right? So Punch Drunk is exactly what boxing needs. Now, again, if somebody, hear me out, man. If somebody ever calls a boxer a bum, it don't really bother me none, because I understand it's part of the sport. It's been part of the sport for a long time. It is what it is. But like I said, Punch is the perfect fan. He's exactly what boxing needs. He's really what people need, how people need to be towards boxing. People need to have that kind of passion. But however, I know Troy was making great points, but he said we can't really control how people act, right? Everybody's different. But I got nothing but respect for Punch's views, and I agree with him completely, man. And I'm not.
So you agree there should be a level of conduct when it comes to boxing?
Oh yeah. I'm like I'll put it to you this way. I'm like 95, 97% of how Punch is. Like, I really never have anything negative to say about any boxer. Never. You know what I'm saying? I like never. I don't see why I have anything negative to say about anybody. So Punch is right on, man. And yeah, sorry to hear about that, Punch. What happened?
Yo, D Calico, how do you feel about that? That some fans are different to you, bro. You're a casual. These fans blood. sweat and tears are in the sport. They've lost family members, maybe. Some people are in the sport. Some people got their children in the sport. Maybe my oldest son's in the sport. I mean, how do you feel about fans like that, D Calico? They don't appreciate that kind of talk. What do you think about that, bro? Yo, D, are you there? I think he's there, right? But his mic is fucked. Lisa, are you
He's
there?
taking his old man nap.
Yeah, Lisa, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
You would know.
Yeah, Lisa, what do you think about fans like me,
Oh!
Punch, very passionate fans whose kind of blood, sweat, and tears are in the boxing? They don't relate to L Dog and D Calico and all these kind of suggestions about the way that people speak about the sport. They can't relate with those people.
I mean, I feel like people are entitled to feel how they want to feel about the sport. As far as the fighters, as long as it's respectable, but I look at it at two sides. Like I said, I don't call fighters bums per se, but I don't call people bums. I'm not gonna call a man that's outside that may be homeless and sleeping in the streets in New York City. I'm not gonna call him. That's never been me, but that's just me personally. So that's just something I just don't do personally. I'm not perfect, of course, but I'll just say it's that's not me personally, but to be passionate about the sport, be concerned about people who have suffered severe injuries due to this sport, reaching out to them. I've heard Punch talk about that before, like the Pritchard Colognes and people, Gerald McClellan and people who have suffered really devastating injuries due to this sport, and and they need help, financially, because it's very expensive to take care, of them, and they don't. I don't know if boxing. I don't think boxing really have a pension plan,
I mean,
So
but we got to remember this, Lisa. Only a certain amount of percentage of fighters actually make enough money to live off of their wealth.
Right. But what I'm
right.
saying, I'm just tying it into what he was saying. So yeah, I understand the passion and everything, but as far as fans, I just think it's just like they're gonna say things, or whatever.
But Lisa, they're older than us. Some of these channels and fans are 45 and 50 years old. I mean, look, I love D Calico's music. I love what he does in the music world. And, D Calico's always welcoming. But I even think he's older than me. And he doesn't have that much respect for the sport because of the way that he said the boxers are nowadays. So I can't relate with those kind of fans when it comes to boxing because I'm with Punch. I've seen blood, sweat, and tears in this sport, Lisa. I've seen a man,
I got you.
I'm just going to
I
tell
got
you, I've seen a man bleed in his stomach, pissing blood, Lisa, for 4 days after an amateur fight. Pissing blood for 4 days.
Yeah. Wow. I
You
mean,
know it's common, right? You know it's common for boxers to piss blood because they get punched so much
Yeah.
in the ribs and the stomach.
yeah, I've heard that. I've never seen it, but I've heard it. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just saying,
well,
I'm a different kind of fan. I mean, I can't relate
yeah,
with
I,
those fans.
I got you, but you can't. I think sometimes we just have to,
No, Lisa, I'm going to call them out. Just like you said, they've got freedom of speech, right? They can
Right.
do what they want, right? So then, as me as a boxing fan, if I have a channel, I'm going to debunk a lot of bullshit and I'm going to call it out for the boxers.
Yeah, I got you.
Do you understand that, though?
You can't fight every battle, though.
I get that. You can
See,
never
yeah,
win every battle. You cannot fight for everybody. But
yeah, right.
I just believe that I need to do what's right for the sport.
See, Rapstar, I think what the issue is I think that there are certain certain people love the sport, and certain people just watch the sport. There's a difference. Like the people that love the sport understand what goes into it, and and understands like, okay, well, and then there's just people that, and then you got to understand, not everybody. And this is like kind of like where I understand what Troy means, is like, because you can't expect everyone to act like, you can't expect everyone to act like how you think. You know what I mean? If you walk into a room with 100 people, 100 people are not gonna like you, bro. It don't matter how cool you is. It don't matter how you talk. You walk into a room with 100 people, I guarantee you, there's gonna be a couple of people in that room that either they don't like you, or even they might even try to act like they like you, but they talk shit behind your back. There's always gonna be people that don't think like you, that have ulterior motives. You know what I mean? So I don't think that certain people love the sport. They might watch the sport, and we see that with narratives and shit. So
Okay, I have a question for you, Rapstar.
Go ahead,
You
bro.
said you're gonna call them out on what?
I
People are
said if
gonna
I
have
see
different
anything,
opinions.
Troy, if I see any bullshit, I'm gonna call it out. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Okay, so yeah, but what are you talking about? Like a difference of opinion, or what are you talking about exactly?
No, I'll
I don't
just
know.
always debunk their bullshit. I will be fighting for the sport. I'll be putting respect on the name of boxing. So I don't care if this people think that they got an uplift because it's a freedom of speech on social media today, and YouTube
Right.
doesn't monetize at anyone. You can say what the fuck you want. So if I see shit or I see something, I will call it out. Yeah.
Okay. I got you, because there's a lot of things going on that I obviously don't like, and I've said a lot of things, but at the same time, that's that person's opinion, and I have my opinion, and I might get at them for that, but I can't put how I feel and put a cap on and put a cap on everybody else, because okay, Punch told his story. I'm gonna just give you an overview of what I was when I was younger. I wanted this thing so much, man, that I joined the military so I get a springboard to actually go to the Olympics, right? That was my springboard to the Olympics. And my mom was like, I don't want you to go. There's a war going on.
But Troy, out your voice for the last 3 months I've ever known you, you
Right.
don't feel, you've always said to me, Troy, you contradict sometimes. You came on the channel today, say, Rapstar, I'm done with the sport sometimes.
I
I'm
never
not
said
happy
that,
with the
Rapstar.
sport.
I never said I was done with the
Yes,
sport.
you did. You said, I'm not
No, I
happy
did
with the
not.
sport sometimes.
No. Yeah, I said I'm not happy with the sport
So
sometimes.
that means
Absolutely.
look,
Yeah.
you're much older than me, and I respect you, bro.
Right.
My elders have always taught me, no matter what, you keep your tongue and make sure you don't, you know what I mean? When it's elders, I will respect you. But how do we look up to the way that you look at the sport, Troy? You don't respect the sport anymore like we do.
You ever been in
And
love,
that
man?
kind of,
Okay,
that's
let
the
me
way
let,
it
let
feels.
me
That's the way it feels from the way that
listen
you
to
push
me,
the
man.
sport.
Listen. Okay, listen to me. When you love something or someone, you can have a disagreement with that person. It doesn't mean that you don't love them no more. It just means that you disagree. It's all part of the package, baby. I don't know. I mean, it sounds like you want everyone to just love the sport for the sake of loving the sport. That's never gonna happen. That's absolutely never gonna happen. I'm gonna have my disagreements. I'm gonna have my times where I'm like, I'm sick of this, and I'm just gonna be quiet and be whoever the hell I am. I'm never gonna wake up every day and say, well, I just love the sport for the sake of loving the sport. Absolutely not. That ain't love. That's obsession. No. And that's not honest either. That's not honesty at all. If you love something
How
and you
about respect? How about respect, Troy? Would
where's
you
the
say?
disrespect? Like, I'm sick of hearing that word. Where's the disrespect?
No, but I'm just saying. How about instead of like for example, instead of you saying obsessed, would you say you could have a lot of like respect for the sport? You know what I'm saying?
I can't say that because that's not me. Again, you want to place your own standards on you should be this way and that way. Absolutely not.
No,
That's
I'm
what
not
makes.
saying that at all. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, would you say you could show it a lot of respect? That's all I'm asking.
Can I say that I could show it a lot of? What did you say?
Like I'm saying, you're saying that you don't want to fall in love with the sport and you don't want to
I didn't
be.
say that either. No.
No,
I
it was
said
addicted. You don't want to. What was the word again? How did you word it?
obsessed.
Obsessed. Yeah, but I'm saying instead of that, could you like? Would it be fair to say Troy respects the game though? You respect boxing?
Listen. I can't make anybody feel or think anything. I respect it. I don't give a damn what anybody else is hearing from me and how they feel about what I say. I know what I feel about the sport, and that's just my stance on the thing. If you feel Punch that I'm always negative, if you feel Rap Starter that I said I fell out of love with the sport, that's your freaking opinion. I have no control over that. I personally don't care because I know how I feel about it. Who I am and how I feel about the sport will never change. That's my stance on the thing. But what I will never do is put my own passion and say everybody has to feel like me, because that is never going to happen. And I'm gonna get into a lot of wars and just become bitter.
But my older
about
brother,
doing
can I ask you, Troy, why have you kind of like lost that passion that you had for Ali's and
because there is no.
Fraser's?
It's not
Can you
a lot
tell
of
me?
no
Can you tell me
passion.
where you've detached from the sport a little bit? Can you just at least give me that
I'm going to.
acknowledgement? Let me learn.
I'm going to. Yeah, I'm going to tell you I'm detached from the sport because a lot of I already said it. A lot of times, man, it's more smoke. It's just more talk than there is fighting. I'm not really into all this blah blah A side, B side, and then the fights never get made. That turns me off. It's like you, it's like you teasing me. It's kind of like you go to a strip club, right? You can't touch them damn dancers. You can just look at them. I don't want to be teased. I don't want to be teased, man. No, I want to see a fight. If you talking that much, fight. You understand me? that's
I
my
love this.
point.
I love
Hey,
this.
Lisa,
I love this, man.
What do you think
Yeah,
about this,
Lisa.
DJ Saddam? I've not heard from you
Hey,
for
you
fucking
know me
about an
how I
hour.
talk, so you know you can put your fingers in
what
your
I
ears and
feel.
hear what I gotta say.
What do I feel about what now?
me, what I said about the script. You know, the strip club. I'm only joking with you, Lisa. You know how I am. I'm only joking.
Oh, he's asking me what do I feel about what?
Yeah, no. You know, because I used the analogy about the strip club.
No, but he's asking me what do I?
No, I was asking DJ Saddam. I never heard from him for so long, and all of a sudden I heard
Oh,
his voice.
He's
So
plotting.
DJ,
He's
If you're
plotting.
not,
DJ's plotting.
yeah, Rap Star,
Hey, man.
yeah,
if you're in a relationship
yeah.
and you lost the passion for that woman, what would you do?
I'll have to either consult with the woman and see why I've got this losing this passion, bro. I need to know. I'd ask myself. Might need to
And
ask myself, bro.
you might break up with her.
If I can't get counseling and help myself, why I know that I've got lost the passion.
I'm not getting no counseling.
I think what Punch is trying to
Get
say.
to the point, man. Get to the point.
I think what Punch is trying to say.
Yeah,
If
okay.
somebody
Slugger
feels like
Slam, if I lose the passion for the woman, eventually I would have to leave. Yes.
no, but he's saying same for boxing fans. If you're gonna get toxic about
Let
it,
him
you're gonna
speak,
say,
bro. Can
"Fuck
you let him
Tom."
speak? Slugger
Yeah,
Slam,
go.
can I hear from him?
Go ahead, Punch. Go ahead. Sorry, brother.
And then
Sorry.
I'm going to you, Slugger. Next.
Sorry, brother. Sorry.
No, but it's exactly the answer that Slugger Slam gave. If you're so unpassionate about something, I was an NBA fan. I love basketball. I don't watch it anymore. You know why? I'm not passionate about it anymore. But you're not gonna catch me on NBA panels just talking about how bad everything is in the NBA. I'm just not passionate about it anymore. I don't watch it and I don't talk about it as much anymore. That's it. I lost the passion. But it's not about. But I'm not going, all day and say how bad. I want to see teams get back to. Challenge themselves and LeBron James this and Steph Curry that. Just too many 3-pointers. I'm not gonna go all that every day. But I lost the passion for it.
Can I say something about this?
Yeah, go ahead, DJ. Yeah.
Yeah. I have been, I've been guilty of, I'm saying this in scare quotes of hating on certain fighters, but I never use this particular word bum. And the reason I don't is because here's the thing. Where does it come from? Right? Bum.
Tyson Fury.
It's you usually call a lazy person bum, a person who sits on their ass the whole day. and doesn't do anything. So
Andy
to me,
Ruiz.
Facts. That's
to
facts.
me, use the word bum on the part of fans, especially those of us who spend a few hours at a time on panels. It is itself a sign of intellectual laziness. You know, it means you don't have the resources to talk about the actual sport. You don't have the vocabulary. You don't have the intelligence to describe the kind of fighter that you're talking about. So you just use a word to take a shortcut. And in that case, I completely agree with Punch. You know, what? Why waste your time? You know, if you're not interested in learning the intricacies of the sport, if you don't enjoy the nuances, the details, you know, all these small things that makes the nerds among us very happy. If you don't enjoy those things, forget about it. Find yourself another hobby.
I agree with the humble brother. If you really just don't love it, then you just leave it alone. But at the same time, to answer everybody's question about passion and all that, you can be as passionate. You can have passion for anything or anyone, and you're gonna have those moments where you're like, you know, I don't want to be bothered. I just don't want to be bothered. It doesn't mean that you finish with this person or this thing. You just at a place where I'm taking a pause right now, and then I'm gonna come back.
So it's like one of those relationships, like you're with the woman because you got the kids, but you don't love her no more.
That's not true. No, absolutely not. Okay,
It
I'm gonna
sounds
stick to
exactly the
boxing.
fucking same, bro.
No, it's not. What I'm saying is this. Listen to me. What you want, Rap Star, is for someone to love boxing 24/7. That's not me. I don't know. That's me personally. That ain't me. It's never even when I did love the sport, it wasn't me 24/7. You want to know why? Because how the hell am I gonna learn and grow if all I do is just love this thing? I have to. You have to have something in there,
Bro,
that
it
makes you want
sounds
to grow and
exactly
learn
the
better.
same as one of my friends. I'm not gonna
Okay.
mention names, and he sounds exactly the same about his woman. He always complains, but he can't leave his kids, and he says, "Look, man, I don't care.
No,
I
you're
will
talking
stay
about.
there." He says, "The
No, you're talking
reason
about
why I
something
will
else.
stay there is because my kids are there, and as far as I'm concerned, I don't
He's
have
not in love
love."
with this.
And it just sounds like that, though,
He's
Troy.
not
It
in love
sounds
with
like
it.
you've
Sounds
lost.
like that. He's
Troy,
not in love with her.
Troy, I've got a lot more respect for you if you agree that you have lost some love for the sport. It will
I
make me
already said
understand.
that. How many times I got to say that, man? I said I lost some passion for it. Yeah. Then
So you
so
lost
what?
love for it. Then you've lost love
I
for it.
said I lost some passion for it, and so what? So what?
Thank you.
So what?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. No. But I'm saying.
I know
so
you lost.
what?
I know you lost the passion for it, but
No. I said some. I said I've lost some passion for it, but so what?
What I'm saying is,
For what?
you lost some passion for it, but it seems like the way that you talk, you have nothing positive to say. So what
That's absolutely a lie, like I said before. That's absolutely a lie.
I'm not saying I follow you like 24/7 where you go. I said
I'm not on here
every time
24/7. Go ahead.
every time I see you, you're always negative about everything in boxing.
What did I say
And
that
I
was negative
said- and I
today?
said
Okay, let's stick to
that you're
today,
smart,
Punch.
and
Let's
I
stick to
said that
today because I don't know what I
you're
said
smart,
yesterday.
that you're I said, but that's my experience when
Okay,
I see
okay,
Troy.
Punch,
I say Troy is smart. Troy knows boxing, but all I hear is a bunch of negative stuff. That's all I
Punch.
say.
Okay, listen to me. I know when someone is giving a backhanded compliment. Why don't you make your point and point out all this negativity, man? Stop saying I am negative because
No,
you know
I'm
what?
not gonna go.
I am forceful. No.
I'm not
Listen.
gonna mention. You just got
I
to.
am very
That's just my
outspoken
opinion.
when I'm ready.
That's just my opinion. Every time I see you, I never
That's
heard you say anything
exactly.
positive.
Thank you. That is your opinion.
Don't.
Thank you,
I'm
and
not
that
gonna
is your
detail it.
opinion.
You're just a
I
negative
tell you what
person
you should
about the
do.
sport of boxing, and you already said it. You lost passion, and you
I tell you what you should do then.
You jump on panels for hours. You don't talk nothing great about boxing. You're not
Okay.
passionate about it.
Okay.
You're not passionate
I tell you what
about
you
it.
should
That's
do,
all.
Punch. I tell you what
That's
you
all.
should do then. I tell you what you should do.
That's all. Tell me something
I tell
positive
you-
about today's boxing, Troy.
I tell you what you should do.
Tell me
I'm
something
not playing
positive
that
about
game with
today's
you either.
boxing, Troy. Tell me something
What's good
positive.
about today's boxing?
Yeah.
You want to know what's good about today's boxing?
Yeah,
Is that the sport still exists. That's what's good about today's boxing. You asked me to say something, I said something. Now I'm going to make my point. There's no way on earth that you can wake up and say everything I say out my mouth is negative. That's
I
what
said
you want to
everything I
hear.
heard.
That's what
I
you,
never heard you say
yes,
anything positive.
yes. But
This is the
again,
first
I'm
thing
gonna
positive.
repeat. I'm gonna repeat myself. There's no way that you wake up and hear that unless you choose to hear it. Unless you choose to hear it, right? If you choose to hear everything I say is negative, then that's what the hell you're gonna hear. I have no control over what you hear, what you feel, or anything else. I don't care. I said that before, but I already know how I am and what I feel about the damn thing. I'm not gonna justify that to you, Rapstar, or anybody else. I'm gonna go to my
But you're on
grave
the
being who
panel
I am, right?
talking.
Right? Yeah, I'm on the
So what do you
panel
mean you're
and
not
I'm
gonna
being the
justify it
true
for us?
person
So
that
why
I
you
am.
up on the
Listen
panel?
to me,
So
punch,
because
punch, punch,
you're a
punch, punch.
dictator, you just
I
gonna
can
tell us
flip it.
what it is?
Listen, punch, punch. I can flip it, punch, and say that punch comes on panels and judge people, but he never judge himself. But I'm not going to say that, even though I just said that, right? I'm not going to say that because it just doesn't do anything for me, right?
You
You
just said
simply
it.
hear what you want to hear. It's not fact. I know I just said it. I know that. I was using that as an
Where you want me
example.
to judge myself in? I can
No,
have
no,
these
no.
conversations.
I want you to judge yourself the same way you judge others. We had this conversation before, but we're not going down that road. We're gonna stick to me because I'm negative Nancy, right? If that's what you want to hear, then that's the fact of what you hear. You could ask the panel if that's all they
But
hear.
look at some
A
of the
few might
fans. Some
agree,
of the
and a
fans.
few might disagree.
Some of the people in the chat says boxing is our #1 sport. Some of the boxing is
Yeah,
a life.
wonderful.
For some people, boxing is their life, part of their life.
Wonderful, 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 wonderful. My life is not boxing anymore. It used to be, but it's not boxing anymore. I got other things going on. But I still love it. But yes, I've lost a passion for it because the sport itself doesn't exude that much passion itself. So how can I have the same level of passion I had 10, 15, 20 years ago when the same passion isn't there?
Why is it not there, do you think, Troy?
I just explained it. There's not a lot of fighting going on. There's a lot of talking.
There's a lot of fight going on. Look at the schedule.
Not a lot of fights that people want to see,
Exactly,
baby.
Punch.
Not a lot of fights that the people want to see, baby. There's of course there's a lot of fights
No, I
going on.
disagree with that, Troy. Troy, I disagree with that. And also, hold on, Punch. I wanted to say something. And also, Troy, are you kind of like surprised though? I think the point that I understand what you're saying. Nobody's gonna force you to do anything because, like you said, everybody can think what somebody can come on here and say everybody's a bum. That anybody can have their own thoughts, right? But I guess the point is if you're around people that 90 to 95% of the people love something, they love that thing that we're talking about, and then you admitting that you don't necessarily love it as much. I'm not saying that you don't love it anymore, but then you come on and then you speak negative about it around people that nothing but love it and respect it. They're gonna say something, and that's all. And nobody, and like you said, like so what and what, but then don't be surprised when somebody calls you out on it.
But Shadow Ghost, Shadow Ghost,
Can I say
I understand
something?
that completely. Go ahead, Lisa. Go ahead.
Why is this an issue?
Thank you very much.
It sounds like the dude on trial. I mean, that's. I mean, this is just my personal opinion. He doesn't. This is.
No, it ain't just him. No, I'm not talking about just him. I'm talking about anybody that calls anybody a bum or anybody that's calling boxers bum or whatever. If you're on a panel, Lisa, with a bunch of people that love the sport, some people are gonna, just like how other people might get upset when they talk about certain boxers, I guess, or whatever. Yeah, some people that love the sport might not like that. So, it's just like opinions. That's all.
Yeah, I love the sport as well, but I'm like, why is this an issue? And I'm just asking because it's, being questioned. It's just, I never heard nothing like that. Like, that's just, I mean, he has his, whatever, where he's at with it, but I don't see why this is an issue. Now, I could be wrong.
No, you right, but that was my point from the start. You can't push your beliefs and your passion on somebody else.
I don't. I,
You
I don't
can't.
think.
You
I don't
can't do
think
that.
it is though, bro. We're going. This is what the panel's for. It's just like if somebody's saying Crawford can beat Spence, Spence can beat Crawford. They're gonna keep going back and forth and say nobody. At the end of the day, nobody's gonna. If you think Crawford can beat Spence, do you think after an hour of me telling you that Spence can beat Crawford, are you gonna change your mind? No. But if I'm that passionate, I'm gonna let you know what I think. That's all it is, really. Ain't nobody
Yeah, but
trying to tell you that you. Ain't nobody trying to tell you that you can't think a certain way.
yeah, you are actually. Well, yes, there is. Punch is telling me I'm completely negative all the time.
I
Like I'm
never.
having a
Oh,
big laugh.
I never
I
told you
get
that.
that. I'm not saying your punch. I'm not saying you punch, but I'm getting a big laugh over it. But I'm gonna go back to the panel and say, listen, everybody on here has their own opinion, and they're all entitled to their own opinion. The thing is that we're not all gonna like the opinions, and we're
No,
gonna come
this
at
is
each other
Shadow
how we
Ghost
come at
talking.
each
I'm
other.
not punched. No, I'm not.
I
Right.
I'm
know.
not
Punchy,
Shadow
let
Ghost.
me
I know.
let me let Punch in.
I
I don't
know
know
he
why
never
why
called.
See,
I
you
know
don't
what it
call
is.
fighters bums, not to my
let me
knowledge,
get
but I
Punch in
mean,
there.
I don't. I don't. I don't.
huh?
I don't. I
Right.
don't.
One sec, guys.
I've never said that, but
No, I just
I'm just
asked.
gonna stick to
I
my
just
point.
asked the question because I was a little bit lost.
I'm not lost. I understand what's going on, but my point is gonna stay the same. We could go through the panel right now. Everybody has a difference of opinion. DJ Saddam has a difference of opinion. Slugger Sam, Punch, Rapstar, Shadow Ghost. That's brother here. How do you say DJ Calico? That's how you say your name? I guess. He has a difference of opinion. People in the chat have a difference of opinion. You can't tell them no. You just negative you just negative all the time. You can't have that opinion. Because that's what you want to hear. I've never heard someone who's negative all the time on any panel. No.
I did.
Yeah, me. Exactly. Me. I'm your sounding board,
I'm not
for
saying that
being
you're not
negative.
positive.
I get
I'm
that.
not saying that you're not positive in other things. I'm just saying I haven't heard you say anything positive. That's all. It's just my experience.
Okay. Then I'm a real bitter older guy, Punch, but I'm real sexy with it. It's all right. It's all right. Back to the boxing.
No, I
talk now.
did.
You ain't gonna,
You know boxing. I
you ain't
just
never
say.
gonna change my mind. Like I said, I'm going to the grave being me, baby. That's how it is.
Oh, and look, you said there's no boxing. I mean, we have the Lomachenko, Teofimo Lopez. We had the Jamal Charlo that unified the titles. We had Canelo Alvarez that won his title, unified. We had Anthony Joshua that fought his mandatory. Kubra Pulev only lost one time, and that was to Klitschko. We wanted to see Ryan Garcia step up. He stepped up. Beat Luke Campbell. We wanted to see Boost Ennis step up with a great. I mean, he had a Sergey Lipinets. He stepped up. Virgil Ortiz with a step up fight. He stepped up. We had the Undisputed with Jessica McCaskill and Cecilia and Cecilia Brækhus. We're gonna have Natasha Jonas and Katie Taylor. We're gonna have the Undisputed with Josh Taylor, May 22nd, Josh Taylor and Jose Ramirez. We had Chocolatito Estrada too. Well, I don't understand as a hardcore boxing fan. What do you mean that you don't like what's going on? Talk to me, please.
Okay, Punch. I said that the fans are not getting the fights they really want to see. I was talking about the Spence Crawford fight, the Joshua Wilder fight never happened, and a whole lot of other like Tank versus Lomo, Tank versus Farmer, brother here, Russell versus Santa Cruz never happened. There's a lot of fights that fans wanted to see that were big fights that just never happened. And no one could explain really why it didn't happen.
Yo, is Shadow gonna say something?
Yeah.
I just want to know, Shadow, are you gonna say something yet?
Yeah, I was just talking.
No. I'm saying, are you looking at the screen?
Well,
I've been doing nothing but posting pictures of Tito getting knocked out. I was waiting for you to say something.
Oh, don't be doing that to my boy.
Oh.
Nah, hold on. What? Who's doing somebody's?
I said I was posting nothing but pictures of Tito getting knocked out. I was trying to get your attention.
Now, two of the big matchups that you mentioned, let's say Spence and Crawford and Deontay Wilder, Anthony Joshua. Those are matchups that only probably casuals will know. But but us as a hardcore boxing fan, we could look at every other fight and say these are good fights. See, that's what I mean.
I don't know. I didn't get what
Hey,
you just said.
hey, can I ask?
All right, man.
Can I?
All
Hey,
right. Okay.
hey,
I consider you as a hardcore, but I guess we don't get
hey, bro.
the fights that we
Hey,
used to.
hey, is being called a hardcore an excuse for men to be emotional? I'm just asking. You know
People
what
get
I'm saying?
emotional over a lot of things. What's your
Yeah,
point?
let D Calico speak. I haven't heard from D Calico. What do you think about that, D Calico? That the older, the people that we kind of not speak to, some of the older guys, they've lost the passion for the sport, and they don't have that love for the sport like some of the guys like us anymore.
Look,
Because this is our
look,
era now.
there is
We are in the sport right now.
look. We can see why the pyramids were built and can't be replicated, brother. Because I don't care if it's music, I don't care if it's boxing. Like like if you look at the rap game, it's the perfect example. A person who appreciated rap, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, they would not appreciate rap today. And if you're honest with yourself, it sucks today. So the same, with boxing, but boxing was so great that when you break it in half, it's still great. But we don't. But this quarantine thing is killing the whole sport. You know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing like the old school, man. That's what I'm really getting at. And I don't care what sport we talking about.
So you're
Well, we
saying
had
it's like the rap
we
music,
I disagree.
like the real rappers in the 90s, those rappers which bring the legendary, the real stuff is watered down today. And you're saying boxing's been watered down. It's not what it used to be.
I
I
disagree.
mean, it's
Has
better.
anyone got anything to say to that, bro?
It's
I
in better.
disagree.
It's in
I
better shape
disagree.
than rap is, but it still is what I said.
I think we get some gems. I do, but we got the
We do.
it's like I thought Valdez, and I love Valdez, even though I picked Burchell.
Another
Valdez
great
was
fight,
always
Lisa.
one of my favorite fighters. That was an excellent fight, but that was a classic fight in my opinion.
Another
But
great fight, Lisa. Good.
but like exactly, Punch. But here's the thing: we get gems. See, Punch. You're younger. We have been spoiled. Some of us, like with some of the older fights. But I do get it. Like when I listened to you, you said the business model has changed. So I took into consideration what you were saying. So a lot of the way things are being done now is a little different, and we don't have the dates like we used to have. That's what's messed up. We don't have the fight dates. We have all this great talent, and and not enough places to show them. Not enough dates. You know what I'm saying? Like with PBC they have a beautiful roster of fighters, and not enough dates to really put them on. This is so sad.
Well, you know what, Lisa? I think also though, I think that people that have lost love for the sport may not pay attention to certain things. Like for instance, like another fight. Like I remember man, what was the night where Stephen Fulton fought Angel Leo? I think it was
Yeah,
Leo.
that was great.
And
That was great.
right, and I think the fight before that, Aline fought. That was a great fight, but it didn't get a lot of coverage. But the hardcore saw that fight with Fulton and Leo, and that was like that they were fighting in a phone booth, bro, and that shit was like a classic. But it didn't get a lot because only like hardcores would pay attention to that. But people that probably don't fall in love with boxing, they probably didn't even watch boxing that night. You see what I'm
So
saying?
Shadow
So
Ghost, is
so
it
when
fair?
somebody says,
Another great
Shadow
fight,
Ghost.
Shadow.
I
but
just want to
see,
say this
yeah,
to Shadow Ghost and
yeah,
Moonshine. Let me
what
just
this is.
say this because I come from your kind of generation a bit as well. Is it fair to say, right, that we need to think about what they're saying, that what they saw in the sport, the hunger, the legendary fighters, the fighters that they saw with the Duran, Carlos Monzon, all the fights with Sugar Ray Leonard, the Hitman Hans Duran, the Alis, the Frasers, that kind of a fighters and what it was is just not what it is today because we didn't live in that era. What have you got to say about that?
Rapstar, that's what I was getting to. That's what I was trying to get to. When I was saying when we had fights like that on that night, like that Leo and Fulton, that was and you remember that night, Punch, right? Those that whole card was lit with great fights, right?
Yeah, it
And
was.
hardcores that watched that fight would be like, yo, and that's just one, right? Now people that was in love with boxing back maybe in the Ali and the Sugar Ray and the Hagler days or whatever, they're not in love as much with boxing, so they probably haven't even the fights that we're naming, they probably don't even know what we're talking about, or even if they did, they didn't watch it. They might have maybe caught the highlights. They probably heard about who won. But when you're not in love with the sport, you're not paying also attention. You're not paying attention to what this young generation is doing for the sport right now. Yeah, they're not like the old generation, but they got their own swag. They got their own, you know what I mean? And I don't know. It's just like I love the sport, so I see what they're doing. It's just I don't know. I look at it different. I don't, but I do. I don't think that nobody's gonna replicate the old era. The old era is what the old era was, but this era is still this generation, bro. Like, you know what I mean? And it's like there's some great fighters, bro. Just like how Mayweather in that generation, everybody's gonna remember Pretty Boy Floyd, bro. Like,
Right. And
you know,
and that's
Can,
why
can you tell me how many undisputed's been in the last 20 years? Undisputed fights?
ooh, tough one. Okay. Zab Judah, who did he fight for undisputed? Was it Corey Sanders? No, not Corey Sanders. Corey. Who did he? Zab Judah was
I
undisputed
think
in
it
the
was
last
Corey
fight.
Spinks. I think it was Corey
Corey
Spinks.
Spinks, yeah. I said Corey Sanders by accident. Bud Crawford against Ndongo. You talking about women's boxing too, Punch? Yeah, of course you are. Because you include it all. Yes, you do.
Well,
That's one
probably
thing I
probably
love
don't
about
because it
you.
has more historic. Well, what I'm trying to say is that it takes a long time for us to see undisputed, even in the history, right, in the sport of boxing.
Yeah.
Guess what?
Yeah.
This year we have the highly possibility of receiving 3 or maybe 4 undisputed fights in 1 year.
That's historical, yeah.
But they
Yeah.
say that back then was way better.
Yeah, but that's just a possibility, Punch.
I
That's
think-
just a possibility.
But you know what, Punch? I want to say this to you and Shadow Ghost and Rap Star. See, your time is now. You're younger. You have the enthusiasm, the passion, and the energy. So you guys make me excited about boxing today. You know, I started back I stopped watching boxing for some years. Then I started back watching it with my dad again, and you know, during B-Hop. So then I continued, you know, to watch it because I had stopped watching it. But it's the baton has been passed to you guys. You guys are here now on YouTube. You're keeping it alive. And we appreciate that. I appreciate you guys talking about some of the boxes that people may not know about. I know the boxes. I know them because I'm in the prediction league, but I also do this film study, and I know them from listening to your videos and countless other people's videos. And I love Shadow Ghost, the passion that you have about Little B-Hop, and like people on the you know, the young up and coming fighters, and the diversity. Punch, you have a great diverse knowledge of boxing, and how you big up Amanda Serrano. That's great because she doesn't get a lot of credit. You know, she doesn't get the credit that she really deserves. So you open me up to her because I wasn't really watching too much female boxing. So you've been talking about it in Ring IQ. So I appreciate that. So we appreciate you guys. You know I do for me. And you guys have that passion and that enthusiasm, and that, you know, we just want you to know that I just want you guys to know that you guys are appreciated. You know what I'm saying? And that what you're doing is not in vain. So keep the sport alive.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I
Thank you,
appreciate
Lisa.
that.
I appreciate
Please,
that, Lisa.
Rap Star, I love your energy, and when you come on, it's like when you come through the door, you kick the door down when you come in.
Hey, Lisa, I love the sport. There ain't nothing stopping me. I'm gonna constantly be uplifting this sport. There ain't
That's
nothing
right.
stopping. Look, this is a sport I grew up to, so
Yes.
my energy level goes up with the passion. You know what I mean, Lisa?
Right. Yes. Yes.
That's
And,
just
and
the way
Punch,
I
you
am.
have a diverse. You talk about you're interviewing like amateurs or people just coming into the pros and vets, current boxers. So you got a big thing going here. It's broad. It's not just you're covering one end to the other. So don't think that people are not. I'm watching. You know what I'm
You
saying?
have to also
I
appreciate
appreciate
this.
that.
We have to appreciate this as well. We've put ourselves out there. I'm lucky I've spoke to some of the fraternity, just like Punch. If you look at what Punch Drunk Boxing does, Lisa, he puts his time out and he speaks to the fighters and he speaks to fighters that nobody's heard about. And then I
Yeah.
speak about those fighters in England, like Kid Austin. Nobody knew
Right.
who Kid Austin was.
Hey,
There's
Rap Star.
fighters that. Go ahead, D. Calico.
Hey, see, I love to argue with my boy Punch Drunk because it's almost like arguing with my own Stephen A. Smith. You know what I mean? Like he's boxing Stephen. He's boxing Stephen A. You feel me? So
Yeah.
I definitely love the energy, man. Ain't nobody like Rap Star either. 'Cause Rap Star, you can tell he got a smile on his face and he make you have one too. You feel me? So it's all good energy, man.
Hey, I really
Punch know
appreciate
more
you
about
guys,
boxing
man.
than,
Look,
than
but
Stephen
Lisa,
A.
you have to
Smith
appreciate
talks
this, Lisa.
about boxing.
Lisa, look, there's not many open panels out there anymore. People don't take everybody's opinions. They keep themselves sheltered. So I'm glad we got channels like Punch Drunk, Rap Star,
Yeah.
Shadow Ghost coming up, that we're allowed to, have everybody's opinions
Yeah.
and grow
Yeah.
from that. We got to grow. We got to understand why Troy don't like it now. We got to understand why L Dog feels the way he does from New Zealand. Sometimes it's good to talk because it gives you a better perspective about people, right?
Yeah. I
So
just think, he's young, he's talking from a barbershop type of perspective, so people in the
But I was
barbershop
just saying this,
talk
Lisa,
so much
before I got
smack
cut
back
off.
in the days.
In some level respect, we have a duty to feel. We have people to answer to. If you look at what Punch Drunk Boxing does, he interviews fighters and fathers and trainers.
Yeah.
He interviews people which are watching him all the time. He carries the respect for the sport.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's in some respect, we're flying the flag for the sport.
Right.
These guys come over here, they chop it up with us, they talk to him. At the end of the day, you got to remember that's a big burden on us with the way that the other generation is acting. You look at how other people are acting, and we're here trying to do the right thing. It's like, we're carrying the weight if you think about it. I'm not saying me, but I'm saying you look at the channels who go out their way constantly trying to find boxers to talk to. And let's not forget, some of these boxers are not known in my side of the pond. So if it wasn't for Punch, it wasn't for some other channels talking about these young boys with their dads, I wouldn't know who they are.
Right. That's true. That's true.
Put it this way. You remember
it's a
the
duty,
video,
Punch, as a father to you. I know what it is because you're a father with your kids. You're not going to let your kids down, Punch. I'm not going to let my children down. And that's the way you think. I know what you're saying.
Facts. But it's like you saw the video that I did with John's the Devin Haney and John's Spanafora, right? Paul Spanafora,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Guess who hit me up?
Who?
Spanafora himself.
Wow.
And said
Get
thank
out.
you and said thank you for saying what you said. Now I have no idea.
Wow.
I have no idea. I put it out there, but really had no idea I was gonna get some type of response for that.
Yeah. Wow.
Hey, Lisa, I don't want to share much more than this, but I have had a message. And I've had somebody message me one day, Lisa. And it really touched me. Do you know what they told me?
What?
Rapstar, your boxing channel sometimes, it took me out of depression. I was thinking of ending something in life. And I was really sad to hear that, right?
Wow. That's heavy.
Hey, what I told you. We can feel your smile. You know what I'm saying? Your good energy coming through. You feel me? So it make other people smile. You feel me? Like smiling is contagious.
But see, you never know how God is going to use you as a vessel. You never know.
Yeah.
You just never know, Rapstar.
It just takes one person. It just takes one person for me, Lisa, to appreciate that we got time for them. We can talk about boxing. We can uplift each other. We can uplift. But what's happened is some of the topics, Lisa, are not that great. Some of the topics in boxing are not very uplifting. So we also have to understand not every topic is going to be a happy topic.
Right.
No, it's not. But let's not, for example, okay, if the people's gonna say it's not like the past, but let's really see if it's not, or if it is. For example, okay, the fans want to see Errol Spence and Bud Crawford, right? And people want to justify that we don't see the best fighting the best, but let's not forget that we see Porter versus Kell, that we seen Porter versus Spence, that we seen Porter versus Thurman, that we see Danny Garcia versus Thurman, that we see Manny Pacquiao versus Thurman, that we see Ugas versus Porter. So when people say the best and the top guys ain't fighting one another, just because we haven't seen two matchups, let's say Errol Spence and Thurman or Bud and Spence, or like in reality, they already fighting each other. But people want to say that, oh, these guys ain't fighting each other. They all fighting each other. If you really look at it, look at what they already fighting each other. So it's not about just be stressed out because it's just this one fight. And the last guy that actually walked into the welterweight division was Bud Crawford. So technically, in reality, that's supposed to be one of the last battles is Bud Crawford. Everybody got to get their licks. So me knowing that, I'm not gonna be like, oh my God, I gotta see Bud and Spence right now. No, because they all fighting one another. None of them has even separated themselves to even be 1 and 2.
Yeah, and Bud just happened to be on the side where the top welters are not. So I get it.
You know.
Yeah.
So I feel like, and that's what I mean. Like we're the hardcores, and there's the casuals. And I'm not saying like casuals like how people want to say casuals are dumb. I'm just saying that the hardcores are more educated than the casuals, and I think that the hardcores are the one that actually educates the casuals. But
True.
But the hardcores, I feel in my experience, is like they're way more doing a disservice to boxing than the casuals.
Yeah.
I mean, just think about it. Like if I used to go to certain channels. I don't do it anymore. Like I don't go parade and just see what everybody else is talking about. But yeah, I started my channel because it got to the point where everywhere you go, it's negative. Everybody's a bum. Everybody hasn't accomplished anything. It's like, who's good? Like if I ain't know boxing, I would think that everybody is trash.
I was sub to your. Well, what happened was I had got a new phone. I remember when you was Second Take or something.
Exactly. Dad, you was way back. Exactly. Yep.
And I came on a couple of times with you. I didn't even know how to talk to people. What happened was I had got a new phone and I didn't put who I was sub to at the time. And you had like a Sphinx or something. Was the icon? Am I correct?
Damn, I forgot what was the icon I had.
You know why I feel privileged with you, Lisa, is that I remember when you ever first came to my show, you said to me, Rapstar, you're one of the first panels I actually ever came to speak about
Yeah,
boxing.
yeah.
And that to me shows me I at least made you feel welcome because you're so knowledgeable that if we had never heard your voice and only heard you in the chat, we would have never known you have known all this to the way that we know you now.
Well, you know what it came from? From years of listening and not saying nothing. I was on here for years and I did not say anything. I didn't comment. I would read and I love the historians. So I would just listen to them. Then I have some books here. And so I've been learning, you know.
That's
See,
good.
they didn't have StreamYard. They had Hangouts back then.
Oh, what's Hangouts? What was that? Like a
You know,
similar to the
Google
Steam
Hangouts.
StreamYard?
Yeah, it was. They took the. They still have Google Hangouts, but it was when you went live. It was Hangouts, or you could go live through YouTube too. And people used to
Okay.
have long Hangouts.
Right.
I don't know why they took that away.
You guys remember MSN Messenger?
What's that?
That's old school, man.
Yeah, you're very old, aren't you, Slugger Sam?
I don't know what that is.
Oh,
He slipped. He slipped. Look at him. Look at him.
No.
Wow.
Well, you guys remember back in the 70s? You remember?
Yeah. Hey, I would like to say this, right? I'm not gonna lie to you, man. This energy that I've got for boxing is through meeting people in the boxing fraternity, and it's actually bring it back with some of the guys. And I gotta tell you, at some point, I feel like I got a purpose. I feel like I have a purpose to make sure that the passion that I have and to share it with people, and make sure that we're here to attract that law of attraction, so we can keep pushing that energy for the sport that I have. So, in some respect, it's toxic for some people. But Slugger Sam, there's also great people like yourself. So we do meet great people like you, Lisa, Troy, DJ Saddam. There is a lot of passionate people in the sport, if we really tell the truth, even today. Would you agree, Slugger Sam?
Hang out on Club Sport.
Yeah, 100%, man. 100%. There's a lot of big boxing heads. It's what's keeping the sport alive. Like I said, definitely Punch's passion, man. That's keeping it alive. And I think, you know what? I don't know if people understand, but that positive energy, man, it rubs off on people. You know what I'm saying? The right kind of people, it can influence them to be positive like that too. So keep that up, Punch. It's much needed, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, facts. Hey, anybody else thinks that the way that we can grow the sport and we can do stuff that could elevate the sport, is there any ideas? Anything that you guys could share with me as knowledge that we can share with the people?
Yeah, I
keep doing what you're doing, man. Keep doing what you're doing.
I could say pick our poison. It's just like anything in life. Like sometimes it's not certain. It's like timing, you know, timing. I give you an example. Let's say with women boxing, right? Yeah, we could critique certain fighters' fights, but at this point where I wish the female boxing grow more, I just don't have time to critique anything. All I want to do is just support them. Because right now we got our champions. We have our pound for pound ladies. Next fight might be in the MMA. Clarissa Shields and Amanda Serrano. Why? Just to make ends meet, they had to leave the sport in which they are, or probably Hall of Famers already. So I don't have time to critique them. I don't think it's the right time to diminish. It's just to uplift, so they could get, so they could stay in their sport, make a great living, not just a good living, a great living compared to the accolades that they have, So that's just me. So I think it's a timing for everything. For Deontay Wilder, everybody says something about you know, him and the excuses or the other allegations. I've said it. Too many people, a lot of people say, fans of him says it, haters of him said it. But don't you think at this point it's actually like over? Like that's it. Like let's just wait till he comes back and wish that he do come back and get back in the gym. Like, isn't that's it overblown already? Like, how for how long are people just gonna kick him while he's down?
He kicked himself. But I was gonna say this, man.
Yeah, but he ain't even talking about that.
Right. But I was gonna say this about growing the sport. I'm not interested in Wilder, but I'm gonna say this about growing the sport. If you have a panel and you're on, and if you should just focus on what you love about the sport and what you know about the sport, and build with there and build from there. And if you want to reach out to others who you see doing their thing and build with them, that's how you build. I don't care if they're on the same side. It's stupid stop at the same side, the street, or with you and all that. Go ahead and build with anybody you feel that is evenly yoked with you, and you just keep building. There's too many times where people are worried about this one's opinion, that one's opinion. Everybody's gonna have an opinion, man. It don't matter. Focus on what you want to do and build around that, and then you grow from there. That's another way to grow the sport, but there's too much watching and complaining and carrying on, and because you're not going to change anybody's mind. You're just really not.
So would we say the generation of the athletes today, they complain a lot, or would you say that they also is it because that you feel that not just excuses, but just like that, you just think that they're not as thick-skinned, they're more sensitive today than what they were before?
Okay, there you have it. There's I've said it before. Too much sensitivity. There's too much sensitivity. You could disagree with somebody and then be cool with them. You don't have to get all, take things to another level when you disagree, and you can't disagree because you're always negative. When did that garbage come about? When did that garbage come about?
Maybe because I feel like you can maybe because I feel like you are knowledgeable and can have an impactful voice in boxing. Maybe I'm giving you credit. Maybe this is some type of, I don't know how to say, like tough love. Maybe I'm telling you this because I respect that when you're that I feel like when you could talk and be positive about boxing, you could be an impactful voice. Maybe that's why I'm saying what I'm saying.
All due respect, right? I raise men. I have sons and all that. I raise men. I don't ever tell any man I've ever raised, whether it be my sons, nephews, or whoever, that you are 100% one way, because that's just not true. It's just not. No one is 100% one way, Punch. It's just not. It's not factual.
Hey, sometimes it's just like you told me one time. You said, sometimes you need to just take it in and just listen. Maybe just take in what I tell you and maybe think about it. Then maybe come the next day and be like, what you said. I'm still just going to be me. And
You know what my motto is, Punch, in life? That is one room in life, No, I'm sorry, it's not one room, but the largest room in the world is room for improvement. If I didn't listen and there's no way that I can grow and gain any knowledge. So thank you for that bit of advice, but it's been given to me already, and I heeded it, and that's why I'm still growing till today. As I stated, no man is one way, or no person is one way, and I will never be able to force my opinion on anybody. I had a brother who was murdered by the police. Me and him had a conversation once, and I was upset with him about something. He told me this. He said, "You know what? I really love you, but you can't make me do anything." And that was that. And that's just the reality of all of this, the panels, the world itself. You can't make anybody do anything. You could have their opinion, and you could say that I need to heed your words and all that. But you have to ask yourself, why am I still alive if I didn't heed somebody else's words who was much older than me, much more knowledgeable than me? And why am I still growing? God don't make no mistakes, baby. Humans do. I'm still here for a purpose. Okay? And I would never turn around and tell you that you just one way. I can't do that because it's just not factual. I can't stand on that. How I stand and how I am, that's just who I am. And I'm going to go to my grave like that. But I'll always grow because I always want to learn something. That's why I sit quiet on him. You know, when I sit quiet for half an hour, 45 minutes, it don't mean I'm sleeping. It just means I'm listening. And I wasn't sleeping last time, Rap Star. I had an issue with my mic and I couldn't get off mute. And then I just said the hell with it. And then I went to sleep. Okay?
I want to know. I want to know about this though. The chat seems to constantly send this message, and I'll have to acknowledge them. That look, Crawford and Errol Spence and AJ at Wilder, what they did in the beginning, has hurt the sport. But again, we can't be stuck to that. There's so much involving. There's so much going on that we need to move forward. But fans constantly send that message to me, Moonshine. I get always this message that Crawford, Spence have hurt the sport, and Wilder and Joshua hurt the sport. What's the answer to that, bro? I told them, you got to move forward. There's so many hundreds of events and hundreds of fighters which are moving forward.
They ain't hurt. Listen to me. They ain't hurt the sport. Things like that have happened throughout the sport for years. Riddick Bowe and Lennox Lewis. Same damn thing. Never happened. Cut it out.
Did the fans attach to Riddick Bowe and Lennox Lewis? Well, did they get attached to it at that time where they got really angry that the fight never happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a big thing.
Yeah, they were pissed. A lot of people were pissed and missed opportunities and everything, but can't do nothing about it, man. You got to keep moving forward. They didn't ruin the sport. They just ruined a good fight, and they ruined it for themselves. After a while, you move on, and there's another big fight. There's always something that'll take the place of the one that you didn't have, especially in this sport.
Yeah, but bro, Virgil Ortiz, Jarrett Boot Ennis, our Conor Ben from England, they're making noise at that weight division. Those other guys are getting old now. It's time.
Who says they're not, though, Rap Star? You know, who says they're not? Just because somebody says, well, you know, this fight didn't happen and we're angry about that, or we feel a way about that, it doesn't mean that they don't appreciate the fighters that are coming up. And that's the disconnect right there, I think what you're hearing, and because you're not communicating and not asking the question, nobody is disconnecting from boxing and saying that, okay, because ABC fighter didn't fight, now I'm not paying attention to these young fighters that are coming up. I draw like a lot of passion watching these young fighters coming up. I draw passion from different places when it comes to boxing, and that's what keeps me involved. I'm not as involved as I was years ago because I just don't choose to be. I just don't have that passion like I did.
Got you, man. I got you, man. We got somebody else in the back. Who's this? Hey, man, look, my thing is this, bro. At the end of the day, Troy, we feel like we have some kind of a form of responsibility. You know what I mean? As talking to the fraternity, the boxers and people like that, it kind of feels like, you know, we don't want the negative side of it, but we can't exactly avoid it. And we have to find ways to either debunk the bullshit and find ways already. We got a lot of problems in the sport. The last thing we need,
let me ask
Troy,
you a question.
Troy, the last thing we need is the inspiration from you elder gentlemen like yourselves, and get that energy back and start uplifting these young guys. We need you guys to start, you know, because if you're going to have that little attitude that you also have lost a bit of the passion, it might rub off on the other generation, Troy.
Let me ask you a question. To the panel, if y'all want to answer anyway. Is it hard to go to any panel or any channel to listen to some positive and uplifting type of boxing talk, or is it easier for the negative? Like, is it hard or easy?
Oh, it's a lot easier to see negativity. I'll tell you that. I see a lot of channels where it's all negative. It's never anything nice about any fucking boxing. That's what I'd be seeing, man.
Well, you know,
for me, there's parts where it's positive. It's like dialogue, positive discussion, and then two or three people may disagree about something, and then it goes from 1 to 1 million. It goes from, you know, it can, you know, I think if people or the channel, the owner of the channel can kind of keep it flowing, you know, and stick with the topic or whatever, it may run a little smoothly. But it, like I said, it's hard, because we can all, we can get a little wayward. But I find for me, it's some people are more attracted to the arguing as opposed to the actual dialogue and the positivity and the upliftment. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, because it's much more easier to jump, to go. Okay, let me get my thoughts together. If you're the low hanging fruit and all you want to hear is what you want to hear, and this person is telling you what you want to hear, you're going to go to that panel. I don't really give a damn about. I can't be around someone that's negative all the time. That's why I don't go to certain people's podcasts anymore. Actually, I'm not even on everybody's podcast anymore because everybody has an agenda, and I really just don't want to hear from everybody, right? But at the same time, if you have that positive energy and you step into a room, a panel, and you bring it like that, whether it's passionate, I mean, and you come with some passion, you're gonna rub some people the wrong way. That's just how it is. But at the end of the day, as long as you show respect, you're all right. And I think a lot of times people take passion as a form of negativity. But you know what? It's just you gotta have tougher skin than that, man. Life ain't easy, so you can't be easy. I don't know one easy person that ever moved a pebble, but I know some people that are tough that'll move a mountain for you, and that's just a fact.
Everyone answered?
Nah, I guess, man. Listen, I said it before, man. Like, right after like the Ortiz fight, I wanted to just like I know Punch says he doesn't watch everybody's like channel because he doesn't want to see. I'm new to this, so like I've only been in the YTB. He's been in this for like a long time. Like I've only been for like 6 months, and this is how I actually ended up over like watching you guys, and I ended up the first time I think was on Black and Brown or I think it was Punch's channel, was because like I didn't know about this community. I would just type in and go on, just watch everybody, and I still do because not literally watch. I want to see what people are saying is what I mean. You know what I mean? Like I want to see what people, and so I'll see after a fight, and I'll type in like the fight, and I'll look at these channels, and it's like I won't see like them talking about the fight itself. They'll talk about how bad the performance was. Like I said, they'll talk about the bad about the fighter that lost, or they'll talk about I guess their favorite fighter could beat this favorite fighter, and then and so it's not like you could just type in and you'll see like they'll just talk about the fight itself. You know what I mean? It's more of like it's negative. Yeah, it is more of like a negativity. But then I also got to take into consideration that this is social media and this is online, and a lot of people do stuff for their channel. A lot of people do stuff for views. I mean, some channels, man, as soon as you go on, people, there's certain guys that are like, look, I ain't even gonna continue unless I get the likes up. I mean, they'll literally stop. They'll stop. They'll be like, yo, I'm not gonna go on. There's like that. There's 2,000 people ahead. Wait, there should be this many likes, and I'm not gonna. It's like it's crazy. So you can see like there's a, I guess their heart isn't in it for that. It's probably in it for like cash apps or like maybe a narrative. So I won't stick around or whatever. So, but I'll still just want to see what they're saying, just to see what their opinion is. But
So it just
I mean,
fairly
there's gonna be
seems now.
disagreement. That's what makes
Go
it
ahead.
fun.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say. I mean, of course, it's sports, so there's gonna be disagreements, gonna be some battle, but difference of opinions and stuff like that. That's just sports. That's sports. I mean, I think in boxing it's way more positive than negative. I don't know how in conversations in my opinion, There's a lot way more good than negative in boxing, but then when in terms of boxing talk, it's way more negative than positive.
Yeah.
And I do think that fighters, well, I've been in conversation with certain fighters. I do think it plays in their effect in their decision making. You know, put it this way. You remember that clip in Rocky V when Tommy Gunn, he won, but then the media was on him like, you ain't fighting nobody. And then he was just running down the stairs real tight, like, yo, I fought the win, and everybody talking about blah, blah, blah. That's how they feel in real life. I've been like that's how they feel.
Right, right. But you got to take that stuff with a grain of salt, man, because that's in every sport. It's not just boxing.
No, I
It's not
understand,
boxing.
but what I'm saying, the difference between the basketball, baseball, this is a warrior sport. This is you putting your life on the line, and then you don't get your just due. There's every other sport, I just look at it different when it comes to combat fighting.
Look, I don't want to say too much though, Moonshine, but just like the other day when you spoke about Paul Spandora.
Yeah.
When you spoke about this fighter, nobody has spoken about this fighter for a long time. And this guy gave his life to the sport. And I know he didn't achieve the greatest things, but at the end of the day, he had some personal problems. But a lot of people, I don't want to say too many names. I'm sure you guys know, but some of those big names, they don't even have that much money anymore. They didn't make that kind of money. And a lot of these people in the sport don't make that kind of money. Unless you're signed with the right people, you got the right contracts, the right deals. I mean, Moonshine, you know yourself. I know you don't speak too much about stuff you've done, but I'm sure you got a couple of fighters that you've worked with. And just to get one contract done, it's murderous.
Shit. It's the biggest headache in the world.
But you know what, man? The only person that's ever going to give you your just due is you. That's just a fact. The only person in this world that's ever going to tell you what you want to hear all the time is you. Everything else, like the negative stuff, you filter the hell out. But you know what you do? You listen to some of it, and you might use some of it to motivate you and push you if you're that type of cat. But in all due respect, you know, your strength got to come from inside. Other people's opinions shouldn't hold too much water to you, because you know what?
Troy, you're not listening.
You know
What's
how
the
great you are.
boxers? But Troy, let me ask you this: those
80%
of the boxers who don't make that much money, that all they do is they spend the money, they have it as they go. Things happen in life, and they don't make that kind of life-changing money. It's only a small amount. Those boxers, what do you think their life is after boxing?
I really couldn't tell you, but
Come on, you know about boxing. What do you think their life?
Yeah, listen, you asked me a question. I'm going to ask you. I can tell you this. I don't think that a lot of them sit around and boo-hoo about it. What they do is they make a way. I mean, sure they think about their glory days and all that, and yes, it's hard right now, but they don't sit around and boo-hoo about it, because the same thing that drove them to get in that ring to be a fighter is the same thing that's going to push them in life and keep them to be strong and keep them to take care of their family, keep them to have a roof over their head. Those are the real fighters right there. Once you leave boxing and you realize you might have been robbed or you made some mistakes with your money, now you got to live life as just a common person. That same strength that said, I could do this damn sport and I would die for this sport, right?
Yeah.
It's the same strength that's going to push you through life. That is that same damn strength. You don't stop being a fighter because you retired. That's what, no. You will always be a fighter if you are a fighter.
Well, we're talking about all those great fighters that you're talking about are the great fighters, which some of them didn't make it to have a world champion, but they were good fighters. A lot of good fighters made world champion one time, but never made that much money. These are guys who end up like henchmen, or they end up as security, or they end up sometimes in the bad side of business because they don't have the fundamentals after a certain age to go back in the environment, which will build them career, whether in a work environment or some other intellectual environment.
Yo, you remember?
Right. But then
Go on, Punch.
What I was gonna say, you remember when I interviewed Peter Quillen, and he said how the opponent knocked him. I mean, hit him so hard that it actually knocked his whole grill, but he kept
Yeah,
on fighting. And
yeah.
and how he spent like a quarter of his purse just on his grill.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. That was a good interview.
Yeah, man, and also when he was explaining, fighting with broken hands and stuff like that, because then they have to. They got to make that's their living. Also, you know that boxers is once they get their check, they're on their own. They got to do their taxes. Some of them is not some of them. Let's be honest, and a lot of us. I was there at one point. I was financially literate. There's a lot of fighters that are there's a lot of people that's financially literate, don't know how to handle money until you learn. You take your losses and then you learn on the way. You give a young fighter, a fighter never made probably $10,000 in his life, and then he got like $1 million, or he got like $750,000. Like, you think you know what to do with it, but you don't know what to do with it. So
Okay,
Right.
well, okay,
it's a tough sport in and out the ring.
okay, I'm
I
gonna
heard.
drop 3 names. Okay, go ahead, Lisa. Go ahead.
I was saying, Blood was just saying recently, that Riddick Bowe, because he had a fortune, and he unfortunately he's broke today, and he was a bus driver in Florida. This was after, I don't know how long ago this was, but this was after he was, undisputed heavyweight or whatever. He was a bus driver in Florida, and nobody even knew who he was. Nobody recognized him. That's so sad.
Yeah, he's but he
Blood was
kept
just
fighting.
spoke about that. Yeah, he.
Mhm.
I think he did I don't know. Did he just do an interview with Vlad?
Something he did something recently because he used to be right here in Fort Washington, which is close to DC, right? He used to
Yeah.
be here, and then I think he used to come to I want to say Mike's Gym in DC. I don't know if that's the right name of the gym, but yeah, Mike's Gym in DC and all that. And I know somebody who knows him. He's like he said, he's surviving. That's the same thing with William Joffrey. William Joffrey is doing the bus thing, and he's surviving, man. That's it. You don't
Yeah.
stop being a fighter because you don't have that title and you're not getting in the ring no more. I'm gonna just tell you, Edna Cherry. I mean, do all of y'all know who Edna Cherry is? Former boxer. He fought
Yeah.
Bradley and a couple other fighters. Okay, well, he pretty much had a heart issue, and he died for a few minutes, but he was in the gym, and they brought
Wow.
him back, and he was training for a fight, and he couldn't fight anymore. I did an interview with him when I was on another podcast I was co-hosting, and he has a beautiful, powerful, telling story, man, of how he only got paid like maybe $30,000 to fight Bradley or something like that for a championship, right? And then he
Wow.
really only took home 10,000, and now he's not boxing and he's doing this, he's doing that. But that brother right there, he's a soul survivor, man. Beautiful soul. These fighters that don't make it, and then they have to live like lives like everyday people. The fight in them never stops, and that's what you love about it. Those are the ones you should have on your panel sometimes. Have them tell the real story of where they came from, because that'll inspire somebody. Those
Right.
dudes right there got a story to share. That if you have a soul, it's gonna bring a tear to your eyes, gonna make you feel. But at the end of the day, you're not gonna feel sorry for them. You're gonna feel some joy for them because they fighting. They still fighting.
Right.
And
Hey, we
that's what
might have
brings me
some
joy.
energy back in the building. We got H Money in the building.
Right.
Yo, what's up, Rap Star? What's good?
Yeah, I'm cooking out here, bro.
H
But I'm a bit
Money.
tired.
H Money.
Hey, H,
Hey,
I'm a bit tired, man. But it's good
there's
to see
only
you come in here, bro.
one H Money.
Lisa, what's good? Lisa, Slugger Sam, Troy Graham. Shout out to everybody. Rap Star Boxing Knowledge. Salute.
Salute.
Yeah, so let me ask you this, H. We're at this point in this. It's been a very deep conversation. What we said is a lot of people have said that boxing has been a bit watered down. the elder generation came in and said the boxers are not what they were before. They haven't got thick skin and they're very sensitive. Now the older generation came in and they're telling us that the boxers are way more sensitive and they're making more excuses. How do you feel about that?
I don't agree with that. You know, you got great.
Because Punch don't agree with that, and a lot of passionate people don't agree with that. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't agree with it. I mean, you got great fighters, man. You know, you got fighters like Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua, Teofimo Lopez. You know, he did something great. You know what I mean? So you got to give these fighters credit for what they're doing. That's what I think. Terrence Crawford, Canelo Alvarez. Canelo's a great fighter. You know what I mean? Charlo, Jermell Charlo, very good fighter, great fighter. You know what I mean? So you got to give these fighters credit. So many great fighters. I can talk about so many. Juan Francisco Estrada. We could talk about Virgil Ortiz, Jabron Ennis. There's so many great fighters. Demetrius Andrade. He's fighting this Saturday, and he's an undefeated champion in 3 different weight classes. No, two different weight classes. Three-time world champion. The Boogeyman. Now he can box. You know, Liam Williams fight is mandatory. He won't duck his mandatory. You know what I mean? And he wants to fight the best. Hyman Munguia, he wants to fight Jamal Charlo. If Charlo doesn't want to fight, you know, David Benavidez fight Andrade. Unification fight. That fight should have been happened a long time ago. Now Charlo could keep ducking him. I like Jermell, but Jamal is ducking. You know what I mean? And he's clout chasing. I don't like that. And Rap Star, you know about that. Rap Star, you know, I learned a lot from you. I learned a lot from you, especially when it came to the heavyweight division, when you talked about Tyson Fury, you know, and appreciate it, man. Thank you for the knowledge.
Hey, I just want to say this. Do you see the energy this guy brings, Lisa?
Yeah.
And you see what you said about Punch Drunk earlier. There's only a few people with that kind of passion and energy, isn't there?
Yeah, I agree.
And you see
But
how
you guys are the new.
Can you imagine
You
if
guys
I've
are
got
now.
10, can you imagine, Lisa, if I've got 10 people like Punch, H Money, and my energy? They can't stop us. They can't stop
Nope.
the passion for this sport.
That's electricity right there.
Yeah, so there is people like us, Lisa, but it's very limited. There's not many people who love the sport of boxing. I just hope I could get H, me, and Punch on the same topic. H sometimes drifts off in another world, but he got the real fucking energy. I'll give him that. He's a passionate guy, very knowledgeable guy.
I got you, Rap Star. Right now, I took my game to the next level. Now, as you can see, I have matured. So I haven't been drifting off. I've been keeping it on topic. I'm talking about boxing. I got facts. You know, when I talk about the heavyweight division, Tyson Fury is number 1. So he's undefeated. You know, he's a lineal champion. You know what I mean? He's a WBC Ring Magazine. You know, he beat Deontay Wilder, who was number 1. He beat Klitschko when Klitschko was the champion for 7 years. Tyson Fury fought the best fighters. What about AJ? He never fought the number 1 heavyweights. He never. You know what I mean? So Tyson Fury did all the work. He put in the work. You know, so I want to see the fight. You know, I respect AJ. AJ's a great fighter, but Tyson Fury is number 1. Let's make that sure. And we can make the fight happen next.
Okay, I've got another thing to say to you, H Money, before I go around. Punch Drunk, as you know, Punch Drunk's in the boxing business and he speaks to a lot of fighters and they come and they, you know, speak on his channel. He represents them. He feels like he's got some kind of a level of responsibility now in boxing. Like myself, I speak to the amateurs. I do things behind the scenes. You already know. And I've seen how close you are with fighters, H. I have never seen as the way that you're passionate about Lolo Harris, the way that you support these fighters with Devin Haney. It's like you got a responsibility on you. Do you feel like you have got a responsibility to make sure that you get the boxing's voice where it belongs? Is that how you feel as well?
Absolutely, Rap Star. You know, I put in countless hours studying boxing, watching the best fighters, and I think it's my job and my duty to give the fans the truth. No false narratives. You know, the honest, the best opinions. You know, it counts. Now, it's free smoke. Free smoke every time, Rap Star. You've been bringing the free smoke since the very beginning. Now, you know, even people threaten you for speaking out the truth against Deontay Wilder.
Facts.
Yes. And it's not fair. It's not fair. You spoke the truth, even though somebody threatened your life because you spoke the truth.
Yeah, but for some people, our truth is not the truth to some people. It's like they take it as a different opinion. And just like Troy said, we got to be ready in this kind of a sport. There's always going to be backlash. There's always going to be bullshit. So we have to have thick skin. But you know what? I'm going to say this, bro. If you could, the passion that you got is similar to some of the very elite, very, very small amount of people on this media platforms. You could help the sport, H Money. I've spoke about this to you. I said this to you. There's a lot of great people willing to join you, but you got to look. I know you're attached to some fighters, but you just got to keep it real all the way around, bro. I'm telling you, you will grow, and you are already growing.
Absolutely, Brad Star. You know, I appreciate the advice. You know, I'm gonna take
I've had
heed.
people reach out to me, H. I'm gonna let you know right now in front of everyone. They're big channels, they're big people. They said if your boy H could just be all the way round, man, we would love to cook it with him and you, Rapstar. But I'm letting you know that people do respect your knowledge. It's just that sometimes they feel that you're connected to the Haneys too much, and they feel that you might spin a narrative. That's just me being real with you, my brother.
Hey, you know what? Everybody got their favorite fighters, right? I mean, it's the truth. Of course, Devin Haney is my favorite fighter. He's always been before I was even connected to the Haneys. You know what I mean? So I feel like Devin Haney's a very good fighter, and you know, he's ready to show the world. He's ready to show the world against Jorge Linares, a former world champion, three division world champion who beat Luke Campbell. You know, knocked down Vasily Lomachenko, #1 pound for pound. Lomachenko was at his best when Linares dropped him. Now, at the end of the day, Devin Haney, he got to make a win. He got to make a statement, right, Rapstar? I want you to be impressed. I want you to be happy. You know what I mean about his performance. I want you to tell me.
Now we're talking, H. Now we've got to start
Exactly.
inviting you to the panel so you can start cooking sometimes and bring this energy for boxing, bro. If you're gonna keep it like this, I got to get you out there with us, bro.
I'm with you. I'm with you. Respect, Rapstar. You know, me and you, we watched boxing together. We broke down fights together, and we had a great time.
Facts. And I think it'll be a great time once we start. We're like the new historians of today's age, bro. We're bringing boxing to the people for the generation who understand where we are. Because as you understand with Troy, Lisa, they had different times in boxing. They're relying on us, H Money. They're relying on us for everything because they're not as involved as they were like what we are today.
For sure, Rapstar. You know, it's about the best, man. The best fighters fighting the best. Tyson Fury is the #1 heavyweight in the world. Anthony Joshua is a great fighter. I'm not going to take anything away from none of the great fighters. From Teofimo Lopez, who is a great fighter, a champion. You know what I mean? Yeah. Beat Lomachenko, Richard Comey, Nakatani. He's only 23 years old. Teofimo Lopez. So you got to give him. Hey, and I got breaking news. Triller, they just bought Fight TV. Fight TV is an app. You remember Clarissa Shields fought on pay-per-view on Fight TV. Triller just bought it.
Oh, okay, cool.
So Triller, they gonna have a lot of boxing. So if Teofimo Lopez can be the face of Triller, if he
you got some compliments, H Money. A lot of people are complimenting you right now. Jack Dempsey says, Rapstar, Mr. Moonshine, H Money is like the Canelo, Pacquiao, and Mayweather, electrifying. I'm just saying they're giving you some shouts out here. H Money puts in a 12-hour shift yesterday. The man's grinding. So it seems like people can acknowledge that you working out here, H.
Appreciate it, Rapstar. And Rapstar, you know, Teofimo Lopez is a great fighter, man. You know what I mean? I think Triller might take over boxing. It looks like it. Now, Teofimo Lopez, he calls himself the Takeover. So I think Teofimo Lopez will take over Triller. And guess what, man? He's a great fighter. So I want to give him his compliments. You know, his father was the trainer of the year, Teofimo Lopez Sr. Shout out to everybody, man. You know what I mean?
So I'm supposed to speak to Senior soon. Let's just talk about the prediction for the fight then. What's the prediction for the Teofimo Lopez versus Kambosos? How do you see the fight going? Lisa, can we go to Lisa first, H? How'd you see
I
that
need to.
fight going,
I gotta
Lisa?
look at more footage of Cambosis. I do remember him. He fought what was that guy's name? Cepeda, right?
Who?
No,
It's
no.
Lee
Who was?
Selby. Lee Selby.
Yeah, Lee Selby. That's right. Not Cepeda. Lee Selby. He's a little aggressive. He's not a bad fighter though, but I just don't see. I see T.O. Going through him like a hot, like a knife through hot butter.
Wow. It's going to be that dominant, right, Lisa?
Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah.
What do you think about that, Slugger Sam?
Yeah. No,
Yo,
I'm
Slugger
still
Sam, what the
here.
fuck
I'm
you doing,
still
bro?
here. I'm still here. I was on mute. I
Alright.
hit the mute button late. I'm just
You
deleting
can't
some
slow me
email.
down, bro. Come on.
No, I'm not
Slugger
gonna slow
Sam,
you down.
what do you think's going to happen with Teofimo and Cambosis?
You know, I mean, to me, right now I think Tio's undefeated with anybody. Like I don't think there's any lightweight in the world that could stop Tio. So that answers right there. That Tio's gonna get him. I think I would probably say early stoppage. I definitely got early stoppage, 4th, 5th round KO for this one.
What do you think, Troy? How do you think that fight goes down?
Yeah, Fimo is at the top of his game right now, man. He's at a place in his life where he's peaking. So I don't see him having any trouble with this cat. Where's this fight being held, Rap Star? Where?
Miami, I think, isn't it?
Oh,
Miami,
okay,
right?
right. Okay, well, yeah, he's
You're
gonna
supposed
be.
to know more than me, bro. I'm not even from America.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not supposed to know more because you still focused on what's going on more than I am. But he's back home. He's in Florida. He's gonna do his thing, and I don't see him having an issue with this guy. I think he beats this guy, and then he moves on to greener pastures. But with all that being said, right? All I can say is that the fish got to be the fish, and old man, I'm going to sleep. Y'all have a good night.
All right, bro.
All right.
Thanks for
Good
being
night,
there,
Troy.
Troy. My home's always welcome.
What's up, Troy? Troy Graham, my
Yeah.
boy. What's up with it?
I'm all right. How you doing?
I'm good,
All
man.
right,
Troy,
everyone.
much respect. Troy, can I get you on the panel one time, man? Could you come to H Money Boxing Channel one time?
We'll see, brother, my dear brother. We shall
I would
see.
appreciate that. I would appreciate it. You talk about the heavyweight division, especially Deontay Wilder. I think Anthony Joshua. I know you like Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury. I want to get your opinion, especially in heavyweight division. I think you specialize in the heavyweight division.
I can say that I'm officially out of Wilder talk, man.
Nah. We need you to come back. Oh no, we
too
need you to
negative
come
for
back.
my use anymore, man.
Come
Too
on now,
negative
I
for my
need that.
use.
You ever since the
All right,
boxing
man.
voice? Hey, you been on Wilder since the boxing voice.
Hey, Rap Star.
Yeah.
If I get up a couple of hours from now and head out to work and you still on, I'm gonna slap you in the back of the neck, man. What the hell you still doing?
Hey, listen, Troy, listen to this, though. You are always welcome into my house. I don't care if we disagree. You are very knowledgeable, brother. We always want you. Remember this, yeah? You never feel no way. You always come here, bro.
I wish Punch was still here. I had something to say to him, but he rolled out. All right.
You got a message for Punch? Why don't you just say it right now? He can hear you. He's in the background right now. He can hear you right now.
Nah, I'm gonna go to one of his panels and say it, man, because that's just my way. All right, man.
All right, fam. Yo, so H Money, man, do you want to break down this fight with Cambosis and Teofimo Lopez? The 95% of boxing world is not giving Cambosis a chance, but Cambosis has had some great fights. He has beat Mickey Bay. Mickey Bay's a proven ex-world champion. The fight went all the way. Cambosis is a come-forward fighter. He also beat Lee Selby, which is an ex-world champion. Are you not giving Cambosis any chance in this fight, H Money?
Yeah, Teofimo Lopez is a great fighter. Now George Cambosis, he's a good fighter. He's a good fighter. It's a difference. Now Teofimo Lopez is great. Cambosis is good. Cambosis, I thought Lee Selby beat him in that fight. It was a split decision. He got a split decision, but I thought Lee Selby outboxed him. You know what I mean? I thought it was a robbery. Also, but also Mickey Bay was a very close fight, and Mickey Bay is past his prime. You know, Mickey Bay is not the same fighter that he once was when he was a world champion. So I think Kambosos is a good fighter, but like I said, Teofimo Lopez is going to dominate George Kambosos Jr. He's going to obliterate him. He's going to knock him out. You know what I mean? He's gonna destroy him. It's going to be a massacre. That's what it's gonna look like.
Is it going to be to the body? Do you think it's going to be? He's going to break down to the body. He's going to break him down, go to the body, and go up, go down again. You think he's going to break his body down first?
Yes. Go to the body. Set up the uppercuts on the inside. Walk him down. Show the power. Everything, Rapstar, everything that you tell me about, everything that his dad talks about, you know, he's going to bring it, and he's going to stop him.
I will say this, though. Devin Haney is fight with Linares. If he smokes Linares, are we expecting him to smoke Linares, H-Money? Are we expecting a dominant performance from Devin Haney? Like you said, Rapstar, I want you to be happy with it so we can cook. I promise you, you know, there's no one who keeps that real energy. If we can get this, the performance we're looking for, we're going to cook about this, H. So are we going to get that performance from your brother, H, from Devin Haney?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Devin Haney been looking strong. Now his hand was broken in his last fight. Now he looked good in his last fight. He won every round, but he didn't get the knockout. But remember, Rapstar, he had a broken hand. And Kid Austin confirmed it. Kid Austin even said that he had a broken hand when he sparred him. You know, so Devin Haney showed that he's tough, that he's a tough fighter. Now I feel like Devin Haney been working out. I've been talking to his dad. We working on a stoppage. We working for the knockout. Devin Haney is going to maul him. He's going to maul him on the inside like Andre Ward. Now, Devin Haney is from Oakland like Andre Ward. Now, I think Devin Haney, his style is similar to Andre Ward. Now, I think Devin Haney is going to stop him. Spectacular. Great performance. Knockout.
Hey, have you heard of a fighter called Paul Spanfordora?
Yeah, but Devin Haney's on a different level. Devin Haney, much better, much stronger, much faster. Spatafora was a good fighter, but Devin Haney is on a different level. He's on a different level. He's a good fighter, though. But Devin Haney's much better, bro. He's different levels. Devin Haney reminds me of Andre Ward.
Paulie Malignaggi.
No, Andre Ward, my brother. Andre Ward, my brother.
Malignaggi was a 2-weight world champion, bro.
No. I said Andre Ward, my brother.
Okay.
Much better than Paula Malignaggi. Devin, I mean, come on, man. Adrian Broner beat Paula Malignaggi. Devin Haney will beat the fuck out of Adrian Broner. You know what I mean? You remember what Miguel Cotto did to Paula Malignaggi? Devin Haney, what? Come on, man. Devin Haney way better than Paula Malignaggi. Sean Porter knocked him out the ring. Come on, man.
Yeah, but I think what some people have come on my panel and they've been trying to break down that, you know, Paulie Malignaggi, for a person who never had strength hands, he had achieved greatness. They say that a guy like Paulie Malignaggi is a 2-weight world champion. They say that is a greatness achievement. Some people only become a 1-weight world champion.
I'm talking about.
Paulie wasn't a bad boxer, and he had a great jab.
Yeah,
from what I heard, Paulie used to have a little pop, but he just had brutal hands.
How come he got brittle hands from a young age, Lisa? How come Paulie always complained about his hands from a young age?
Some fighters had injuries like that, you know, Rapstar. Some fighters that their bodies couldn't take the damage, you know. And Paulie was a very good fighter, like Lisa said. He could box.
Yeah, that was his.
He had one of the best jabs in the business at that time.
Yeah, that's facts.
But Rapstar, you said who was Paula Malignaggi's best win?
Yeah, I think his best wins were against that guy. What's his name? It's an African guy. I forgot his name though. It was for a world championship.
Nah, he beat Juan Baby Bull Diaz.
Yeah, but he also lost a controversy first fight, didn't he? It was like
Paulie won the first fight too. He got robbed, but he won the rematch easily.
Yeah, and that was when Juan Diaz was still on. He was still in his prime.
He was still good, very good. Yep, he was
Yeah, he
good.
was still in. Isn't that the time when Paulie went all out ham on Al Heyman? Isn't that the time when Paulie went straight all out on everyone in boxing? He came at everybody at the post fight that time, right?
That was at the Adrian Broner fight because some people thought he beat Adrian Broner.
Yeah, a lot of people thought that. Yeah.
No, that was at the Juan Diaz fight. I remember very clearly. After the first fight, he said the judges have been paid off by Al Heyman. I'm done with this bullshit. He was coming all ham on boxing. He went crazy after that. And then
Oh
after that,
yeah,
they
I
gave him the
remember that.
rematch. And then they gave him the rematch, and he got himself a contract with Al Heyman. He said, if you're not with Al Heyman, you ain't shit. That's what he said to everybody.
He contradicts himself too much, you know. But hey, Rap Star, I wanted to tell you though, but Devin Haney, man, he's been looking very strong in training camp. He broke his sparring partner's nose, and he was sparring Samuel Vargas. You know what I mean? So listen, when you talk about Devin Haney style, who did Devin Haney fights like? Andre Ward. Andre Ward. Remember that from Oakland, the same hometown. Remember who told you, Rap Star? And Andre Ward was a great fighter. SOG, baby. Let's go.
Hey, all I'm saying, H, I know you put all your cards in, and I respect you. You ride and die with your people. I'm a bit similar. I respect that. I just hope Haney performs. You know what I mean? I just hope Devin Haney can just, perform and put himself in the map, bro. And I can't wait for the days when people stop saying, oh, is Devin Haney the goods? Is Devin Haney the truth? I need Devin Haney to prove to everyone that he is the truth. You know what I mean?
Devin Haney has a style similar to Andre Ward, Floyd Mayweather, similar to fighters like, just a boxer like a Tyson Fury type of style. That's his type of style. Elusive like Tyson Fury, a boxer first. He got the skills, right? Like Fury. That's what I think. You know what I mean? So that's why I think Devin Haney is a great fighter, because he's a boxer like those guys. He's a great boxer.
Right. So he's doing really well in the training camp, yeah? So he's good. Everything's all good.
Yes, man. I'm telling you, Rap Star, you're gonna be excited, man.
Okay,
You know what
well,
I mean?
I can't wait. I can't wait. If Devin Haney performs to the level that I want him to perform, then of course it's going to be the right time, because he hasn't also had it easy. There's been a lot of shenanigans on Devin Haney. We were speaking about it the other day, Lisa. Remember that he also has been put in a position where it hasn't been fair on him totally. You get what I'm saying? So he needs the fights, and I just can't wait for him to get those fights, man. I just can't.
I got you, Rap Star. But so what do you want from Devin Haney? What do you want? What will make you happy? What will make you excited?
I already told Bill about that. Me and Bill spoke about it, that if Devin Haney can somehow get this win and then get the Lomachenko fight and kill all the shenanigans, finish the shenanigans. Let's get that money to Lomachenko. Let's get that fight. All that shenanigans goes to waste. We get Lomachenko. If we can't get Teofimo, at least we get Lomachenko and we deal with it. And then after that,
What about Teofimo though?
Nobody in boxing.
Teofimo Lopez though. What about that fight? You should. I thought we were gonna see that fight next.
Yeah, but I'm saying this: if we don't get the TO fight, I have to get the Loma fight. I need one or the other. I need Devin Haney in one of those fights, because it at least puts him back into that position. It makes everybody believe that he is the real WBC champion.
What about Ryan
I don't want to
Garcia?
hear no bullshit anymore.
He gonna fight Ryan Garcia next, or
That's a
T-
good fight. Ryan Garcia is, in fact, maybe more of a threat than Loma right now. We don't know.
Teofimo Lopez. He could fight Teofimo Lopez, Ryan Garcia. You know what I mean? Or the winner, or Javier Fortuna versus Ryan Garcia. He could fight the winner.
Hey, you must know what's going on in the back end. Is Bill Haney and Eddie Hearn getting that fight for Devin next?
I hope so. But Eddie Hearn is invested in Devin Haney. You see Matchroom Boxing on their YouTube channel. They put up the picture, the graphic. They got Canelo Alvarez, Anthony Joshua, Devin Haney, Katie Taylor, Billy Joe Saunders. But Devin Haney is up there with Canelo and Anthony Joshua. So Eddie Hearn gonna make this guy a rich man.
So
Devin
Terrible Terry's got a question for you, H. He goes, if Haney has a fight with Broner after Linares, does he beat Broner now?
Yes, and that's the fight that I want. I want that Broner fight. I told Bill Haney and my brother said, "Man, Devin Haney versus Adrian Broner. That's the fight." I'm pushing for that fight, Rapstar. I love that fight right there. He will beat the fuck out of Broner, whoop his ass, make him quit.
Okay, what do you think about that fight? Do you think that does a lot for him, Lisa? For like just like the question said that what about Adrian Broner for Devin Haney? Would that do a lot? Would you think that's good for him?
I mean, I think it'll be a really the build up will be great. A lot of hype. You know, as far as the fans and everything will really hype it up. But I just think that I think AB, I'm not saying that he's not a good fighter. I think he's seen his best days, you know.
Right.
So it could be a passing of the torch, so to say.
Facts.
But I just see him getting completely outclassed.
Yeah.
AB don't throw enough punches. And the young man is very fast. Haney is extremely fast.
Yeah.
And his feet are fast as well.
You know, for me, right, Lisa, I'm not saying Adrian Broner isn't a good fighter. He's a good fighter, but he's learned how to lose. He understands that his paycheck is there, and he learns how to lose. He's not throwing his punches anymore. He's not the same fighter anymore. He's not confident as he was at 135 and 135 and 140, I would say. He's not the same fighter at welterweight. I cannot see Adrian Broner doing anything at 147. There is no way he can capture any way near a title at 147. He's like you say gatekeeper, but at 147, he's like a journeyman. What do you think about that, Slugger Sam? That Adrian Broner, he wasting people's time, bro. He ain't doing nothing at 147. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, what did he have that title back in 2013 for a couple months, right? Beats Malignaggi, then gets his ass kicked by Madonna. That guy, welterweight, super lightweight, super featherweight, all that, it doesn't even matter, man. This guy hasn't been a champ since 2013, right? So he's like his time was done, man. He was an early boomer, whatever you want to call it. Did his thing, and then he just I don't want to say he doesn't work hard. I don't want to say that. I don't want to take that away from the man. But I definitely want to say he's not focused, man, and I don't think he's hungry.
Yeah, but
so I agree with you.
Point. DJ Saddam says, look, he's got enough power to keep himself away from trouble, right? He keeps it. I mean, Adrian Broner doesn't get washed, does he?
Say it again.
Adrian Broner never gets washed. He just looks lazy in a motherfucking fight, bro.
He got washed though. Maidana washed him. Pacquiao washed him. Sean Porter washed him. He get his ass whooped. Mikey Garcia.
Washing is right when somebody talk about. Look at that Sean Porter fight. How he knocked fucking Sean Porter down.
That was the only round he won, though, Rapstar. That's the only round that he won in the whole fight.
Yeah, but he's lazy. Or do you just think, right, H Money?
He's garbage, bro. He's not good.
No, but H Money, do you think that Adrian Broner is not disciplined enough to get back down to 140?
140, he said he would. That's what he said. He's gonna fight at 140.
Bro, the guy hasn't fought at 140 for a long time now, bro.
He won a belt, huh? He won a vacant belt at 140. So yeah, he's gonna be at 140. I think he's gonna try to dedicate himself because you got to make some money. You know what I mean? You got to get it together. I think he will for the money.
Carlos Mendoza says Santiago beats Broner. Broner is done, Rapstar. Adrian Broner is after Spence. Oh, that's a good one.
No, but I mean,
when Errol Spence knocked him out in the gym, people don't speak about that. They say that Errol Spence knocked him clean out, bro.
No, I think he wobbled him. I think go ahead, sir. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Sorry about that, H-Man. I was just gonna say, but like, I'm not trying to rate off Adrian Broner, but is there really a reason for us to even talk about him? Like, isn't he?
I mean, he's still part of boxing.
No.
That's what it is.
No. You guys are right. I'm not taking that away. But I'm talking about if we're talking about top 5. I don't put him top 10 for welterweights. I don't put him top 10 for super lightweight. You know what I'm saying? So this guy is not even a contender.
he got a name though. That's what it is, and he generates money. So to make it, you can make money off of Adrian Broner.
No, but on some real shit, H Money, can he though? Would
Yeah,
you buy
I
a
mean,
pay per view?
for certain fighters like a Devin Haney, you know what I mean, Teofimo Lopez moving up to 140, Adrian Broner is a good fight for those guys.
Yeah, but it is a shame how Adrian Broner turned out, bro. Listen,
Oh, it's a big shame,
listen.
man.
Let me just speak about this. H Money, do you remember the times when he had that? He used to win those fights at 135. The way he used to come on the mic, I'm better than I'm the next Mayweather. Everybody thought at one time, H. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a hardcore boxing fan. I put my hands up. At that time when I thought he was gonna go up, I thought he was the truth.
Yeah, me too. I fell for the hype. I fell for the hype too, but yeah, he was. I mean, at 135, he was good though. He beat Antonio.
Yeah, but he made
DeMarco
us believe that he was gonna do some mad shit at 147.
because he had some good performances against Antonio DeMarco. He destroyed DeMarco, and he was a champion. So he beat a credible lightweight. So Adrian Broner at one point was one of the best lightweights in the world. You know what I mean? So he just couldn't control his weight. He had bad habits, which ultimately ended his career. I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's what happened. He's not the same fighter anymore.
Somebody said that he tried to make 140 on his last fight, and the fight nearly flopped, and they had to renegotiate the contracts and make it at 147 again. So he's not that guy anymore. Hey, Adrian Broner ain't got that hunger, bro. I cannot listen. I see Regis Prograis beating Adrian Broner. Easy work. I see Regis Prograis dealing with Adrian Broner at 140. No problem. No problem.
Yeah, I agree.
No
I agree with
problem
you.
now. Adrian Broner is a position now. He's a gatekeeper. He's an official gatekeeper. And to be honest, Adrian Broner, he's achieved greatness. He's a 4-weight world champion. Would you believe that?
Yeah, he really didn't. He got some good opportunities, man. Because he fought a guy. People don't. His first belt, nobody even knows who he fought for that belt. And then when he moved up to 140, who did he beat for that belt? Nobody knows who that guy was. So I mean, I don't want to take nothing away from him, but Al Heyman, of course, man, they've been doing this for years with Wilder. You know, I mean, no disrespect to Wilder, but you know what I mean? They did the same thing with Tank Davis. You know, they know how to build a guy up. You know what I mean?
Carlos
Charlo,
Mendoza says Adrian Broner was a number 3 pound-for-pound fighter in 2013 and 14. Wow. That was what he was when he was coming up, bro.
because he was a 4-division world champion. He was, I think, top 10 pound for pound because he was a 4-division champion.
Broner ain't even a gatekeeper. Tycho TV says Broner ain't even a gatekeeper, bro. Wow. Kali says he made us.
I don't know if I would say that, man. I don't know if I would say he's not a contender.
Okay, do you guys agree in America like Kali? He says he let us down, bro. He made us into suckers. Do you guys
Yeah, he
think
let
that
me
he
down. Yes.
He let us down for sure. No, he definitely let us. You know why? Listen, Rapster. The thing is, man, like the problem with this guy is he had a lot of talent, man. Like when he was coming up in the early 2010s, like 2012 and all that shit, and he's supposed to be the next Floyd Mayweather, he could have actually been had he stayed focused. But we seen the way he acted. He got too cocky. He won in that Madonna fight, started humping the guy. You know what I'm saying?
Terrible Terry says H Money may be right. Broner's best win is only DeMarco. Huh?
Yeah, that's his best win for
No,
sure.
what about Paulie Malignaggi?
Now, I mean, but some people thought Paulie won that fight, but DeMarco, he stopped DeMarco. He was undefeated then. He was at his best. Man, Rapstar, you watch that performance, then you're gonna see why people said he was going to be the next Mayweather because the way he looked in that fight. He looked very.
I remember. I'm the one who told you. Remember, he used to put his combs in his head. He used to get his dad to hold his makeup. Remember that stuff?
Yeah, he used to brush his hair in the ring. He had the waves. He had the look. He was flashy, but you know, he, like I said, the bad habits, man, similar to what happened to Mike Tyson, Zab Judah. These guys, you know, couldn't control themselves.
So do you agree when Floyd Mayweather realized this guy's not true to the game, he got rid of him like he got rid of Justin Bieber?
Go ahead, Slugger.
Did Floyd get rid of Adrian Broner because he knew Adrian Broner was just fucking around?
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
let me just ask you this: Floyd Mayweather felt like he don't want Adrian Broner near his brand, like the Money Mayweather brand. He felt, nah, man, this guy don't deserve to be around it.
You know, no, I agree with that because the thing is, Floyd is all about business. Like, Floyd is going to look at you, man, like if you're going to slow the money down and you're not serious, then why would I have you? And I don't even think you need your name to be Floyd Mayweather. I mean, me, if I was a boxing trainer and some guy just didn't want to take it seriously, I'd be like, well, what am I training you for, man? You know what I mean? What are you doing here? Get the fuck out of here, man.
Do you believe that? Can I ask Lisa that? Lisa, do you think that, like the chat said, that when Floyd Mayweather realized that this guy is making him look bad, he got rid of him? Like, he literally just walked away from Adrian Broner.
Yeah, it could be. I agree with that. Maybe because of Floyd's brand and everything.
Yeah.
But I still think they cool because AB he went to his birthday party just recently.
Yeah, what do you think?
Maybe, but maybe just as far as a public thing. Oh shit!
Are you all right?
No, I had dropped. No, I'm good.
Okay.
Go ahead,
H
guys.
Money.
Go ahead.
Yeah, H Money. What do you think about that, bro? Did Floyd Mayweather get rid of Adrian Broner like he thought, fuck him, bro? I don't want this guy around me.
Nah, I wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't say so, but Broner he's like kind of like bad for business because he made a lot of controversial comments towards Mexicans. You know what I mean? And Broner done a lot of things that's, you know what I'm saying? He has a bad image. So Floyd don't want to be around that
Wow, Punch Drunk's making a statement, Punch. You can't make that statement, Punch, and not come in cook. You can't tell me that if Tyson Fury can come back, that Broner can do it as well. Broner's at the late 8 now, man. Tyson Fury he's a different look. Tyson Fury's reasons and where he was and how he came back is with a different hunger and a different kind of a belief. Yeah. You're talking about Adrian Broner, Punch. Adrian Broner can't come back anymore, bro. He don't got no hunger. He can't even get himself to the right weight. So look, you know what? I'm a bit surprised that Punch is pushing Broner, thinking that if Tyson can do it, Broner can do it.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. Tyson Fury is undefeated now. So Tyson Fury never lost a fight. I think Broner got 4 losses. He lost to Sean Porter. He lost to Mikey Garcia. He lost to Marcos Maidana. He lost to Manny Pacquiao. And Broner,
how old is Broner now?
He doesn't have the skills like Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury is a phenomenal boxer. He's one of the best. He's one of the best heavyweights. I think when his career is over, Tyson Fury will be one of the greatest heavyweights of all time, a top 10 heavyweight, especially when he beats Anthony Joshua. So I don't think it's fair to compare Tyson Fury to somebody like Broner. I would compare him to fighters like Larry Holmes and Muhammad Ali with his skill set. He beat the top guys. Broner never beat the top guy in his weight class.
And how can we compare as well, Slugger and Lisa and H? Because Tyson Fury's come back and achieved greatness. Now he's going to be fighting for the undisputed heavyweight fight. So to come back like that, Broner has to reestablish himself, become a total man to God, become such a hungry man. And even then, he cannot get himself anywhere near the 140 and 147 division.
You want me to tell you
his prime?
Yeah, you want me to tell you? See, here's the thing. He's 32 years old. 32 is a great age to be a boxer. It's a great age because you're actually still young. You know what I'm saying? You're still young, and you're a lot smarter than you were 22. So you got 10 years more experience. The problem is, it's been 8 years now. He's been struggling to make a comeback. It's been since 2013 that he's been struggling. So when the fuck is he gonna make it? Like, the thing is, here's the thing about Tyson Fury. He beats Klitschko in 2015. He beats Klitschko in 2015. They're supposed to have a second fight in early 2016. He retires, right? That whole thing.
Hey, let me send Punch the link, bro. He cooking. He's trying to cook and tell us that you telling.
I don't know. Just hear me out. Just hear me out, man. Just hear me out, brother. Hear me out. So, anyways, Tyson Fury beats Klitschko. Supposed to have a rematch. He doesn't have it because he's got the mental health problems. He comes back. He beats 3 guys up. Has a really good fight with Wilder, and then wins the title again. Right? Broner, it's a different story. Broner's been in the same fucking position for the past 8 years. He ain't moving. You know what I'm saying? And that's that, man.
Yo, Rapstar, I'm gonna head out, Rapstar. Thank you for having me. Shout outs to everybody on the panel. Lisa Bells, Slugger Sam. Shout outs to Punch Drunk Boxing, Mr. Moonshine himself. You know what I mean? Appreciate everybody. Thank you guys. You know? Hey, much love to everybody. You know,
Before you leave, before you go, man, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So what's the next big highlights for you, bro? What are you looking forward to?
Right now, I'm looking forward to Devin Haney versus Jorge Linares. I'm looking forward to Teofimo Lopez versus George Kambosos Jr. Also, Erickson Lubin versus Jason Rosario. I got some big things. You know, Erickson Lubin versus Jason Rosario is a great fight. And I'm going to do some work with Erickson Lubin, I believe. I'm ready to bring Erickson Lubin to the YTBC. Let's get Erickson Lubin on Rap Star Boxing Knowledge. Let's bring Erickson Lubin to Punch Drunk Boxing, to Major Key Boxing, Black and Brown Boxing, H Money Boxing. Let's do that, man. I'm excited. I like Erickson Lubin.
And Punch wants to remind you that his friend Demetrius Andrade's fighting this weekend.
Yeah. Hey, he's a great fighter.
I want your fucking views. I already told him what I think of Andrade. I would like to know what you think of Demetrius Andrade as an honest fan at 33 years old. What you think of him right now against Liam Williams?
Man, Andrade gonna look great. Now, Liam Williams, he does have power. So Andrade coming off a layoff, I think Andrade, he's gonna look strong. He's undefeated, three-time world champion, the boogeyman, the return of Demetrius Andrade, one of the best fighters in boxing. Nobody wants smoke with him. You know what I mean? Triple G and Jamal Charlo, Jaime Munguia, they ducking him, man. So I like Andrade. He's gonna look great. He's gonna look great, man.
Do you think Andrade is the real deal?
Yes, he's one of the best fighters in the world. He's one of the best. I would say skill set, his skills, he's top 5. He's top 5, bro.
Yo, H Money. Before you dip out, I just want to say something, man. I'm not from Houston, but I rap a lot.
For sure. Slugger Sam, thank you, man. You're very entertaining, Slugger Sam. Appreciate it. Lisa Bells, thank you so much. And Rapstar, I took the second vaccine today. So I took the second vaccine. Everybody be careful. Take the vaccine. Be healthy. You know what I mean? And stay safe. Thank you guys so much. Much love.
Okay, well, I'm going to be saying
all right.
Thumbnail.
All right, H Money. Take care, brother.
All right, have a blessed night.
For sure. Much love, Rapstar. Thank you, my brother.
Yeah. All right. Peace out.
Peace, Rapstar.
Yo, peace. Hey, look, man. At the end of the day, right, I've got this thing going back and forth with Punch about Demetrius Andrade. I wish Andrade performs really well on the weekend. I hope he shows us that he's levels above the domestic fighter in Liam Williams. You know, Liam Williams is an improved fighter, but Andrade is supposed to be a whole different class. You know what I mean? So I hope I see that different class. I hope I see the difference of levels in Demetrius Andrade. And I hope Punch is right about Demetrius Andrade, that Andrade is the real deal. And everybody better know that he is the real guy. But as far as I'm concerned, I've not seen him fight anyone, which is on the level. And even Liam Williams, it's just a great domestic fighter. So I hope I see the levels of differences. Lisa, before I go soon, do you think you're going to see that this weekend? That Demetrius Andrade is levels above a domestic fighter?
Yeah, I believe so, because he has to come in there and make a statement. And this guy Liam, I heard he got some power, I heard.
Right.
So he want to be, he need to be on his A game.
Okay.
Firing on all cylinders and just shut the people up. Let them know that you're here.
Hey man, let's see if Demetrius Andrade's the real deal. Let's see if he shows us he's levels above and he is that guy. But if Boo Boo is that guy, Boo Boo Andre's coming like a ghost. Is he coming like a ghost, or is he the one who's going to get ghosted? Slugger Sam.
You talking about Boo Boo?
Yeah, is Boo Boo Andre Punch Drunk Boxing's friend the real deal, or is he just overhyped?
No, I mean, I definitely think he's, I definitely think he's the goods. I wouldn't go as far as saying he's the best at 160, but he's definitely a skilled boxer, man. Again, I could look at both sides. I see there's a lot of hate towards him, and I see there's a lot of love towards him. I would definitely be more of a supporter than a hater, man. I don't see nothing wrong with the guy, man. But
okay, so on that note, everybody go and support Boo Boo Andre. Everybody support his fight on the weekend against Liam Williams. Let's all support Liam Williams and Boo Boo Andre. I just got one thing to say. I hope Boo Boo is the real ghost and brings the magic. And I hope Boo Boo don't become into doo-doo. Because if Boo Boo becomes into doo-doo, then I'm telling you right now, I want to go and pay a visit to my friend, Punch Drunk Boxing on the other side of the pond. Boo Boo better be Boo Boo and not become a doo-doo.
you know how you could settle this, right?
Oh.
You know how you could settle this.
That's
It's got to be over some pounds, man. You bet
Hey.
pounds and Punch bet some USD. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
look, everybody support Boo Boo. Let's see if Boo Boo performs. And let's hope Boo Boo don't become into doo-doo, bro. That's all I'm saying, bro. Oh, man. I was going to go, bro, but now I was going to leave, man. And this guy's come to talk to me about Boo Boo, I think.
Don't you disrespect the man. Don't you disrespect the best 160
Is that
pounder.
a Kaka TV? Sounds like a Kaka.
Don't you disrespect the best middleweight champion of the world. He got them all running like Forrest Gump.
Oh.
He got Canelo, ran for dear life to 168. Billy Joe Saunders, he made Billy Joe Saunders so scared he needed to use PED. Jamal Charlo, he don't even want $7 million. He don't even want to make his biggest purse ever. Triple G running for the fences, hiding behind Eddie Hearn. Demetrius Andre.
You hear that?
We're not calling him Boo Boo anymore. We just gonna have one Boo. Boo. No more Boo Boo. It's just Boo. That's all. Demetrius Boo Andre.
Okay. He better boo, though. He better show us, Mr. Moonshine, that he is levels above Liam Williams. We need to see that. That's all I'm
I love
saying,
Boo
bro.
Boo.
And I will say this, Slugger Sam. Punch Drunk has been riding with Boo Boo Andre for a long time now. Since I've come to this YouTube media street, I've seen Punch Drunk having Boo Boo on his fucking thumbnail here and there. And I've got to tell you that, he gets a bit of criticism for it. Hey, I know he's a great amateur. I just hope he is a great professional and shows us he can do it. But look,
he's the last one left, bro.
Okay.
He's the last one left on the fighters that I pumped. You know what I'm saying? The fighters that was my favorite fighter. Deontay Wilder fell. Keith Thurman, he's missing. Gary Russell Jr. missing. The Boo Boo Andre.
Yo, Punch, I got to tell you this, man. I really want to see that fight with Jermell happen. Are you looking forward to that if that ever happens?
Or Brian Castano?
No, I'm saying Boo Boo and Jermell, man. Jamal.
I mean, he's scared to get some money.
hey, everybody in the chat, some people in the chat are saying to you, like Tyco TV, Moonshine, Liam Williams ain't the top 5 fighter. We know where he's at. Boo Boo better just fucking perform. What you got to say about that, bro?
Hey, Boo is going to beat Popeye. You don't got no spinach. You don't got no spinach in his system.
Hey, that's my next thumbnail. Boo versus Popeye. Hey, I'm gonna really chop it up with you soon because I'm not happy with what you said about Adrian Broner. So I'm not gonna talk about it now. I'm gonna make a thumbnail and I'm gonna cook about Adrian Broner.
No, don't you leave.
No.
This is 24 hours boxing.
I'm not quite happy how you compared the Tyson Fury situation.
Oh no, you
with
know
the
why?
Broner
You know why
situation.
you're not happy? Because you see,
I can't see that potential in Broner anymore.
Because you saw Tyson Fury overcome. That's why, huh? Because you saw Tyson Fury overcome. But you telling me, Tyson Fury, he weighed like what? 380 pounds, 350 pounds. He was obese. He was on coke. He was suicidal, depressed. And he came back. He came back. Praise the Lord. He came back. And I think that Adrian Broner could do the same thing.
But Adrian Broner didn't go through all that shit, and he didn't go through what Tyson Fury did, and he's constantly been losing. He can't get himself into those elite oppositions and win a title anymore like Tyson Fury did. Where Tyson Fury is on the momentum of where he's come back, I can never see Adrian Broner ever come back and reach the greatness of what Tyson Fury has reached.
So let me ask you a question. If
and beat the number one guy.
Let's say the next winner of the Josh Taylor and Jose Ramirez undisputed. And let's say whoever wins, right? And then they want to move to 147. They drop all the belts. And Broner's campaigning at 140. You don't think he's going to get a crack at it?
Yeah, Prograis beats him. He's already there. If Teofimo moves up, he's going to beat him with his franchise title. He'll capture those titles. He's already told everyone. Broner ain't got a chance with these kind of guys like the Devin Haney's, the Teofimos, the Regis Prograis. He can't. Broner's time is done with that now. For me, if Broner did even half of what Tyson Fury does, then I will keep quiet, Moonshine. I'll totally shut up. So you need to fucking do some preaching to get to Adrian Broner, because Adrian Broner's on the way out from a gatekeeper becoming a journeyman now.
We're going to see. We're going to see.
So unless you know something we don't, then we see Broner going downhill, bro.
We just got to give him a little holy water. Don't worry. He's going to be back.
Okay.
Come on. We got to preserve our boxers, man. We got to give them hope. If you ain't giving them hope on Rap Star, who's going to do it?
Yeah, but Broner's let everybody else down. Like I've been reading the chat as well. He's made me feel.
Tyson Fury let you down.
Broner's been constantly letting us down.
Tyson Fury let you down, but
he doesn't let us down in the fight. Tyson Fury lets us down maybe in personal life. He doesn't let us down in fighting. When he gives us those big fights, he's won. He has changed and conquered the world. Adrian Broner's have got a lot of his momentum has gone from over.
He lost to future Hall of Famers, though. You know that, right?
Yeah,
it's not like
for
he's
how
losing.
long
It's
has
not
he
like
been
it's not like
losing,
he's
bro?
It's not like he's losing. He lost to Mikey. He lost to Porter. He lost to Manny Pacquiao. Who else he lost to?
Broner couldn't even make weight his last fight, bro. Broner couldn't even make weight his last fight. He had to redo the contracts.
But also, you got to remember, if he's a 4-division world champion, it's because he moved up prematurely.
Yeah, that's true.
If he wouldn't have moved up prematurely, remember, he was an underdog. He was an underdog in most of those fights.
Which fights?
Because he was actually the smaller guy. This is what I mean. Like, okay, I mean, there's a lot of things that people could critique about Adrian Broner. I could do it. But when somebody moves up, what they say? They say that he's what you call it? Dare to be great. But when
bro, he's losing
against
journeyman nowadays, bro. He just lost the last fight that they gave him.
No, he won.
Yeah, but you know he didn't win convincingly.
He had 2 years layoff, man. That's don't worry about it, man.
Look,
how come Punch throwing it under the rug? Punch throwing it under the rug.
How come when Mikey Garcia move up, he's there to be great, but when Adrian Broner is moving up, he's just a clown?
He's not.
Broner has failed.
You think that Porter fight was supposed to be easy?
No, absolutely not. That's why I'm saying he's not a clown for doing that. But you know what? Listen, let me ask y'all a serious question though. Do you think? And I think Punch brought a good thing where he's like dare to be great, because after a certain amount of time they say you got to move up in weight. But what if What if somebody like Adrian
Come
Broner
on, guys. I'm
stayed
just
at
giving them
lightweight?
hope, man. I hope he's listening. I'm just giving them hope, guys.
No, but I'm asking a question though. If Adrian Broner stayed at lightweight or super lightweight, wouldn't they have clowned him and been like, "Yo, you got to move up"?
I don't know. Okay, put it this way: if Adrian Broner was at his peak, I'm talking about he never would have fell, through drinking and going out. He was just, in his A game,
Yeah.
And he was at 135 right now.
Yeah, man. Adrian
all of
Broner's
them.
lost his discipline.
He'll beat all of them. He'll beat all of them, and he'll probably he'll be competing with Lomachenko and fucking Teofimo in this A game. Let's say he never fell off.
A game, yeah. You're saying if he was focused, took training seriously, and all of that, right?
Yeah.
I believe that. No, I believe that. I would agree with you on that.
Who's better? Who you got? Broner or Devin Haney?
I would say Broner, but I don't know about Lomachenko though. I don't know if you could take Lomachenko, man.
Maybe, yeah. He don't throw enough. How about Broner and Teofimo?
You guys, before you start capping about Broner's best win with Antonio DeMarco. Antonio DeMarco was ever at his best at 130. You're talking about the best win that Broner's got at those weights is Antonio DeMarco.
Yeah, but then he moved up. How about Broner? Teofimo?
I'd say Teo, man. To me, right now, man, Teo's the truth right now. You know what? Listen.
How about if he was still in his A game? 135.
Punch, you might get mad at me right now, but I just might have to. Say that Teo beats Roberto Duran at lightweight. I'm
not mad at you.
This guy's the truth right now, man. No, at his A game too, man. At his A game, Teo still got him. Teo still beats him.
Broner at his A game.
Don't you think that Teofimo Lopez looked real big? He looked real big, yo. He looked bigger than Rolly.
Who you saying, Teo?
Yeah, recently.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, man. This guy's a big lightweight. Like when I look at him, I'm like, yo, like I don't know what he's doing because he never comes to the weigh-ins looking all drained out and shit. I don't know what the fuck this kid's doing, man.
He don't go out. He's still, you know what I'm saying? Probably the only thing he just likes to eat, but he stays in the gym though. I think that's more muscle than fat, you feel me?
Yeah. No, 100%.
Okay, can I ask you this though, Slugger-san?
Yeah.
Out of the top 10 all-time lightweights, does Teofimo need to do more? He has to do more, right, to get into the top 10 of all-time lightweights?
Well, I mean, I don't know how much more he needs to do. Like, I'm not gonna.
Would you have him in the top 10 of all-time lightweights?
He's gonna be up there, man. He's gonna listen. Let me tell you something, man.
I know he's going up there, but have you got him there now?
I say you might get mad at me. Give him 2 more fights. 100%. Yeah, 2 more fights.
So if he beats Kambosos and then after that fights the winner Fortuno, Ryan, or Devin Haney Linares and beats them, then he's the best lightweight.
No, I would definitely put him in top 10. I'm saying I would 100% put him in top 10 of all time. Listen, man. I'm gonna tell you something, man. You know, aside from the Diego fight he had and all of that, man, I was so impressed with this guy when he came in, knocked the shit out of Richard Comey, and then goes and does his thing with Lomachenko. Like, this guy's the truth, man. I am telling you, I'm a believer.
Floyd Mayweather versus Teofimo Lopez lightweight.
I gotta give it to Floyd, man. Because that guy, that guy did his thing, and I even, you know what? And this is a question for a different day, Punch. But I always wanted to ask the question: what if Floyd stayed at super feather or stayed at lightweight and never moved up? I always wanted to know that.
Nah, I got Floyd on that one. I think Floyd had he got a lot of arsenal, man.
Okay, who's the better lightweight, Floyd Mayweather or Roberto Duran?
That one is tough, man.
Let me tell you why.
I'm gonna go with Floyd.
I guarantee you right now. Everybody in the chat, tell me who's the better lightweight,
They're gonna say
lightweight?
Duran.
Was it Roberto Duran or was it Floyd Mayweather? Because
They're all
Duran
gonna
was,
say Duran.
Duran would beat
Roberto
the fuck
Duran
out
has
of
been a
everyone.
lightweight, but I'm just saying if they would have fought, I'm going to choose Floyd, man. I
Okay,
think
so let me
man,
ask you the
Floyd was
top. Let me
yo,
ask
he
you
was
your
a
top
bad
5
man.
lightweights of all time. So you got Floyd Mayweather as your top number 1
No,
lightweight of all time.
I got Durant as the better lightweight because his career, he was a better lightweight. But if you match him up, I will bet on Floyd.
Wow, you would?
I think
She
people
said top.
really forget how special Floyd is, man.
Yeah. Facts.
And if
Yeah.
you're young, if you're young,
I'm
and let's
talking
say,
about the Duran who beat Sugar Ray Leonard, bro.
yeah, and then he lost him.
Yeah,
No,
but
but
what
that
about
was.
the time when he beat him? That Duran.
But that's welterweight Duran. That's not
Okay,
lightweight
so
Duran.
I'm saying that kind of momentum in lightweight with Floyd.
I still got Floyd, man. I got Floyd.
Wow.
I got Duran.
Yeah, no, I got
But
Duran.
I
How about
could be
this?
wrong. I gotta
How about
I
this?
gotta look at him.
Could I ask you this one? Could I ask you this one, Punch? What about Pernell Whitaker versus Floyd Mayweather at lightweight?
I got Floyd.
Oh,
You got Floyd. That's a good one, yeah.
All
How
right,
about
hey,
you guys?
D Calico, you there? D Calico, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Even
you.
Roger Mayweather, he dropped Pernell Whitaker.
That's a hard one here.
Yeah. That's true. That's the closest we'll see to that Mayweather fight.
Yeah, D Calico, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
So Roberto
Pernell
Duran.
is my guy, so I don't know, man.
Sorry. Roberto Duran versus Floyd Mayweather at lightweight. Who wins that fight, D Calico?
I mean, it's almost impossible to fight Floyd at such a lightweight because he's already hard to punch. You feel me? So it's not like he's gonna take a whooping at that weight. Now at a larger weight, he got a chance of getting beat. But he's still elusive. He's so elusive. He's like fighting a cat.
And he had power there too. It's not this money man. He had power there.
Yeah.
Not many people have said to me though Floyd beats Duran at lightweight because people have called Duran the number 1 lightweight of all time. Wow. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I got Floyd, man. I think Floyd he got a lot, man. He was a lot. He had everything, bro. Had combinations, he footwork. He showed every type of defense, high guard, shoulder roll. He was accurate. He had power. He had a chin. I don't know. He had everything. Quick.
Yeah, he was the complete package, man. I agree with you on that.
Tell me one weakness that he had.
I couldn't say. I know when he moved up though, right? Them hands were brittle, and then he didn't have the pop at 147 and 154, but
he still didn't have weaknesses. He got
exactly because even though he may not have the knockout power, because boxing, you don't really. It's not really your hands or your arm. It's how he use the hips, short them short shots. Is he put his body into it?
Hey, Rap Star.
Yeah.
Hey, I was thinking about it, right? Because we always say that these young fighters can't compare to the old ones because there's no way that they could go 20 rounds or 15 rounds and all that, right? So guess what? When I think about it, Mike Tyson was really the best boxer ever because there's no way anybody would have went 20 rounds with Mike Tyson.
Yeah, but Mike Tyson came in an era when there were 12 rounds.
Nah, he was. I think 15 was still up.
Was Mike Tyson fighting 15 rounds?
No, that's the point. Nobody could even dream of going that long with him. There's no way in hell. There's no way it's impossible.
He went the distance with Mitch Green though. Remember that?
And Bone Crusher too, but
nobody could have went that many rounds.
Put it this way: when
Yeah.
when they was young, I mean, when they asked Muhammad Ali and they asked Foreman back then, if what they would have done with Mike Tyson, both of them said they would have lost.
Right.
And Muhammad Ali never gave in to anybody.
Only Foreman stood a chance.
No, but you know what, Punch? Didn't Foreman back in the late 80s, he said it, he's like, I want a piece of this young Mike Tyson guy, remember? That's the only reason he came back, from what I remember.
Yeah, but what he said after that, he said he never would have faced him. He would have. Mike
So let me
Tyson was
ask
a
you this
different
question
animal,
then.
man. Mike
Do you
Tyson
think
was
Muhammad
different.
Ali's opponents would have beaten any heavyweight of any time? Like, so Muhammad Ali beat Sonny Liston, Muhammad Ali beat Foreman, and Joe Frazier. Those are his 3 best wins on his resume.
Kenny Norton, Ernie Shavers.
Yeah, but the 3 I gave you, would those 3 be able to beat any heavyweight at any time right now?
Say yes. I say yes 100%.
Not
The 70s was crazy, man.
They couldn't have beat Tyson.
I don't think that some of them could have beaten Tyson.
Are you talking about every boxer, or are you just saying like boxers in general? In general, I think they would whip most of the boxers. Probably not Tyson, but most of them.
Yeah.
But you know what? Listen. Okay. And you guys brought up Tyson. Look, Tyson is my favorite of all time. But can we say that Mike Tyson's era is very similar to Vladimir Klitschko? And I'm not trying to take away anything from Mike Tyson's talent. I love him. Believe me, he's my favorite boxer of all time. Always have, always will be. But isn't it fair to say he fought in a Klitschko-like era?
No. Nope.
Why not?
No, because he also did fight before the Klitschko era. He fought the guys before that era too. Remember?
What do you mean? He didn't fight in the Klitschko era. I'm saying his era was similar to Klitschko. Like,
No,
he
I'm
did
saying
fight
he fought
Holmes.
before the Klitschko era. I didn't understand your question.
No, I'm saying, you know how
similar opponents.
okay, you know how Klitschko gets a lot of flack for like not having, because pretty much when Lennox Lewis retired, heavyweight boxing wasn't the same anymore, right? We can all agree on that. Heavyweight boxing went downhill. So, and then that's when it was called the Klitschko era, where they were really like journeymen and gatekeepers that Klitschko was fighting.
Gotcha.
They really weren't tough opponents. So I'm saying Mike Tyson, other than Larry Holmes, Tony Tucker, Bone Crusher Smith, I hate to bring the guy's resume down, but he kind of had an easy era in the 80s. Like, after Spinks beat Larry Holmes, it became very, very easy. You know what I mean? When Spinks beat Larry Holmes, let's be honest, heavyweight boxing wasn't clicking, man.
I mean, we got to remember the Frank Brunos he beat. I mean, these guys were still great fighters, and also he beat that guy, the Mitch Greens. He beat Larry Holmes. He beat Spinks. Tyson also beat what's that guy's name who beat
For one, he was young. He was young doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Tyson Fury at Mike Tyson won his world title at 20 years old. He
At
broke
20,
history.
at 20.
Or 20, okay.
20, yeah.
At 20 years old, he broke history, bro. The youngest ever heavyweight champion of the world. And the smallest. He was only 5'11".
Smallest.
Yeah. He was he was really meant to be a cruiserweight. But listen, this is what I'm trying to say. And trust me, I'm not taking nothing away from him. I'm not at all. But what I'm trying to say is, when I look at who in the next era, which is Lennox Lewis fought everybody. Evander Holyfield fought everybody. And then the era before Muhammad Ali fought everybody. You know what I'm saying? Muhammad Ali fought everybody. So, but I'm saying Mike Tyson ain't fight Riddick Bowe. You know what I'm saying? He didn't fight Tommy Moore.
They were scared of him.
Gotcha.
No, man, but come on, man. He was ducking Lennox Lewis, man.
Oh, yeah. Lennox Lewis was a smart man. He that's probably where Mayweather, got the idea. to wait later on in life to fight such
No, you got it wrong. I'm telling you, Mike Tyson ducked Lennox Lewis.
Nah, Riddick Bowe would have beat him early. He was ducking Riddick Bowe. Come on, man.
Who was ducking Riddick Bowe?
Your boy Lennox.
No. What are you talking about? Riddick Bowe threw the fucking WBC in the trash, so he doesn't have to fight Lennox Lewis. Bro, you got it all twisted up, man.
I think Rock Newman might have messed that fight up. I could be wrong.
Well, are you talking about Hasim Rahman?
No, Rock Newman, Bowe's manager or whatever.
No, from what I heard, from what I seen, is Riddick Bowe was completely ducking him. Riddick Bowe didn't want to smoke.
Man, they have fought so many times, just like Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney. Like they had already done this, and
Well, they fought at the Olympics, and Bowe came in silver, and Lennox was gold. But I'm just trying to say, I'm not sure, because like I said, I love Mike, but I'm just trying to say I think Lennox and Holyfield had better competition than him, and then I think Ali had better competition than him.
No, Lennox fought nobody's until the end.
How you gonna say that, man? How you gonna say that?
Man, he was skating. I like him as far as being a boxer, but nobody was scared of him until his end of his career. All of a sudden, he was better than all the other old guys. That's all.
Bro, Lennox Lewis literally fought everybody the best in the 90s. He fought the best in the 90s. All of them.
Yeah, that's true.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on. You can't listen. He fought Ruddock. He fought Tony Tucker, Frank Bruno, Oliver McCall twice, Tommy Morrison, Ray Mercer. You know what I'm saying? Andrew Galata, Shannon Briggs, Evander Holyfield, Michael Grant, David Tua, Hasim Rahman twice, Mike Tyson.
Like I said, I'm cooking out here.
And Vitaly Klitschko. Come on, bro. What are we talking, man? What are we talking? How you gonna say his record was whack, man?
No, I'm saying it was all the same era, and you going off the competition, I guess. But them people didn't want no parts of Mike Tyson. I don't know why you're saying that.
Bro, what are you talking about, man? Mike ducked him. And listen, what you need to understand is this coming from a Mike fan. Like Mike Tyson's not my favorite heavyweight. He's my favorite boxer of all time, period. But I'm a man of truth, man. I'm a man of facts. You know what I mean? The truth is the truth. But I mean, can you blame Tyson? Can you blame Tyson? You're only 5'10". Why would you fight a guy who's 6'5"?
But you know that Tyson, the Tyson I'm talking about, the one who was 17 to 23, 24. If that Tyson fought Lennox Lewis, he would have beat Lennox Lewis.
Yeah, period.
No, listen. Tyson.
If that Tyson. I'm talking about that Tyson.
No, believe it or not, 20 to 24 is not the same, because Mike Tyson in 1988, when he fired Kevin Rooney, that's when mentally he lost. See, he lost to Buster Douglas 2 years before that, because mentally he was fucked up for 2 years. So I think Mike Tyson at his best is 1987, 2021. A 21-year-old Mike.
So I'm talking about Tyson at 2021 and Lennox Lewis at 2021. They both meet each other. Who wins?
Oh, Tyson would kill him. Tyson would kill him. But see, the thing is, man, since he fired Kevin Rooney, he was never the same. He was never the same. It doesn't even matter that he went to jail. He was never the same since 1988. It was all downhill from there, man.
Man, he into the Buster fight, he was the
No. Come on, man. He lost. Listen, man. He lost way before the Buster Douglas. I'm talking about.
Okay, let's get the 21-year-old Tyson, just like what Silverstream 2011 says. Let's get him back. The 21-year-old Tyson, which was going through men like water, like knife on butter, walking through everyone, putting men under fucking shock. That Tyson, if he can beat Lennox at that I want to know that Tyson versus Cassius Clay. Cassius Clay, Sonny Liston. Cassius Clay when he fought and shocked the whole world. Cassius Clay when he beat Sonny Liston with a phantom punch. That Cassius Clay versus 21-year-old Mike Tyson. D Calico, break it down. You first.
I mean, you know, when you ask me, Mike Tyson, I mean, not Mike Tyson, but Ali got the highest IQ we ever seen in boxing, you know, and then he had all the tools. So, you know, the best puncher we ever seen at such a young age was Tyson. Like, man, that was like, you know, just the phenoms, man, of boxing. Like, I don't even see nobody else when we talk about Mount Rushmore. Not like, well, you know, I like Foreman though. It's not.
Yeah,
It's
but
not.
that 21-year-old Tyson versus Cassius Clay, who fought Sonny Liston. I mean, who's your favorite in that fight?
I mean, the IQ of goddamn, you know, Ali makes me want to go with him, like brain over brawn. But you know, a gambling man is gonna bet with Tyson. You know what I'm saying? Because he got not only a puncher's chance, but he, you know what I mean, he has a solid chance. Period. You feel me? But you know, most likely he'll knock anybody out. Anybody. You know, but we talking about the greatest of all time, so it's hard to say.
No, you gotta choose. Okay, I really gotta choose somebody.
I chose Tyson. I chose Tyson.
Okay, Lisa, Cassius Clay, who fought Sonny Liston versus Mike Tyson in the most prime of Mike Tyson's life.
Yeah, so you asking me would Cassius Clay beat Tyson? I mean Mike Tyson
Yeah,
in his prime?
yeah. Both of
That's
them in their prime.
that's tough, man. Cause they both were so fast. Um Mike Tyson is so explosive. If he come in and you know doing a peekaboo thing and the bob and weave or whatever, I could see him swarming Ali and just making it just woo. I can't even picture that. But then again, Ali would establish his jab and he'd have to be elusive definitely with Mike Tyson.
Wow, Slugger Sam.
Oh man, that's gonna be that's not too difficult to say. So first of all, let me say, man, Ali beats most people without a doubt. However, Ali has never ever faced anybody like 21-year-old Mike Tyson. He has not. No, hear me out. He has not faced anybody like 21-year-old Mike Tyson with the style wise. That swarmer, you know, that peekaboo swarmer coming at you. You don't know what the fuck to do. See, these guys were getting knocked out left and right, bro. The Mike Tyson is fast. When some guy's coming at you fast like that and hitting you like a Mack truck, bro, you're just like, man, I give up. I don't know what to do. So that would have definitely give Ali problems. I mean, no offense, man, but did you see the way Sonny Liston was punching him? He was slow. And I'm not trying to say he's a slow puncher, but I mean, it ain't, it's different, man. It's different levels. I don't think Ali would have been prepared for a 21-year-old Mike. I think Mike would have knocked him out. Definitely. No disrespect to Ali.
I want to say my opinion now. When I watched Ali, how he moved his feet against Sonny Liston. When I watched Cassius Clay, how fast he was. Something tells me that Cassius Clay, you know, that the belief he had in himself. I think Cassius Clay, I love Mike Tyson, but I think Cassius Clay, he could have found ways to keep Tyson at his distance, and then, you know, just those right hand leads he's got in the phantom punch he did with, like how he punches you and you can't see it. I just feel like Cassius Clay was gifted all round better than Mike Tyson as an all round fighter. The only thing that worries me is what happens if Mike Tyson gets on the inside.
Honestly, it would have been like all of the Frazier and Ali fights all wrapped up into one. You know what I mean? Like, it would have been a war, a real war.
But now you guys know, and I'm in no way trying to say I believe in no fucking video game or whatever. But you guys remember how they did that back in the 70s, late 70s? They did a super fight, Ali versus Rocky Marciano.
Mm.
Did you guys hear about that?
Yeah, I watched it.
Yeah, and so Marciano won that. So now I'm in no way trying to say that video game was right. It's just a video game. But they were pretty much showing that somebody like Marciano can beat Ali. So I don't see why Tyson couldn't beat him, man.
I don't know, man. It's very, very tough, man. Because
Man,
Cassius
Marciano
Clay,
didn't stand a
listen,
chance.
what Cassius Clay did to a bad man in Sonny Liston, and what he did to a bad man like Sonny Liston, it's very hard to say Cassius Clay ain't going in that fight as a favorite. Because
But you know what? You know what, Rapstar? And I'm not trying to go down that rabbit hole. You could stop me at any moment.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of talks that Cassius Clay belonged to the mafia, and that he was told he had to throw the fight. The second fight, if you remember,
Cassius Clay or Sonny Liston?
Sorry, Sonny Liston. Sonny Liston. The second fight, when Sonny Liston jumped down to the ground and was from what I read, he thought they were trying to shoot him in the crowd, and he was ducking. And then Ali was yelling at him. He's like, "Get up and fight me, you punk! Get up and fight me!" But Sonny Liston was trying to hide his face. He thought they were trying to shoot him. So I'm saying, in all reality, did Ali actually really beat Sonny Liston? It's still like a
Yeah, but when you
conspiracy
watch
theory.
that fight, bro, Sonny Liston's trying to take Ali's head off.
Well,
and then how can you even say when the punch that he didn't see, the punch he didn't see just fucking took him out, bro?
No,
I mean,
listen, Rapstar. I'm in no way saying it's a conspiracy theory. I'm not even a guy who believes in that shit. But what I'm saying is,
even at the
I
rematch.
read. What I'm trying to tell you is, I read that both matches, like one, the first one, Sonny Liston threw. The second one, he thought certain folks were out to kill him, so he kept trying to duck and duck.
Hey, you said he could stop you at any moment. You know?
Huh?
Hey, is it safe to say that Ali and Tyson both are better than Marciano?
Oh yeah, 100%, man.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. Would it be safe to say if Tyson Fury beats Anthony Joshua in dominant style, does he make the top 10 or at least the top 15 heavyweights of all time? I mean,
don't know about top 15,
look, if we're
man.
going to talk about heavyweights, right,
Number one,
this ain't hard slugger, Sam. I'm going to give some names. Tell me some more names. We've got Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, Larry Holmes, right? We got Joe Frazier. That's 4 heavyweights. Lennox Lewis.
Evander Holyfield, 4-time heavyweight champ.
Right. Evander Holyfield.
Did you say Joe Lewis? Did you say Joe Lewis?
Joe Lewis.
Yeah. How about Lennox Lewis?
Already said that.
Oh, you already said that? George Foreman. You said George Foreman too?
Mm-hmm.
Jack Dempsey, Jack Johnson.
Somebody says Ron Lyle. No, I don't know about Ron Lyle.
If
Jack Dempsey.
Jack Johnson.
Okay, Jack Johnson.
And I'm assuming you already said Ali, the greatest.
Yes.
There you go. There's 10 right there.
That's 8.
Well, Foreman.
Yeah, we said 10, bro. We said 10. How about who else? Because I want to give really, really good ones.
What about Ernie Shavers?
Top. I don't know if I'd say top 10, man. I don't know if I'd say top 20.
He top 20.
He top 20, yeah.
So how far can Tyson Fury be then if he beats Anthony Joshua?
He'll be the number 1 in the last 20 years.
Number 1 in the last 20. Listen, look.
I mean,
man,
Joe Lewis has to be there. What about Klitschko? Does Vladimir Klitschko come into the
Nope.
situation?
Not if he beats Anthony Joshua.
No, Vladimir Klitschko.
No, Klitschko, you got to put him in the top 15, maybe at 15th place. You have to strictly based off that 9-year reign he had. 9-year, 20 straight title defenses. You got to give it to him, man. Doesn't matter if he fought contenders and journeymen. He still had 20 title defenses. It's the same respect I give to Deontay Wilder.
How many heavyweights have become undisputed?
Well, Mike Tyson, Sonny Liston, Muhammad Ali, Floyd Patterson. Those guys were undisputed.
But Floyd Patterson got beat by Liston, and he got beat by Ali, and he got beat by a lot of people, didn't he?
Yeah, but he was undisputed, though. That's what you're asking, right?
Lennox Lewis was a lineal champion.
Lennox Lewis was lineal, yeah. But you know what? Listen. Let me tell you something. Lennox Lewis, at some point, he didn't hold 3 titles. He held 2 and the ring, and he held like an IBO, which is, I mean, you could say that's undisputed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Once again, man, it's really great talking to a guy who's only 27 years old, but he gives me the knowledge of the talk of like my granddad, who's like.
Oh, come on, stop, man.
I'm
Man.
just saying.
I told you, I don't know.
That you just spit all those facts, and the way that you just spoke about all those fighters, you are a very knowledgeable 27-year-old guy because you remind me of my granddad.
Listen, man, I swear to God, brother, I know nothing, man. Standing to the 3 of you, Lisa, sorry, what was your name again, brother? MC?
D Calico.
DC, sorry, brother. DC and Rapstar, I'm an ignorant man standing next to you guys. You guys, I'm humbled to be here, man. So, you know, there's nothing I know, brother. Nothing I know.
Very smart 27-year-old guy, bro.
No, not at all, man. I'm learning from you guys. You guys teach me, man. You know, this is stuff I could talk about because I remember reading it, right? Like I remember looking it up.
Right.
But, you know, but Lennox, but that's why I was talking about Lennox earlier because he's got a hell of a resume on him, man. If you like, technically, if somebody wants, they could say Lennox Lewis is the best heavyweight of all time. And you can't, it's really tough to argue it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, facts.
Not of all time now. Come on.
I don't know about that.
No, but why not? But why not?
He achieved greatness. He has achieved greatness.
No, but why? But listen. Why? Okay, look. 2-time heavyweight champion, has a hell of a resume. Literally, the way God built this man was to be the perfect physical heavyweight. He's 6'5". He's got the longest reach of all time, so you can't get close to him. David Tua couldn't get to him. Mike Tyson couldn't get to him because of the way he was built. I mean, come on, man. What other heavyweight can we ask for?
He can't have the longest reach of all time.
For heavyweights. Yeah, I mean, who's got a bigger? Klitschko brothers?
But you know, with one thing with Rocky Marciano, if any research and fights I've watched of this, that he's always fought those guys at the late of their ages as they were towards the end of their careers.
That's true.
All Rocky Marciano's great wins are the fighters which lost and they were over 35 years old.
Yeah, that's why you can't really like he fought Joe Louis at a really Joe Louis' second or third last fight. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's pretty. He didn't fight anyone who stood out in their most primers.
But Rapstar, did you notice something? None of us 4 mentioned them in the top 10. You notice that? None of us 4 said Rocky Marciano.
Does Tyson Fury beat Rocky Marciano?
Yeah, of course.
Then Tyson Fury probably might make Tyson Fury, right? Might be the guy who makes.
You want me to tell you what Tyson Fury's got to do against Rocky Marciano because of the height difference? Tyson Fury can put his right hand behind his back and just jab Rocky Marciano all night long, and just play like ping pong with him. Just pong. That's all he's got to do. You know, you got a 6'9" man versus what was Rocky, 5'9", 5'10"?
Rocky Marciano was about 5'10" and a half. 5'10".
Yeah.
Hey,
yeah. That's all you got to do.
Hey, Cassius Clay was the largest guy we ever seen with footwork like Lomachenko. You know what I mean? Like,
Yo, DC, let me tell DC something before he thinks what Muhammad Ali doesn't mean to me. There's only one boxer who, by the way, I hear a lot of feedback. Who's that coming from? But there's only one boxer who I have T-shirts of, and I have a total of 6 T-shirts with him on it. You guys know who that is? It's the greatest of all time, Muhammad Ali. He's the only boxer who I have T-shirts where he's on them. You know what I'm saying? And I got 6 different shirts. I wear them to work all the time. I wear them in the street all the time, and people always recognize them, and they're like, "Yo, like, man, I like your shirt. I like your shirt," because everybody likes Ali. But I just thought DC should know that before he doesn't think how highly I hold up Ali. You know what I'm saying? Ali's definitely top 3 for me, man. He's legend, man, legendary. You know.
I mean, to be honest, a lot of people got Muhammad Ali, right? Let's be honest. Every time I have a show, if we ever talk about the greatest of all time, Muhammad Ali has to be in the top 3 for most people. You speak to any people in boxing, if you're in Boxing Foundation, you're a professional, you're in the game of boxing, Muhammad Ali seems to be the top 3 guy for everyone. But do you think you can't take away Muhammad Ali's skill set, but do you also think it's what he was as a man?
Yeah.
And what he stood for, which puts him right up there.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people love him for what he did back then. You know how he stood up for humanity. You see, here's the problem about the mainstream that Ali took. You know what I mean? Is me, you, DC, and Lisa, we say Ali's one of the best because we watch his fights and we know he's one of the best. Or some of us would say he is the best. But the rest of the world, they might not be boxing fans, and they go around and they say he's the greatest, he's the best, and they don't really watch him or they don't watch boxing. And that's how they kind of ruin it, because we're like, well, if they're saying he's the best, we're not going to want to believe them because they don't even watch boxing. So that's kind of what really at times brings Ali's name down a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
hypocritical.
yeah, they would. But again, to me, Ali's resume is top notch. Skill is top notch. You know what I'm saying? Most skilled heavyweight ever. You can't go wrong with him, man. You know. But
Hey, somebody trying to be funny. They say tell him young slugger. You know.
Yo, DC, if you don't mind me asking, brother, how old did you say you were?
Man, I showed myself yesterday, man. I'm an old man. Nah, I'm messing with you. I ain't that old though. I'm in my 30s. That was my birthday just yesterday. Matter of fact.
What did you turn yesterday?
83.
Get the fuck out. Come on, man. Quit clowning me. Quit clowning me. How old are you, man? Seriously.
83, man.
Oh man, you playing dumb with me, man.
You know, hey, if you 27, I'm 83.
I'm not clowning, man. I actually showed my ID on here before.
Man,
Hey, somebody saying that a lot of people forget that Joe Louis was a better fighter and an all-time great ahead of Muhammad Ali.
Well, before he was the first Ali. Yeah.
He was the first Ali, yeah.
You know, just like Julius Erving was the first Jordan. You know?
Yeah.
But I still like Dominique Wilkins.
You got Dominique Wilkins over Dr. J?
Man, Dominique Wilkins was the first LeBron James.
Yeah. Oh, he's a legend, man.
The human highlight reel.
He's a legend.
I mean, if you say Joe Louis, right? I mean, what was Joe Louis's best attribute, Slugger, sir?
I mean, punching power, man. You know, the guy.
That's why he was the bomber.
Yeah, man. Punching power.
He was the first finesse kid.
Yeah. You know what's cool, man, is like, I don't know if some of you guys know I live in Canada, right? And across the river is Detroit, Michigan, and I could see the Joe Louis Arena. I could see the Joe Louis Arena sign right there. So it's kind of nice to see it, man. It's kind of nice that Detroit really holds him up high and appreciates Joe Louis. They got a lot of statues.
You guys just said, right, that somebody said Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, and who was it? Someone else. Mike Tyson and another fighter who always looked up to Muhammad Ali as that Muhammad Ali would have beaten them.
Oh, that would be
true.
Mike Tyson.
Is it true that Muhammad Ali used to look up to Joe Louis? Muhammad Ali, idol. Wasn't Muhammad Ali's idol Joe Louis?
Yeah, it had to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Jack Johnson was the baddest man in the land before that.
Oh yeah, Jack Johnson's on
Jack Johnson probably would have been. He's the only guy I can think of that would have beat Mike Tyson. Like for real.
Yeah.
Jack Johnson would have roughed him up, like took him into the back of the shed.
Man, you know what I love about Jack Johnson? They say that man doesn't know what fear is. Like they say that man just walks the streets and like gives zero fucks, man. You know?
Yeah, like
that man is bad, man. He's a bad motherfucker.
He invented the monkey wrench.
You said the monkey wrench?
Yeah, the monkey wrench. That's his invention. He invented that.
Wait. I'm gonna sound stupid right now, but what the hell is the monkey wrench, man? That's how you guys know I'm young. See, there you go. You guys caught me. I am young. Hell's a monkey wrench.
Yeah, a plumber. You'll see a plumber use it's called a monkey wrench. Like
Oh, you talking about like a regular wrench?
It's big. Yeah. The same kind of like the little ones, but it was first a big one.
Wait, but how did I don't understand? How did Jack Johnson invent that?
He invented it over 100 years ago, or nearly 100 years ago.
Damn, man. So this guy was like, he was working outside of boxing too, you're saying? He was doing some shit.
Exactly.
It's crazy, man.
So look, man, as far as I'm concerned now, it seems to me I'm always making a decision between Muhammad Ali at his prime, when he was Cassius Clay, Mike Tyson when he was at his prime, when he was 21 years old. Joe Louis seems to be part of that conversation. I just want to know, what would Tyson Fury do against these guys?
Hey, Rap Star, if I can ask you, what would Marciano do against Foreman?
I think George Foreman beats Marciano.
Yeah.
I think you want me to tell you what I think would happen, DC? I think George Foreman would punch the living shit out of Marciano in his fucking ribs. He would break him and send him to the grave in that ring. Don't you ever talk about another man being massacred on this show ever again. Don't you ever do that, man.
Hey, whoa.
Oh man.
But Foreman and Tyson Fury, Rap Star, what'd you say? Yo, Rap or Slug.
Just thinking of that Foreman punch knocked him out, huh, Rap Star?
Yeah.
No, I would say, you know what, man? Oh, I would say George, man. Big George would give Tyson some problems, man. I would even say knockout, man. I would say knockout 100%, man. Yeah. I don't know what round, I don't know when. Man, George is a different guy.
Yeah, that's like two Deontay Wilders. You know.
Oh yeah. And you know what?
I just had two Deontay Wilders as George Foreman.
Yeah, George Foreman.
You know what's even crazy about George, man? George, if you ever watch him, you guys ever watch the way he punches? It's like slow, right? But he hits like a fucking Mack truck, this guy. Like, it doesn't even look like he's trying to punch.
Yeah.
Of how slow he is, but oh man, like from what I hear, like from other boxers, how they describe it, they're like, man, you just, you're breaking your ribs.
George Foreman's main attributes was his jab, right? And he had one of the toughest jabs, just like what boxing with Sean says. But he had 3-inch to 4.5 less reach than Tyson Fury. How would George Foreman got going and making that fight at his pace,
Close the gap.
with such a reach disadvantage, he would have to create openings. How would George Foreman create those openings with having such a disadvantage with reach?
Body blows.
Body shots.
Yeah. That's something Deontay Wilder would not commit to. He won't commit to any body punches. You know, like for some odd reason. You know, if you really a big puncher, then body blows should be a part of your repertoire. You know, and it's like me. You know, I like to pride myself on thinking I got the knockout, but I'm not really a body blow type of person. You know, and I don't think a lot of people are. That's why a lot of these boxers are breaking their hands. You feel me? Like every month somebody's getting a hand surgery or a shoulder surgery. Like these guys are not really built for knocking. Everybody can't be Mike Tyson.
So, Lisa, do you think George Foreman would have broken down Tyson Fury through the body, or would it have been timing and counterpunching? Yo, Saga Sam, you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah.
So you really think that he could break him down through the body, or would it have to be timing and speed or counterpunching?
No, it would definitely be the body, man. I could definitely see him getting to the body. You know what I'm saying? Why not?
Okay. I mean, George Foreman had that kind of style of fighting where he could get to anyone, and it was hard to get him off of you, right? Even with Muhammad Ali, George Foreman was all over him, right? Until Muhammad Ali stopped him. George Foreman was the aggressor, right?
Yeah.
He was constantly coming forward and putting Muhammad Ali on the ropes. But that's where Muhammad Ali created the rope-a-dope.
Yeah.
So
that's where that came from, rope-a-dope.
Yeah, so again, it just seems like that reach disadvantage. I'd like to see how George Foreman would have broken down Tyson Fury. You know what I mean? Because that wouldn't have been an easy fight for Foreman to break down, because Foreman was what, 6'5"?
I think 6'3". Wasn't he 6'3"?
Yeah, so you're going against a 6'3" against a man who's 6'9". Did George Foreman ever fight anybody which was way bigger than him like that?
No, it was nobody.
There was nobody who was that big before.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to say how we could see George Foreman, destroying Tyson Fury breaking him down.
Well, no, he actually, in the comeback, didn't he fought that one guy, David Jocko. Remember, he also fought Mike Tyson. Tall white guy, real tall white guy. You guys remember there was this real tall white guy that fought Mike Tyson. It was like Mike Tyson's first year, and Mike bloodied him up, man. Like he fucking bloodied his nose up.
All right. Well, let me ask some questions.
That guy was like 6'6", and he fought Foreman.
Let me ask the chat. Yeah, let me ask Jed Cole.
Yeah.
Jed just came into the building. Yo, Jed, George Foreman, Tyson Fury, both at their peak. Who wins that fight? I think that fight's fucking weird to break down, bro. I'm finding that fight is a 50-50. What do you think about that, D Calico? Is that a 50-50 fight? George Foreman versus Tyson Fury.
Man. It like later on in their careers, yeah. But I mean, like Mac Dab in their prime, I gotta just go solidly with Foreman. You know, but later, like it's something about you English boxers, Lennox Lewis, Tyson Fury, you know, all of these guys, they got greater as their careers progressed. They only got better. You know, and that's amazing. That's a testament to what y'all, putting together over there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can't see how people on the chat are knowledgeable. I know Jed's knowledgeable. I know that guy boxing with Sean's got his own channel. He's knowledgeable. 1 foot out in the door. Bon Kui, these are hardcore boxing guys. Carlos Mendoza, George Foreman, Tyson Fury is a 50-50 fight. Because George Foreman never ever faced a 6'9" guy who could use and move in the ring like a ring generalship like Tyson Fury. Who had better feet, George Foreman or Tyson Fury? Tyson Fury had better feet than George Foreman. What do you think about that, Slugger Sam?
No, I agree with that completely. He had the better footwork, better boxing ability, of course. But
that's right, Tyson.
All I'm thinking is when Foreman does get in that get up inside of you and he does some body, because like I said, I'm not thinking about him going head hunting. I'm just thinking about him cracking your ribs. And George Foreman, it just needs one or two punches to really hurt you badly. That's all he needs, man.
Like Foreman destroyed real legends. You know, like he practically killed some of them guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I know, like it's like Slugger saying, just the body blows alone. Tyson ain't walking out of that fight. He's not walking out.
So you think he would actually knock Tyson Fury out?
Yeah, 100%.
He would not be 6'9" after those body blows.
No.
It's hard, man. It's
We're
really
talking
hard.
about one of the best. We're talking about probably the best. You know, one of the best top 5 best punches we could dream of.
And that's hard to really think about because also George Foreman never faced a 6'9" guy like that before. So it's kind of like, yeah, we see George Foreman dominated a lot of people, but he also dominated guys which was same size of him or smaller than him. He was the big guy in his heavyweight division. George Foreman at his time was the big lad. He was the big guy at that time. So kind of like, it's really, really hard to say that. I mean, unless you think that George Foreman had that kind of power that can walk through Tyson Fury, then maybe, yeah, I think he walks him down then.
See, the only problem is I don't see I don't see Fury knocking anybody else out. You know, I don't see him knocking none of those legends. Like I don't think he has what it takes to knock them out. Now he could probably weather the storm, and if he weathers the storm, you know, Tyson's gonna fight back. Even if you hit harder than him or more, no matter what, he's gonna fight back. So, you know, when you gotta go by the card, this should always be a judge that probably will pick a Tyson Fury. You know what I'm saying? Out of 3 judges, one is gonna pick Fury because he's gonna put up a fight. You know, you're gonna have to kill him, and I like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I just want to be sure we're clear. We're talking about 70s Foreman, not 90s, right?
It better be.
It better be, okay.
Yeah. I mean, look, if we think George Foreman would have given Tyson Fury his loss, then what do we think would have happened if Muhammad Ali would have fought Tyson Fury then?
He would have took him to school.
He definitely would have took him to school, yeah. That's facts.
Yeah. He would have been it would have been like a giant Mayweather fighting Tyson Fury. You know what I mean?
Giant Mayweather.
Yeah, he would have never got hit, you know? Yeah. For real.
That's a good comparison. It would have been a giant Mayweather fighting Tyson Fury.
Yeah, seriously, for real.
Oh shit. Oh man. I don't know, man. I think that styles make fights. I think you gotta appreciate Muhammad Ali was not a knockout artist. He would outpunch you, outpoint you. But he also hasn't faced anybody didn't face anybody of Tyson's structure and Tyson with a 6'9" with the skills of the footwork. I'm just saying styles make fights. I think George Foreman's style for Tyson Fury would have suited maybe Foreman better than Muhammad Ali. What do you think about that, Sluggerson?
You're saying wait, say it again, sir. I was
I'll
just
say
reading a
Foreman
working.
for Foreman. George Foreman's would probably been able to handle Tyson Fury only because of his sheer grit and power and the way that he fought. But Muhammad Ali might have found it harder. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I agree. But however, I mean, Muhammad Ali would pretty much be just like Foreman, but a little bit smaller, of course. Sorry, he would be just like Fury, but a little bit smaller. So it's kind of like Fury fighting the smaller version of him, but Muhammad Ali would be a little bit quicker and faster. So I think he could get in quickly on the inside, do a jab or a right hand or whatever, and get out and keep dancing around him. But overall, I definitely think Foreman could do way more. And Foreman, I definitely got Foreman winning that fight via knockout, 100%. But Ali would be a little tough for him, man, you know. But listen, man, at the end of the day, though, and I'm not trying to talk crap about Fury, but if you brought Fury down to Ali's height, he's getting his ass whooped. He's getting his ass whooped all night.
Yeah, but he's 6 inches taller.
But this is what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm saying. If he was shorter, if he comes down to Ali's height, he's getting beat up all night. You know, because of that whole 6'9" thing, he can keep the distance, keep Ali at bait. You know what I'm saying? Just do a couple jabs and whatever and get out of there. But Foreman, man, Foreman's a different guy.
Yeah. Again, like people say, Ali would have had to go to the body. He would have to come with a game plan that would have to break Tyson Fury down by going to the body to the head. But, you know, Ali was a great body puncher, like people reminded me. Ali was a great body puncher. And Ali had great skills even in the pocket. But Ali would take a lot of shots. Ali would take a lot of punches too. It wasn't like Ali had the best defensive game plan, bro. Ali wasn't the best, you know what I mean? He used to always get touched up too. Is that a fair comment?
It is. But how many times did Ali also purposely take punches out of like pride?
Was that really smart? Was that smart? Okay. Who have you ever seen use the rope-a-dope after Muhammad Ali?
Mayweather. Without the rope, though.
No. But you're talking the way Muhammad Ali used to depend on the ropes it's a blueprint that the style is not actually good for you.
No, saying
it's very threatening to your career with the blueprint of Muhammad Ali's rope-a-dope. Rope-a-dope was good for Muhammad Ali. It was maybe very, you know, good for the fans, but it wasn't good for his career.
See, like, you know, guys like Mayweather or anybody that's in great shape, they'll give you that body. You know, they'll let you punch the body all you want. And that's the kind of guy, you know, Ali was. Like, Mayweather's the same type of guy. He will let you punch him in the body all day long because it's nothing to him. You know, you're just wasting your time. A lot of fighters, if you punch in the body, you're gonna slow him down, but not Mayweather, not Ali. You know, they'll give you the body. They're not gonna give you their chin. You gotta earn that.
So you really think Muhammad Ali would have a hard job with Tyson Fury?
No, I'm saying no. If anything, like I say, his defense would have been more than enough. You know, it wasn't gonna be as much as his offense as usual. You know, he would have had the only thing he could do is counter. And then, you know.
But do we really see Muhammad Ali being a 6'9" giant?
Yeah, because the giant got to beat him. You know, you're gonna actually have to beat him. It's not like, you know, he's not Foreman. He's not gonna come stalk Tyson Fury. You know, he's gonna have to be on the defense.
Yo, fellas, I gotta say, man, it's been real. I appreciate you guys having me on. I gotta do my prayer right now, man. You guys know what time it is. You guys know it's Ramadan. I gotta do my prayer, and then I gotta head to bed, and I got work at about you know, after that I gotta get to work. But
yeah, I gotta.
It's been real. It's been real with y'all, man. Rapstar, man. I'm gonna tell you guys something right now, man. The reason why boxing can stay alive is because of channels like Rap Star. You know what I'm saying? This guy's real about it. This guy's raw. He's uncut. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't bite his tongue for no one. He keeps it real 100% all the time. You know what I'm saying? It's exactly what boxing needs, man. So I'm going to just cut it off like that, man, and salute to the rest of y'all. Y'all
I
have a great
appreciate
day.
you. I appreciate you, Shug-san. Hey,
Anytime,
man.
brother.
Hey, look
Peace.
at this, right?
Peace
All I'm
out.
saying is, right, we're in an era today that the Giants are over 6'7", 6'8", 6'9". Those guys were great fighters, D Calico. They were great fighters, legendary fighters. But the breeds of the heavyweight are much bigger today, right? And we just got to remember, the skill set of the heavyweight seems like it was better in the 70s.
See,
Would that be a fair comment to say that the skills and the fundamental skills of heavyweights were even better in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s? Would that be fair or not?
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, but then something doesn't make sense. You know, like everything in the world, right? It evolves. We get better at everything.
Well, now we think we do, but we can't
But
do nothing.
we're supposed to be getting better as time goes in the world. We're supposed to get better at everything every decade. We're supposed to have attributes which make us better in the sport. Like you look at when it comes to 4x4 with Usain Bolt, how he broke records in athletics, how the Olympic records constantly get broken every 4 years. You would expect boxers to be better boxers than what they were every decade. You would expect with all the, the knowledge from the past, the blueprint, the skill set with the trainers, how the trainers have evolved. You'd expect with all the, the techniques have got better. You would think.
I mean, do you think that we got better mathematicians now than we did in the past? It's just, it's math. You remember the math hasn't changed. We had math geniuses then, we have math geniuses now. But I understand.
But somebody said that the heavyweights, they never were getting in boxing like they were when they were young. I mean, in the olden days, they'd get into heavyweights when they were like very, very younger. Maybe that could be a point. Because at the end of the day, right, heavyweights, they're supposed to have got way more better over the years just because of just how everything does get better in the world. Cars have got better. The world's got better. Athletes have got better. Basketball players are supposed to have got better. They've got taller. They've also elevated the game. In the Olympics, you're breaking records all the time. So
but they picking and choosing with all these different leagues and stuff. Like, they picking and choosing certain people. Like you have to be a part of their fraternity or whatever the case.
Yeah, I got to tell Mike C. You say that all the athletes are taking steroids today, bruv. But what about the steroids and the drugs they were taking in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s? There was a lot more drug cheats then, probably than what they are now.
Yeah, the whole Pittsburgh Steelers was on steroids. The Steel Curtain. Yeah. So of course, I'm sure that spilled over into other sports.
Yeah. So you talk about drug cheats. There have been drug cheats going on for years before than there ever is now.
Yeah.
But overall, I think the best thing we can say now, bro, is that I'm a bit confused how the boxers haven't got better over the years. That you would expect these boxers today to possess way more skills, D Calico, and a way more knowledge and an IQ of boxing better than what they left the blueprint for these guys today. You would expect that.
I mean, we got to see all this, like we said, the age of social media. That just means we in the age of distraction. Like people got too much going on nowadays. Usain Bolt was great because he wasn't from America. because he could focus better in Jamaica, and you know he was more hungry as far as his determination. Like over here in America, people are so distracted by everything and nothing, all at the same time. You know, so you don't have people that's really die hard. It's just like saying, if two teams are going to the World Cup in soccer, like 9 times out of 10, whichever team practices abstinence and refrains from sex, they're gonna have that power and everything that they're gonna need to win. But if the other team want to celebrate and go have and go let off all their energy, with their women.
Yeah, but look at the equipment we have today. Look at the equipment, the facilities. Look at the gym facilities. Look at all this. The boxers, what access they have to everything, right? Look at the access that the boxers have today to what they have years ago. They had to be in those sweaty, stinking gyms, and it's not like at the end of the day that right now we have a lot more to offer to the boxers, and the boxers are not better today than what they were before. So what have we lost? You know what I mean? We're fundamentally somewhere along the line we've disconnected to the sport somewhere, because our boxers are supposed to be better now than what they were in the past.
What's this? Is social media a distraction?
Yes, social media is a distraction.
It is is all of these groupies and these women, these gold diggers, are they distracting these stars? Like they got so much bullshit distracting them, and like 90% of them, 95% of them are gonna fall for it every time. So back then they just they were cut from a different cloth. Even the guys that didn't win championships, they were still dedicated. So the champion had to be super dedicated, because even the guys that he's gonna beat is dedicated.
Okay, well, get ready for my new live coming in a couple of days, everyone. My new live is going to be touching on this topic. How come with everything that we have in the foundation of boxing today, and how in everything that we have supposed to elevate it in so many sports, what is boxing left? What is the disconnect? I'm going to touch on these topics, and I'm going to get people to come on there and cook about it. It's going to be a great topic, so I'm going to be touching on soon. And maybe social media is a curse, D Calico. Yeah. Maybe it's a gift at the same time, and maybe it's a curse.
Maybe the gift is a curse. This so-called gift is really just a curse. Like that's what it is. It's like they say, don't drink the Kool-Aid. And that's what they're doing. They're drinking the Kool-Aid. Like, why you think, Errol Spence benefited from the accident because he's no longer living that lifestyle. Like you have athletes that get in trouble once or twice, and then they pretty much change their life because they know they're on their third strike, and this could be it. Like if you want to continue to be a millionaire, then you need to change your life. And a lot of these guys don't want to, they want to do whatever social media entices them to do. It's crazy.
And you know what the funny thing is? Before I leave soon, and this is for everyone in the chat, and we live in today's world, but look at the thick skin that these boxers and athletes had to have in the past. Look at what Muhammad Ali, what kind of thick skin he had to have.
Yeah, like Jesse Owens.
Let me say this. In today's world, in the era that we live in, this is for everyone. Boxers are so sensitive, even athletes, that they actually get back and forth on social media and start getting angry what people talk about them on social media. Yeah, that's how sensitive the athletes probably are today than what they were years and years ago. I think the athletes years ago must have had thicker skin, if that makes any sense to you, D Calico.
Yeah, no, it's like I said, they were cut from a different cloth. You feel me? Like it's like you say, you know, a lot thicker skin. That means, you know, it's just like saying they were real men. You know, all these guys who wear their heart on their sleeve, they can be hurt so easily, emotionally. You know, like men not supposed to be like that.
Yeah, it's crazy. Social media makes people depressed. Like Carlos Mendoza says, Fannin is a boxing channel over social media. He needs professional help. Like some people take social media so serious.
Yep. Yeah, they're killing about it. They'll kill you about it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, they're serious about it. You know, they want to fight.
Social media means more to people than human beings now, bro. Social media right now is more for people than physical format of humans.
Hey,
that's
man,
crazy, isn't it?
Man, I had a brother who wanted somebody to come on his show, and I had somebody that knows a lot more people than him. Everybody knows this person, and I told him, I said, I can get him to come on your show. He said the first thing he want to know is how many followers does he have? You know, like that's the only thing these people be interested in. Everybody want to worry about how many followers somebody has, and you know, like they're attention whores, man. Everybody who loves social media a little too much, they're attention whores, and that's really supposed to be a female trait. Females are supposed to love attention, not men. You know, and that's what these boxers are doing. They love attention like women.
Yeah, wow, we're living in a different time, bro. But my next show is going to be really good, D Calico, and I want everybody in the chat to make sure you come and support the next show. Thanks for everybody coming in today. I'm kind of a bit tired. I'm going to have a little power nap. Then I've got a few things to do. So look, man, it's been a great night of boxing. Again, this is what we do. This is why we're here. It's been an amazing journey, an amazing show today, speaking to everyone around the world. I just hope all the subscribers and all the chat enjoyed it. Peace out to everybody. I hope all you guys have a great weekend of boxing. We got Demetrius Andrade, Boo Boo Andrade, going to be fighting Liam Williams. It's going to be a great fight this weekend. Hopefully, Demetrius Andrade will show you why he's levels above Liam Williams. You know what I mean? Demetrius Andrade has to show everybody why he's levels away from a domestic great fighter in Liam Williams. Because Liam Williams hasn't done anything apart from domestic level. So everybody, get ready for the weekend. I'll be back talking about the fights. I'll probably be live for the Demetrius Andrade and Liam Williams fight. I'll probably be live for that. But on that account, D Calico, you got anything to say? You want to say anything before you leave?
Yeah, one last thing before I leave, right? And it's about bums, right? And I think the real reason that we call certain fighters bums is because you know how we be like, you know, when it comes to gambling, you know, sometimes you'll bet the farm. Like if you bet on those boxers, you'll be a bum. You know what I mean? You're gonna be living on the streets. So, you know, I guess that's why we call them bums, because you know we're gonna lose our money if we bet on them. So, you know.
That's a bit of also that's a bit of a contradictory that some of the fans are a bit, you know what I mean? They kind of contradict themselves because some of the fans haven't even been in the ring and they'll call a boxer a bum. You know what I mean? So we live in the different times today, bro. But look, everybody, I hope everybody stays safe. It's been a great night of boxing, and I'm going to catch all you guys soon. So peace out to you guys. Have a great day. And we'll see everyone on the weekend. Let's see what happens this weekend in boxing. D Calico, Lisa, everyone who came in, we out of here. Peace out from London, England. I'm out.